taking home a lonely gal from my class and turning her into an elegant beauty. Volume 4. By Yuzumoto Yuto. Translated by Yuki Kitsuneko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. On a certain rainy day, I found Aoi, the blonde-haired gyaru, at a park near my home. It's been 6 months since then. 6 months, such a short word, yet packed with countless experiences that can't be summed up so easily. I helped Aoi fit in with our class, worked hard on study sessions and school-organized volunteer activities to improve her bad reputation, and spent the summer vacation running around the countryside searching for her grandmother. Thanks to those efforts, by the end of summer vacation, most of Aoi's problems were resolved. During that time, she even reunited with her father after 9 years and was able to rekindle their bond as parent and child. But the joy didn't last long. Aoi's estranged mother suddenly appeared in front of her. The mother appealed to Aoi's emotions, asking her to live together again. But it was clear that her true motive was Aoi's child support money. Using the guise of family for financial gain, Aoi's mother revealed her true intentions. Despite understanding her mother's selfishness, Aoi decided to confront her, determined to give their family a second chance. With a promise to me, "I'll definitely come back," she returned to her mother's side. But, unfortunately, things didn't go the way Aoi had hoped. Her mother couldn't meet Aoi's expectations, and they failed to repair their broken family. Even so, Aoi chose to say goodbye to her mother for the sake of both their futures. And so, all of Aoi's lingering issues were finally resolved. Compared to how things were at the start, the environment surrounding Aoi has changed dramatically. But the changes weren't limited to Aoi herself or her surroundings. During the time I spent with her, I felt that my relationship with Aoi had also evolved. At first, it was simply because Aoi reminded me of my first crush. A memory buried in the past, a girl who always seemed lonely, sitting by herself in the corner of the classroom. When I saw Aoi sitting on that park bench in the rain, I couldn't stop myself from calling out to her. At the time, I didn't realize Aoi was the same girl from my childhood. I reached out to her for no other reason than that resemblance. Even after learning the truth, my feelings didn't change. The reason I kept supporting her was a mix of a sense of responsibility and a protective instinct. There was no romantic emotion in it. But, as I spent my days with Aoi and saw her striving to move forward of her own will, I began to realize she no longer needed my help. That realization left a faint ache in my chest, and I finally understood. The feelings that resurfaced while watching fireworks together on the rooftop after the school festival, the nostalgic emotions I thought I had long forgotten. The answer to an emotion I had never been able to name. It was only the second time in my life I had felt this. This feeling people call love. Now that I've realized my feelings for her, what should I do about this love? With the inevitable parting looming just 3 months away, how do I want to define my relationship with Aoi? Even as I wrestle with new doubts brought on by this self-awareness, I feel happy to have fallen for Aoi a second time. At the same time, a small, nagging worry lingers in the corner of my heart. It's such a slight unease that calling it a concern might be overstating it. "I'm fine as long as you're by my side, Akira-kun." There's no doubt she spoke those words knowing they were impossible. Perhaps, she said them precisely because they were impossible. If that's the case, what is the true meaning behind Aoi's words? I only wish that, for the little time we have left, we can spend it in peace. But contrary to that hope, I had no way of knowing that the unease would eventually become a reality. Honestly, it's infuriating. Because bad premonitions always seem to come true. Chapter 1. Let's go on a graduation trip. The first Saturday afternoon of December. Let's take a break, shall we? I think we've made good progress, Izumi's tired voice echoed through the living room of my house. Already? We haven't even been at it for 2 hours. True, but it's snack time, and I'm starting to get a little hungry. Right, Aoi-san? Yeah, I guess so. I glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands pointed exactly to 3 p.m. What were we doing as a group on a Saturday afternoon? Test prep. Since the first term, when we held a 3-day study session to help Aoi avoid failing her midterms, It had become a tradition to gather and study together before every test. Thanks to that study session and Aoi's own efforts, she managed to pass the second-term midterms without getting any failing grades. This time, we were preparing for the finals starting in 2 weeks. And since Aoi-san agrees, I also have something I want to talk about, Izumi added with a mischievous smile. That's rich, considering she practically put the words in Aoi's mouth. Knowing Izumi, this probably meant she was scheming something. Honestly, I was already getting a bad feeling about it. Well, I guess I'll prepare some snacks. Ignoring her talk wasn't an option either. Thanks. I'd love some senbei if you have any. I've got some stocked. I'll also make fresh tea, so hang on a bit. As expected of Akira-kun, you're always so thoughtful. Izumi's enthusiasm as she cheered practically blew away her study fatigue. Aoi-san, Eiji, do you want refills for your tea? Yes, please. That'd be helpful. I'll help too, Akira-kun. Thanks. With Aoi, I headed to the kitchen, carrying the empty teacups from the table. While I left the tea preparation to her, I browsed through the snack shelf for some senbei. Back when I first started living alone, I never kept a snack stash. But over time, with Hiyori occasionally visiting or Izumi dropping by, it became a habit to keep some on hand. The real reason, though, was probably that Aoi and I had both gotten hooked on tea after the school festival. I never thought I'd enjoy tea so much, but when drinking it, I always found myself craving wagashi or senbei. Back in the living room, with tea and senbei prepared, I distributed everything around the table. Izumi, already opening the senbei bag, spoke up. Actually, I was thinking we should go on a graduation trip around Christmas. A graduation trip for Christmas? Her sudden proposal made me raise a questioning eyebrow. I get the Christmas trip part, but what do you mean by a graduation trip? We're just first years in high school, we're 2 years too early for that. Tilting my head in confusion, Eiji chimed in with an explanation. Well, for Akira, it's like graduating in a way since his transferring schools in March. The 3 of us were talking and thought it'd be nice to go on a trip together to make some memories before you leave. And since it's Christmas, it'd be even more fun with the festive atmosphere. I see. That makes sense. This wasn't unusual. Izumi often came up with these far-fetched ideas, and Eiji would step in to explain them. Their chemistry as a couple was almost enviable. Maybe it stood out more to me now because I had fallen in love for the second time in my life. It's strange. I never thought I'd envy them. Anyway, if everyone's up for it, then I'm on board. I'm actually really grateful for the thought. In the past, I probably would have felt a pang of sadness thinking about our eventual separation. But now that I'd come to terms with my transfer, I could genuinely appreciate their gesture. So, do we already have a destination and dates in mind? Of course. Izumi pulled a guidebook labeled Top Onsen Ryokan Rankings from her bag. Flipping through the pages, she stopped at a feature on a remote hot spring nestled in the mountains, a well-known spot among locals. The destination is this hot spring, and the dates are December 23rd to 25th, a 2-night stay. Apparently, there's a snow festival during winter, making it popular with couples and families. The page featured stunning photos of the area across all 4 seasons, with a special highlight on the winter snow festival called Yuki Akari no Soto. It looked incredible, to say the least. It does look amazing, but can we even get a reservation this late? Don't worry, I already booked rooms for 4 people last month. This time of year, you have to book early to secure a spot. Trust Eiji to think ahead. Still, what would you have done if my schedule didn't work out? If you couldn't come, we'd just go as the 3 of us, Izumi replied, munching on senbei. What part of that is okay? It's my so-called graduation trip, don't plan it without me. Besides, Akira-kun doesn't have any plans for Christmas anyway. Gia. Izumi stated it so matter-of-factly that I couldn't argue. She wasn't wrong, I didn't have plans. But did she mean I had no girlfriend to spend Christmas with, or did she somehow know I wanted to spend it with Aoi? Either way, she was probably right. Still, I couldn't help but feel thankful for their efforts. All right, let's get back to studying. If anyone fails their finals, they'll be stuck in remedial classes during the break and miss the trip. I said it half-jokingly, But what if I'm the only one who fails? Next to me, Aoi trembled like it was the end of the world. It's fine. You avoided failing every subject on the midterms, right? I felt bad since, realistically, Aoi had the highest chance of failing. Seeing her on the verge of tears because of my comment, I scrambled to reassure her. But Aoi, trembling like a newborn fawn, didn't seem convinced. Given the circumstances, there wasn't even the slightest sense of awe at the mysteries of life, only a looming sense of despair. Akira-kun, you better take responsibility and help her study, okay? Of course. We still have over a week left, so I'll teach her. Let's work hard together. Really? When I tried to encourage her, Aoi-san's eyes glistened with tears as she looked up at me, her face filled with uncertainty. Inappropriate as it may be, her anxious expression, paired with the way she clung to me with those pleading eyes, made my heart skip a beat. At the same time, it awakened something new within me. This is strange. I've never been the type to get excited over a girl's tearful face. Did she somehow read the turmoil within me as I teetered on the edge of unlocking a new fetish? Akira-kun, how inappropriate of you. As if I didn't already know that. As usual, Izumi couldn't resist teasing me. Determined to make sure all four of us could go on the graduation trip together, we returned to our study session with tea and senbei in hand. The sound of munching senbei echoed through the living room as we diligently worked on our notebooks until sunset. And so, the 2-day study session came to an end without a moment's play, entirely consumed by studying. A graduation trip to a hot spring. I can't wait. It's already filling me with excitement. Section. And so, the days passed, and the final exams came to an end. It was a certain evening, with only the announcement of the test results and the closing ceremony left on the schedule for the following week. La 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 la. As I stepped out of the bath, an unfamiliar humming voice drifted from the living room. I say someone's humming as if it were a mystery, but since the only people in this house are Aoi-san and me, it was obviously hers. And from the voice alone, there was no doubt about it. Still, I couldn't help but think of it as someone's humming because I had never heard Aoi-san hum before. When I opened the door and walked into the living room, there she was, sitting on the sofa in high spirits. She was lightly swaying her head side to side in rhythm with her humming as she cheerfully packed her bag. Getting ready for the trip. Yep. Maybe I'm starting a little early, though. She gave me a childlike, carefree smile. You're so excited you just couldn't wait, right? Ha! How'd you know? Well, you were happily humming a tune. What? Aoi-san's eyes widened in surprise, and in the next instant, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Wait. I was humming. It seemed she hadn't even realized it herself. Yeah. I could hear you all the way from the hallway. You sounded so cheerful. Ooh. Aoi-san groaned softly, burying her flushed face in her hands. Aoi-san let out a small groan, covering her face with both hands as her embarrassment became all too apparent. Her reaction was so adorable that I couldn't resist the urge to tease her a little. Can I ask you something? What? Why was your humming "The Bear Went Over the Mountain"? Ha! Aoi-san froze for a moment. The bear went over the mountain? She tilted her head, visibly confused. It seemed she hadn't even realized she was humming that song. I had suspected as much. Since Aoi-san wasn't even aware she'd been humming, it stood to reason she wouldn't realize the tune was "The Bear Went Over the Mountain" either. Her embarrassed expression quickly shifted to a thoughtful one as she began to consider the question seriously. After a moment, she looked up. Maybe it's because we're heading to a hot spring deep in the mountains, and I thought I might meet a bear. Her tone wavered between sincerity and jest, leaving me unsure how to respond. I see. How exactly was I supposed to react to that? While the song portrays the bear as a friendly and helpful character, meeting one in real life would be nothing short of terrifying. In fact, the original American folk song "The Bear Went Over the Mountain" tells a much darker story about being chased by a bear and barely escaping alive. The Japanese version, with its whimsical tale of becoming friends with a bear, is a heavily sanitized adaptation. For anyone curious about why the Japanese version turned into a cute and cheerful song, I recommend looking it up. But I digress. Pointing this out to Aoi-san would feel unnecessarily harsh, so I decided to respond gently. Bears are probably hibernating this time of year, so you're unlikely to meet one. Ah, I see. That makes sense. She looked genuinely disappointed, her shoulders slumping slightly. It seemed she wasn't joking after all. While I found her sincerity hard to believe, I suppose it's not entirely her fault. Bears are often depicted as adorable characters in popular media. For many, especially children, the idea of a bear is more cute than scary. Characters like a honey-loving bear in a red shirt or a lazy bear mascot have probably contributed to that perception. This could be considered one of the downsides of character merchandising. In reality, encountering a bear in the wild would be more horror than fantasy. It's something adults should probably teach children about early on. But setting aside my unsolicited critique of bear-related media, well, if you're so excited that you're humming without realizing it, that's a good thing. I'm looking forward to the trip too, and I really need to thank Izumi and Eiji for planning it. It seemed cruel to keep teasing Aoi-san, who was still red-faced from embarrassment. Lightening the mood, I tried to shift the conversation. Aoi-san, is something wrong? She suddenly wore a contemplative expression, as if gathering her thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, she answered, "Actually, this graduation trip, I'm the one who planned it." What? Her confession caught me completely off guard. You planned it? But Eiji said he made the reservations. Yes, I asked Eiji-kun to handle the bookings, but it was my idea. I wanted you to make as many memories as possible before you transfer schools. Aoi-san. Her unexpected admission left me momentarily speechless. Of course, I was happy. But more than that, I was surprised. Having spent so much time with Aoi-san, I thought I understood the kind of person she was. In the past, she would have kept something like this to herself and quietly consulted Izumi for help. In fact, that's exactly what happened before when she wanted to grow closer to me over summer break, or when she joined the school festival committee to create memories for me. Both times, I only found out through Izumi spilling the beans. But now, she openly told me it was her idea. To anyone else, this might seem like a small thing, but to me, it was a remarkable change. This was a side of Aoi-san I couldn't have imagined when we first met. Thank you, Aoi-san. No need to thank me. I'm doing this because I want to. Her words of gratitude were paired with a smile so radiant it was almost overwhelming. I'm just happy if it makes you even a little bit glad. Seeing her smile, I fought back the sudden urge to let my emotions spill over. It's been a while since I last visited a hot spring. I can't wait. Me too. I'm excited for the hot springs, but I'm also looking forward to the Christmas events. They're holding a snow festival, right? Yes. Apparently, it's a special version just for Christmas. I haven't celebrated Christmas in a long time. The last time was before my parents divorced, so I don't remember much. Aoi-san reached up and removed her hydrangea hairpin. This was the last gift my mom and dad gave me together. The hairpin, which Aoi-san wore daily without fail, was a memento of a time when her family was still happy. Even if her memories of that brief period were faint, it was clear the hairpin held deep significance for her. Now that she had reconciled with her father and parted ways with her mother, I wondered if her feelings about it had changed. As I looked at the hairpin, lost in thought, a realization struck me. What's wrong, Akira-kun? It's nothing. Really? Well, I guess I should start packing too. With that, I left the living room. As soon as I stepped into my room and closed the door, a quiet exclamation escaped me. Crap. I totally forgot about a Christmas present. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I checked my bank balance online. Luckily, I'd just received my paycheck from working at Aoi-san's part-time cafe job, so I had enough money. I also had no plans for the weekend, so I'd have time to shop. By the way, I quit the cafe at the end of November. Both the manager and Aoi-san were sad to see me go, but it was only meant to last until the school festival. While I would have liked to keep working, I decided to focus on preparing for my transfer, which would require a lot of time for paperwork and other arrangements. But back to the matter at hand. Now, where should I go, and what should I get? Having never bought a gift for anyone other than Hiyori, this was going to be a daunting challenge. Chapter 2: My First Gift. Saturday, just past 1 p.m. It's definitely more crowded than usual today. I stood alone at the entrance of a shopping mall. This was one of the 2 large shopping complexes in town, the same one I'd brought Aoi-san to when we first started living together. The mall had everything from a movie theater and electronics store to a hot spring facility, making it a place where people of all ages and genders could enjoy themselves. Naturally, it was a popular spot on weekends, drawing large crowds of families and students alike. Today, it was especially busy, and for good reason. Christmas was just around the corner. I could only imagine how many other people, like me, were scrambling at the last minute to buy gifts. Still, it's already been over 6 months since then. While waiting for my companion, I let my eyes wander over the flow of people, my thoughts drifting back to that day. That day, Aoi-san, still blonde-haired at the time, and I had come here to shop for essentials. Her bleached hair had been in terrible condition, so I'd taken her to a salon to have it fixed. That's when I learned she wasn't a gyaru after all, and she transformed into a stunning, black-haired beauty with an air of elegance. It was one of those moments that really drives home the saying, you can't judge a book by its cover. Shortly after that, we bumped into Eiji and Izumi, and everything began from there. If we hadn't run into them that day, things might have turned out very differently. Feels like it was so long ago. The fact that I could look back on it so fondly probably meant both Aoi-san and I were happy now. As those thoughts brought an involuntary smile to my face, a voice suddenly interrupted. "What are you grinning about out here?" Startled, I snapped back to reality and looked up to find Izumi standing in front of me. She kept her distance, eyeing me as though I were some kind of suspicious character. At this range, she could easily pretend not to know me if my answer didn't satisfy her. "If you're having indecent thoughts, maybe save those for somewhere less public," she teased. "I'm not. I was just lost in completely wholesome thoughts." I reflexively shot back. I didn't know what kind of face I'd been making, but it had to be far more innocent than usual. "Well, maybe, but you know, it's not entirely unwholesome for a guy thinking about giving a girl a Christmas present to hope for a little something in return. That's pretty normal, don't you think?" Her phrasing made it sound like being indecent was the healthy option. Was she so perceptive about guys' feelings because she had a boyfriend, or was it just her inner middle-aged man showing? Either way, her ability to understand a teenage boy's mindset was admirable, but for now, I set that thought aside. Izumi was here because I'd asked her for help picking out a present for Aoi-san. That night, in desperation, I'd messaged her for advice. I don't mind being teased, but today I'm just here to pick out a gift for Aoi-san. Sorry to disappoint, but there's nothing indecent going on in my head. Really? Not even a little? When she looked at me with a dead serious expression that screamed, "You're kidding, right?" I faltered. "Well, okay, maybe just a little. See? Honesty suits you. Girls don't mind being looked at that way, as long as it's the right person doing it. Of course, it depends on the context too. I don't think I'll ever fully understand how girls' minds work. Still, history is littered with stories of guys who misread the situation, made a move, and were met with disgust and rejection. The key is figuring out if you're the right person in her eyes. Not that I'd know from experience. Anyway, thanks for coming with me today," I said, steering the conversation back on track. "You're welcome. You can relax and leave it all to me. Think of me as your captain, steering this ship." With a bold declaration like that, she seemed entirely dependable. Ending the banter on a good note, we walked into the bustling mall together. Families, couples, and students filled the corridors, far more than I'd expected. As we strolled, I silently hoped we wouldn't bump into any classmates. "So, do you have any idea what kind of gift you want to get?" "Not really." I nodded apologetically, feeling a pang of guilt. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I even looked up gifts girls like online, but I've never bought a gift for anyone other than Hiyori before. The more I thought about it, the more lost I felt, like I was sinking into a swamp of confusion. I see. Izumi listened attentively, nodding repeatedly as I spoke. For some reason, she seemed unusually sympathetic today. I was honestly at my wit's end, which is why I turned to you for help. Feeling like I was dumping all the responsibility on her, my guilt grew even stronger. But Izumi, as cheerful as ever, simply flashed me a bright smile. Don't worry so much. You don't need to feel bad about asking me for help. She gave me a reassuring pat on the back, her energy lifting my spirits. It just means you care about Aoi-san, right? Do you think so? I'm not sure I even know how I feel. You do. I'm sure part of the reason you're struggling is because this is your first time buying a gift for a girl. But if she were just a friend, you wouldn't be this worked up about it, and you wouldn't have reached out to me for help either. Izumi's words eased some of the weight off my shoulders. Is that why you agreed to help me on such short notice? That's part of it. But mostly, it's because I understand exactly how you feel. You do? Yeah. The first time I picked out a gift for Eiji-kun, I agonized over it too. Her voice took on an unusually nostalgic tone. It was rare to hear Izumi speak so reflectively. Honestly, I didn't expect you to struggle with something like that. Well, you didn't know us when Eiji-kun and I first started dating. She was right, I hadn't known them back then. When I transferred to this school midway through my first year of junior high, Izumi and Eiji were already dating, openly declaring their love without a care in the world, just as they do now. I'd assumed they'd been like that from the very beginning, but from the way Izumi spoke, it seemed their relationship had a slightly different start. I never knew how you two got together, or what it was like when you first started dating. Eiji-kun isn't the type to talk about things like that with friends, and I never brought it up either, Izumi said, brushing her hair with a shy smile. Then she dropped an unexpected bombshell. Actually, Eiji-kun rejected me once. What? I froze in my tracks. Surprised. Of course I am. Are you serious? I resumed walking, my curiosity piqued. It was impossible to imagine the current Izumi and Eiji having that kind of history. Well, you know me, I'm the type to act on impulse, right? Yeah, for better or worse, that's definitely you. I think my decisiveness is one of my strengths, but it can also be a weakness. That applies to love, too. I couldn't hold back and confess to Eiji-kun before we were even close enough for that, so of course, he turned me down. Ah. Yeah, I could totally picture that. Eiji probably didn't so much reject her as he was unable to say yes. Izumi had likely caught him off guard before he'd gotten to know her well enough to make that kind of decision. Eiji's always been fair and principled. He wouldn't start dating someone unless he was completely certain about his feelings. If anything, the fact that someone like Eiji chose to date Izumi later on speaks volumes about how special she is. After that, I started reaching out to him more deliberately. Slowly, he got to know me, and I learned a lot about him too. By the time we finally got closer, I liked him even more than I did when I first confessed. It was just like Izumi not to give up after being turned down. That persistence must have been what eventually won Eiji over. But even after we got close, I couldn't bring myself to confess again. Then one day, I found out his birthday was coming up, and I thought, I'll give him a present and confess again. But, well, just like you now, I couldn't figure out what to get him. So that's why she understood how I felt. I researched everything I could, asked his friends about his preferences, and visited tons of shops. But in the end, I couldn't decide on anything, and his birthday arrived. And what did you do? I confessed without a gift. You've got to be kidding. My original plan was to confess while giving him a birthday present, but I just couldn't choose one. So, I apologized and told him the truth. She could have postponed the confession, but instead, she stuck to her decision. That determination was so like Izumi. I felt like such a failure. I was about to cry, thinking it was all over, but Eiji-kun accepted my confession. Why did he say yes? He told me he'd noticed how hard I was working to choose a gift. He said, the fact that you couldn't decide just shows how much you were thinking about me. If anything, it made me realize how serious your feelings are. I see. That's definitely something Eiji would say. If Izumi had compromised and picked any random gift just to confess, Eiji might not have accepted her feelings. The gift itself was just a tool, it was her sincerity that mattered. The essence of a confession lies in genuine emotion, and Izumi didn't lose sight of that. You're just like I was back then, Akira-kun. Of course I'll help you. Thanks. After hearing her story, the urgency I'd been feeling began to fade. You're right. What's important isn't the gift itself, it's the feelings behind it. Exactly. That said, since I'm here to help, I'm not letting you leave empty-handed like I did, so don't worry. Izumi puffed out her chest proudly, exuding confidence. She seemed even more reliable than usual today. And with that, we've arrived at our destination. Ha! We have. Izumi stopped in front of a shop, and I followed suit. The moment I realized where we were, my mind blanked. What? Before me was a dazzlingly colorful scene. Izumi had brought me to the so-called secret garden of women's lingerie shops. For a high school boy, this was the ultimate forbidden territory. Forget going inside, most guys wouldn't even dare walk past the entrance. At best, they might steal a quick glance from afar. Any guy bold enough to enter would either have to be a brave soul with peculiar tastes or have the privilege of a girlfriend's company. Even then, whether they'd want to come was another matter entirely. In short, this place was like an alien world to most boys. And yet, here I was, surrounded by walls of meticulously displayed lingerie, a 360-degree panorama of colorful temptation. I felt like Alice, lost in the wonderland of lustful desires. Why on earth am I in a lingerie shop with my best friend's girlfriend? To say this was awkward would be a colossal understatement. Let's head in, Izumi said cheerfully. Wait a second. Panicking, I grabbed her shoulder and held her back with all my might. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Why are we at a lingerie shop? I think lingerie would make a great gift for Aoi-san. What? Her suggestion hit me like a brick, leaving my mind in chaos. Is she serious right now? This is Aoi-san's favorite store. Remember when we first went for tea as a group? After that, Aoi-san and I came here to shop. Since then, we've been here together a bunch of times. Now that she mentioned it, I vaguely remembered something like that. Back then, after taking Aoi-san to the salon, I'd asked if there was anything else she needed. She hesitated, looking flustered. Later, when we ran into Izumi and Eiji, I'd left Aoi-san with Izumi and gone home. That night, while doing her laundry, I'd noticed several new pieces of lingerie in the washer. So this was the store she'd shopped at that day. What a nostalgic memory. Wait, no, that's not the point here. I know Aoi-san's preferences perfectly, so don't worry. Or would you rather choose something based on your preferences instead? That would make it seem like I was picking something for her to wear just for me. Not that I wouldn't want her to wear it, but no, focus. Izumi, are you serious? Well, it meets your request, doesn't it? Something that's tangible and something she can wear daily. That's technically true, but no, that's not the point. Flustered beyond belief, I accidentally responded in agreement before catching myself. Sure, it fits my criteria, but wearing it in that sense is entirely different. Well, not exactly wrong, but still, that's not what I meant. I think lingerie as a gift is perfectly fine. Well, I mean, to be fair, lingerie had popped up as a suggestion during my online research. While it's not a conventional gift, some people choose it as a surprise to catch their partner off guard or as a way to break out of a relationship rut after years of dating. For guys, having their girlfriend wear lingerie they picked out is undoubtedly a thrilling thought. Just imagining it sends both mind and body into a state of euphoria. So yes, gifting lingerie you'd like to see her wear isn't entirely off base. But that's only acceptable in the context of a relationship. Even then, some might consider it inappropriate. Think about it logically, getting lingerie from someone who isn't her boyfriend would just come off as creepy, right? You think so? What if a guy other than Eiji gave you lingerie as a gift? I'd be grossed out. I wouldn't even accept it. Exactly. So, if I gave Aoi-san lingerie, she'd think I'm creepy too, wouldn't she? Just imagining that scenario sent a sharp pain through my chest. If that happened, the next 3 months would be pure hell. I thought framing it in terms of her own relationship with Eiji would make her understand. But Izumi, finger to her chin, still seemed unconvinced. After a moment of contemplation, she finally relented. I guess you're right. But with the way you two are, I still think it could work. Oh well, if that's how you feel, I don't think you have to give Aoi-san a gift. Thanks for understanding. I breathed a sigh of relief. As a teenage boy, I can't deny that I'd be thrilled to see Aoi-san wearing lingerie I picked out. I'd even admit to indulging in that kind of daydream from time to time. Honestly, the idea of seeing her in it is tempting. But that doesn't mean I'd actually go through with giving her lingerie as a gift. At that moment, I felt like I'd just narrowly avoided a disaster. Then how about this? I'll give Aoi-san lingerie as a gift, but you pick it out for her. Why does it come back to me? Izumi raised her voice like she'd just come up with a brilliant idea, and I couldn't help but instantly retort. What's the problem? Got something to say? Judging by her frown and the puffing of her cheeks, she thought I was being unnecessarily difficult. There's no reason for me to be the one picking it out. Izumi sighed in exasperation, looking at me as though I was missing something obvious. Okay, Akira-kun, hear me out. Just imagine. Imagine what? Izumi leaned in, pointing a finger at me for emphasis. Imagine living with a girl who's wearing lingerie you picked out. Doesn't that thought excite you? I'm giving you the chance to experience that as a Christmas gift. Think about it every day, wondering, is she wearing the one I chose today? That's happiness. She punctuated her argument with a smug grin and a hearty slap on my shoulder. Izumi, you're a genius. The words slipped out before I could stop myself. Her proposal struck directly at the heart of my teenage instincts. Of course I am, Izumi said, stopping me with a gesture before I could elaborate. Look, giving Aoi-san lingerie as a gift might feel awkward for you, but if I'm the one gifting it, you get to choose something without that awkwardness. Win-win. Ah. In return, since I'm helping you pick out Aoi-san's gift, you'll help me pick out this one for her. Fair trade, don't you think? Fair enough. I hadn't expected this turn of events, but having asked Izumi for help, I couldn't exactly refuse her now. Could I let down a friend who's helping me? No, I couldn't. Even if Aoi-san found out I was the one who picked the lingerie, I'd have the excuse that it was part of Izumi's trade-off. This wasn't how I imagined the day going, but picking out lingerie for Aoi-san? Thrilling, no, problematic. But a deal's a deal. Fine. I'll cooperate. Great. Let's head inside. And so, outwardly reluctant but inwardly buzzing with anticipation, I followed Izumi into the shop. The moment I stepped inside, however, my excitement plummeted. Surrounded by walls of lingerie, the reality of the situation hit me like a ton of bricks. The sheer embarrassment dragged me into an instant state of forced composure. The stares of the other customers, mostly older women, pierced through me like daggers. It was beyond awkward. It felt like I was walking on a bed of nails, with zero capacity to appreciate this for what it was, my first visit to a lingerie shop. Come on, Akira-kun, don't just stand there. Let's look together. Oh, okay. Glancing nervously around, I quickly moved closer to Izumi. So, what kind of lingerie would you like Aoi-san to wear? I mean, I wouldn't know. This is my first time really looking at women's lingerie. But you live with Aoi-san. Don't you see hers when you're doing laundry? I'll admit it, I've only seen it once. We keep our laundry separate, and when she dries her clothes, she hangs her lingerie in her own room. We're both careful about that kind of thing. Even if the laundry's separate, wouldn't you secretly go through her stuff at night? I would not. Wow, Akira-kun, you're surprisingly gentlemanly. What kind of person do you think I am? If I were living with Aoi-san, I'd definitely snoop through her stuff. Once again, her inner old man showed itself. Sorry, Eiji, but your girlfriend's soul might belong to a middle-aged man. Anyway, just pick something based on your preferences. Even within the same brand, there are lots of series to choose from, but worrying about the details will just make it harder. Based on my preferences. Of course I have preferences. Every guy does. When it comes to lingerie, there's a world of variety, different styles, colors, and designs for every taste. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say there are 4 billion unique preferences worldwide. As for me, I like lace-trimmed string panties, pink with white lace accents. Just imagining the contrast between soft pink fabric and pure white lace is enough to keep me awake tonight. Even though I had my own preferences, the color that popped into my head when Izumi asked was something different. For me, Aoi-san's color was always blue. When it comes to color, I think blue would be nice. Since the day we met, blue had been the dominant image. The blue hydrangeas blooming all around her that rainy day in the park. The vivid blue hydrangea-patterned yukata she wore at the summer festival. The gradient blue to purple dress she wore at the school festival. And recently, the hydrangea hairpin she showed me, along with the memories tied to it. If I were to choose, I'd want something with a blue hydrangea pattern. Ever since Aoi-san told me about the hairpin, I'd been thinking about giving her something related to hydrangeas as a gift. That's a great idea. Aoi-san definitely gives off a blue vibe. Yeah. And if possible, something with a hydrangea pattern would be perfect. I think we can find something like that. With a clear idea in mind, the two of us began searching the store. At first, I felt self-conscious about the other customers' gazes, but soon, I was so focused on the task that I forgot about everything else. I checked items, asked the staff for help, and even stopped thinking about anything inappropriate. After about 10 minutes of searching, something caught my eye. This. I picked it up, muttering unconsciously. It was a blue hydrangea-patterned lingerie set. The soft blue fabric was complemented by petals in white and purple, with a subtle shimmer from the threads that gave the impression of hydrangeas glistening in the rain. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with the flower petals layered as appliques for a three-dimensional effect. It was far more intricate than anything with just embroidered patterns. Out of all the options, this was undoubtedly the most beautiful. Izumi. I called to her enthusiastically but immediately froze. The price tag was far higher than I'd expected. Did you find something? She asked, noticing my hesitation. Yeah, but... Izumi glanced at the set in my hands. This is great. Is there a problem? Well, the price. It was so expensive that I struggled to say it out loud. As a guy, I had no idea about the typical cost of women's lingerie, but compared to the other items in the store, this was clearly part of a high-end series. The price difference was staggering compared to the 2,400 yen boxes I was used to. The price? Let me see. Izumi took a closer look at the tag and shrugged. This is totally reasonable. Seriously? It's a Christmas gift, so it's okay to splurge a little. Yeah, I guess you're right. If it's for Christmas, I want to give her something nice. So, should we go with this? I looked at the set again, imagining how Aoi-san might look wearing it. My heart raced at the thought, and a sense of happiness washed over me, convincing me this was the right choice. The fact that I could picture it so clearly was probably thanks to having seen her in swimsuits before. This is the one. Great. Let's just check the size, and we'll be all set. Oh, the size is fine. What? Kchem? Izumi and I exchanged glances. How do you know Aoi-san's size? Crap. Wait, can you tell a woman's size just by looking at her? Is that some kind of special skill? No, I don't have that kind of supernatural ability that every teenage boy dreams of. Unfortunately. Then how do you know? Don't you remember? At the school festival, you asked me to take Aoi-san's measurements for her costume. The size chart included bust, waist, hips, and a ton of other detailed specs. I just happened to remember. Oh, right, now that you mention it. Izumi nodded with exaggerated understanding. You totally forgot, didn't you? No, I didn't. She was a terrible liar. Back then, we'd all worn the same kimono-style costumes, so there hadn't been any need for exact measurements. She'd made me measure Aoi-san purely as an excuse to put me in an embarrassing situation. At the time, when I realized the measurements weren't actually necessary, I'd been exasperated. Still, I understood it was Izumi's way of trying to nudge my relationship with Aoi-san forward, even if it was a bit forceful, like a meddling neighbor matchmaking two singles who wouldn't otherwise take the plunge. Of course, there was always the possibility she just enjoyed messing with me. In the end, that experience was necessary for today, right? Izumi said smugly. No matter how you spin it, I'm not letting go of the grudge for that stunt. Gah. But, well, I was grateful for it in my own way. Okay, I'll go pay. Wait here. Thanks. As Izumi walked to the counter, I let out a sigh of relief. For the record, I'm not disclosing any specifics about the size. Anyway, I'm glad Izumi's gift is settled. Just as I breathed out in relief, I felt the weight of several eyes on me. Looking around, I noticed the other women in the store glaring in my direction. Why is a boy in a lingerie shop? Are they one of those young couples picking out lingerie together? Kids these days. I don't even have anyone to show my lingerie to. I haven't bought anything but beige lingerie in years. Some were filled with envy, others with disdain, as if I were some kind of pervert. I'd been so focused on the gift that I'd forgotten this was enemy territory for a guy. Now that the shopping was over, the embarrassment and awkwardness came rushing back. Unfortunately, the brief respite of composure I'd had earlier had worn off. Unable to bear it, I left the store before Izumi could finish checking out. Still, in a way, it was a valuable experience. Between the swimsuit measurements during the school festival and today's escapade, I felt like I'd taken another step toward adulthood. Section. Well then, next we need to pick out your gift, Akira-kun. Yeah. I'll be counting on you. Having left the lingerie shop, Izumi and I strolled through the mall. That said, we still need to figure out what to get. Honestly, I think Aoi-san would be happy with anything. Heck, even if you wrapped yourself up in a ribbon and said, "I'm your present," she'd probably still be thrilled. There's no way that wouldn't creep her out. Though an extreme example, I understood what Izumi was getting at. Aoi-san truly would appreciate any gift. This wasn't just due to her personality but also because Izumi and I had witnessed countless times how even the smallest gestures brought her joy. When we first met, Aoi-san always seemed to be apologizing for everything. Now, she expressed gratitude more often than anything else. It made me realize both apologies and thank yous are reflections of how much you care about someone. And for most people, expressing those feelings honestly is much harder than it seems. While Aoi-san isn't someone who finds it easy to talk about her feelings, her ability to say thank you and sorry sincerely is something I admire and respect. Even knowing that, it's still not easy for me to say those things. But I digress. It's precisely because she'd be happy with anything that it's hard to decide what to get her. Exactly. Both of us let out simultaneous groans as we pondered. The classic choice would be accessories. That crossed my mind too, but wouldn't it feel a bit heavy to give her jewelry when we're not even dating? As I said earlier, with how close you two are, I don't think it matters. Maybe, but it's my first gift to her. I just don't want to mess it up. Despite asking for advice, I couldn't help but nitpick every option, which probably made me annoying. Don't worry so much. With that declaration, Izumi grabbed my arm and started dragging me along. We soon arrived at a high-end jewelry store. The glamorous interior was lined with display cases showcasing beautiful pieces of jewelry. It already felt intimidating enough for a high school student, but the store clerks, who seemed as dazzling as the jewelry itself, only heightened the sense of being out of place. I was reminded of the time I took Aoi-san to that salon where the hairstylists looked like models. Come on, don't hold back, let's go in. Encouraged by Izumi, I hesitantly stepped inside. The clerks all greeted us at once, startling me. You're not nervous, Izumi? I've been here a few times with Eiji-kun. That explained her confidence. No wonder you seem so at ease. Let's see if we can find something good. Yeah, let's. We began browsing the display cases. This was my first time in a jewelry store, so I had no clue about brands or styles. Inside the cases were rings, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and more, each one seemingly more dazzling than the last. Prices ranged from reasonable to eye-poppingly expensive, but as an amateur, I couldn't tell why some items were pricier than others. Izumi explained that the differences came down to the materials and gemstones used. It became clear to me that accessories were far more complex than I'd ever imagined. Then something caught my eye. This. Inside one of the cases was a pair of hydrangea-themed necklaces. The design was the same for both, but the sizes and colors differed. The men's version featured a deep purple amethyst, while the women's had a vivid blue sapphire, both shaped like hydrangea petals. The chains were white gold, giving the necklaces an elegant, refined look. Though I wasn't knowledgeable about materials or gemstones, the design struck me as both charming and sophisticated. Did you find something? Yeah. What do you think of this? Let's see. Izumi leaned closer to peer into the case. It's beautiful. I think it's perfect. You really think so? Absolutely. But I have to say, between the lingerie and now this necklace, you must have a strong hydrangea association with Aoi-san. Her observation made me pause. She was right, I did have a fixation on hydrangeas. Yeah, I guess I do. As I admitted it, I realized why. I just don't want hydrangeas to be tied to sad memories for her. Sad memories? You know the hairpin Aoi-san always wears? Yeah, it's her trademark. She told me it was a Christmas gift from her parents before they divorced. It's probably filled with memories of her family, but that's why I think it holds complicated feelings for her now. True. Though Aoi-san's family issues had been resolved, it was only natural for her feelings about the past to shift. Maybe time will help her move on. But I'd like her to think of hydrangeas as something more than a reminder of difficult times. I want her to associate them with happy, joyful memories too. Saying it aloud made me realize just how strongly I felt about this. Just as Aoi-san wanted to create memories for me before I transferred, I wanted to create new memories for her once tied to hydrangeas. Maybe I'm overthinking it. For all I know, she's already at peace with it, and hydrangeas don't bring her sadness anymore. If that's the case, then great. But if even a small part of her still feels that way. You're so thoughtful, Akira-kun. Izumi's usual energy softened into a more reflective tone. You're right, we can't really know what Aoi-san feels. But even if she doesn't see hydrangeas that way, the fact that you're thinking of her and chose something so meaningful is what's important. That sentiment matters, even if it isn't fully understood. Her words gave me a sense of reassurance, even if my gesture ended up being more for my own peace of mind. Then let's go with this one. It's a pear necklace, so why not make it matching? Matching? Why are you so shocked? It's not shock, it's just embarrassing. Matching necklaces would make it so obvious. I knew how ridiculous I sounded, considering I was already planning to give her jewelry, but still. Let's chalk it up to the awkward psychology of a teenage boy. You're surprisingly high maintenance sometimes, Akira-kun. Clearly, she wasn't buying my excuses. I really think matching necklaces would be great, though at that moment, Izumi clapped her hands as if she'd just had a revelation. What's up? Oh, nothing. Don't worry about it. No, that was clearly the face of someone who just had an idea. Anyway, let's ask to see this one up close. As usual, Izumi's attempts to brush off the topic were clumsy. She called over a nearby store clerk, a refined beauty with long black hair, and asked if we could take a closer look at the necklace. The clerk, who had been observing us from a short distance, nodded politely and guided us to a table nearby. Shortly after, she returned with the necklace displayed neatly on a tray. Here you go. Please feel free to take a closer look. Thank you. Nervously, I picked it up and listened to the clerk's detailed explanation. As I held it in my hands, I couldn't help but think. What do you think? This one feels like the best choice. But, I've never seen Aoi-san wear a necklace before. It's hard to imagine how it'll look on her. I'm sure it'll suit her, but yeah, I get what you mean. Would you mind trying it on, Izumi? It might help me visualize. Me. If I see it on someone, I might get a better idea. But my hair and overall vibe are completely different from Aoi-san's. I don't think I'd make a good reference. That was true. While both Aoi-san and Izumi were undeniably beautiful, their styles were polar opposites. If Aoi-san's image was blue, Izumi's would be yellow, a complete contrast. It'd be better to have someone closer to Aoi-san's image try it on. Izumi turned to the store clerk and asked if she could wear it for us. The clerk looked surprised at first but quickly understood when Izumi explained that the person I was planning to give the necklace to had a similar style to hers. With a gentle smile, she agreed. Would this be all right? The clerk put on the necklace, straightened her posture, and turned to face us. How does it look, Akira-kun? Can you picture it now? As I looked at her wearing the necklace, I imagined how it might look on Aoi-san. The white gold chain and sapphire pendant gave off a subdued brilliance that complemented the clerk's fair skin and black hair. The simple design seemed versatile enough to match both casual and formal outfits. I could easily see it pairing well with Aoi-san's usual outfits and even with the hydrangea hairpin she always wore. Yes, this was definitely the one. This is it. I'll go with this one. Having a concrete image thanks to the clerk made all the difference. I expressed my gratitude, and she responded with a warm smile. I'm glad I could help. After paying for the necklace and asking for it to be gift-wrapped, Izumi and I sat at a nearby table to wait. I'll step outside for a moment to call a friend, Izumi said suddenly. Chem? Oh, sure. Izumi walked over to the clerk, exchanged a few words, and then left the store. I was curious about what she had said, but I let it go. About 10 minutes later, the clerk returned with the wrapped gift on a tray. Thank you for waiting. The compact grey box, tied with a festive red ribbon accented with green stitching, was simple yet elegant, a perfect Christmas package. Thank you for all your help. It was my pleasure. Thank you as well. The clerk saw me off with a smile as I left the store. Feeling satisfied with my purchase, I scanned the area for Izumi and spotted her sitting on a bench, fiddling with her phone. When she noticed me, she slipped her phone into her bag and hurried over. Did they wrap it up nicely? Yeah. Thanks to you. I think I managed to find a great gift. I'm glad to hear that. Makes tagging along worth it. Do you have time now? I'd like to treat you to some cake as thanks. Really? That's perfect. I was just starting to get a bit hungry. I'll gladly take you up on that offer. All right, let's head to the cafe. Yay. Let's go. With that, we decided to move to a nearby cafe. But little did I know, that wasn't the end of today's surprises. Section. Let's dig in. Once we arrived at the cafe, we ordered whatever we liked and settled into our seats. Izumi, clearly thrilled about being treated to cake, was happily humming a tune while devouring her dessert. In contrast, I sat there, feeling drained as I watched her eat. Why, you ask? If I had to put it into words, it's because this was just another one of those times. The table was absolutely packed with cakes, leaving barely any space to set down anything else. What should I eat next? Just looking at it all was enough to make me feel full, but seeing Izumi eat so happily made it worth the expense. So, Akira-kun, Izumi said between bites. Yeah, what's up? As Izumi picked her next cake, she suddenly asked. So, how are things going with Aoi-san lately? And just like that, her meddling neighborhood auntie mode was activated. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, clearly eager to hear some juicy details. What do you mean by how are things? I asked, pretending not to understand. You know exactly what I mean, she shot back, undeterred. It's been 6 months since everything started. A lot has happened, like the school festival, and let's not forget that Aoi-san recently remembered that you were her childhood friend, the boy from kindergarten. Things must have changed since you first started living together, right? I was wondering if your feelings for her have evolved. Izumi, having finally chosen the matcha cake, happily dug in while waiting for my response. I hesitated for a moment, wondering how much I should say, but there was no point in hiding it anymore. I already told Eiji this, but I began, setting the stage. What I've felt for Aoi-san until now wasn't romantic. Yeah, I kinda figured as much, she replied, unsurprised and nodding in understanding. I was taken aback by how easily she accepted it. I've always cared deeply for Aoi-san, I continued, speaking as if to reaffirm my feelings. I've always found her attractive as a person, even without knowing she was my first love. But my feelings for her were more rooted in responsibility and justice. More than anything. I paused briefly before continuing. It was a sense of protectiveness. The kind of thoughts I'd harbored in the past flooded back. If I'm not there, she might fall apart. No one else but me can help her. Looking back, it was an incredibly self-centered way of thinking. Still, I acted with genuine sincerity, always trying to lend her a hand. That makes sense, Izumi said, her expression thoughtful. Considering how you two met, your personality, and the tough circumstances Aoi-san was dealing with, it's only natural. But you're talking about it in the past tense, so things are different now, right? I nodded slowly. Yeah. Now that all of Aoi-san's problems have been resolved, I don't see her as someone who needs protecting anymore. My feelings for her have shifted. For the first time, I feel like we can finally move our relationship forward. With the problems behind us, we had outgrown the dynamic of protector and protected. It had been a significant barrier to building a new connection. I could only put a name to my feelings, love, once Aoi-san had gained independence. Thinking about it now, everything we went through had been necessary to reach this point. So, does that mean you? Izumi prompted gently. I'm in love with her. I can say that with certainty now, I confessed. It was the first time I'd ever put my feelings for Aoi-san into words. I always thought that saying it aloud to someone would be unbearably embarrassing. But surprisingly, the emotions welling up inside me weren't just embarrassment. Instead, I felt something deeper, like speaking the words made me realize the truth of my feelings. Maybe it was like Eiji always said, feelings don't exist unless you express them. It wasn't just about telling others how you feel. Sometimes, it was about telling yourself. After all, understanding your own heart isn't always easy. That said, I added, my sense of protectiveness toward her hasn't completely disappeared. It's different from love, but, in some ways, loving her has only made it stronger. For example, there was the bittersweet feeling I had about her independence. While I was relieved she no longer needed my help, part of me, a selfish, conflicted part, wanted her to rely on me more. It was a lingering trace of that protective instinct I once had. I'd been struggling with how to reconcile those feelings lately. I see, Izumi murmured. She looked oddly relieved as she spoke. It sounds like you've got a lot on your plate, but it's good to see you facing your feelings head-on. I'm glad to hear you say you love Aoi-san. Her words carried a sincere warmth, but then her tone shifted slightly. You don't need to worry about yourself. Wait, what do you mean about me? The phrasing caught my attention, her words sticking in my mind. Maybe I was overthinking it, or maybe it was just a figure of speech. But seeing Izumi's usually cheerful face cloud over for a moment gave me pause. It felt as if she had deliberately emphasized the you in her statement. I waited for her to explain further, but she didn't say anything else. Instead, she smiled her usual bright smile and said, I'm rooting for you too. Good luck. Thanks, I replied. Yeah, I must have been overthinking it. At the time, I didn't give it much thought. Section. After spending a lively time at the cafe, we finally left around 6 p.m. By the time we exited the shopping mall, night had fallen, and it was pitch black outside. Initially, I had planned to finish shopping for presents earlier, stop by the supermarket to pick up groceries, and head home. However, time had slipped away, and I was now in a bit of a rush. Stopping at the supermarket would delay me even further, but I couldn't head home empty-handed. Worried that Aoi-san might be hungry, I quickly sent her a message letting her know I'd be a little late, then hurried to the supermarket to grab the necessary groceries before returning home. I'm back. It was close to 8 p.m. when I finally arrived. Welcome home, Aoi-san greeted me with a smile despite the delay. Sorry for being late. Are you hungry? I'll get dinner ready right away. Thank you, but don't rush. It's okay, she replied kindly. Though she reassured me, I knew we'd eaten lunch earlier than usual since I had plans to go Christmas shopping with Izumi in the afternoon. While the cake I had at the cafe had filled me up, Aoi-san must be starving by now. Feeling a little guilty about her patience, I stepped into the kitchen straight away. I left out the ingredients I'd need for tonight's meal, stored the rest in the fridge, washed my hands, and donned my apron. Just as I picked up the knife to start cooking, Chem! Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Aoi-san standing nearby, hesitating as she watched me. Aoi-san, is something wrong? Well, she mumbled, fidgeting nervously. What is it? You can tell me. Tomorrow, is it okay if I go out for a bit? Go out? Of course. I had errands to run today and left you to mind the house, so I'll stay home tomorrow. Are you meeting friends? Yes. I've been invited to go shopping. Shopping with friends? That struck me as a little moving. Since the school festival, Aoi-san had started going out more often with her classmates. Before, she almost always spent time with Izumi or me, but the festival seemed to have helped her make more friends. It was a wonderful change for her and something Izumi and I were both happy about. Take your time and enjoy yourself, I said warmly. Thank you. And, there's something else I'd like to ask you. Something else? I'd like to get Christmas presents for Izumi-san and Eiji-kun. For those two. They've helped me so much this year, and I want to take this opportunity to properly thank them. If you're okay with it, I was thinking the gift could be from both of us. That's a great idea. Let's do that. I'll buy the gifts tomorrow, but could we decide together what to get? I'd love your input. Sure. How about this? I'll give you half of the cost in advance and leave the rest to you. That works perfectly. Thank you. All right, let me finish preparing dinner first. You can browse for gift ideas online while you wait. After we've eaten and taken our baths, we'll decide together. Got it. Thanks. With a happy smile, Aoi-san sat on the sofa and started looking for presents on her phone. Watching her diligently search for gifts for her friends brought a smile to my face as I turned back to the kitchen and began preparing dinner. Chapter 3: The first day of the graduation trip. Here we are, the day after the closing ceremony, on the afternoon of December 23rd. Izumi threw her arms wide and cheered as we stepped out of the ticket gate at the station nearest our graduation trip destination. We've still got an hour and a half by bus from here. Isn't it a little early to celebrate? True, but trips like this just make you want to shout, don't they? Right, Aoi-san? Yeah, I'm already so excited I can barely contain myself. This playful exchange, with Aoi gently chiding Izumi, gave me a strange sense of déjà vu. It reminded me of when we went to Eiji's family villa during summer vacation. We had a similar moment at the nearest station back then too. But not everything was the same as before. For one, Izumi didn't oversleep this time. Anyone familiar with Izumi's chronic oversleeping would be beyond shocked. In fact, they might think it was a miracle. But today, there was a very good reason why she absolutely couldn't afford to oversleep. The night before, right after the closing ceremony, I had Izumi and Eiji stay over at my house. The reason? As I mentioned earlier, it takes an hour and a half by bus to reach our destination, a hot spring town deep in the mountains. Since there are only 3 buses in the afternoon, missing one would mean we couldn't check in on time. So this morning, the 3 of us worked together to get Izumi out of bed. Oh, and how did we do it? When nothing else worked, I remembered a video I had seen online where someone woke a sleeping dog by placing food near its mouth. Out of curiosity, I tried putting one of Izumi's favorite treats, a mugwort rice cake, near her face. She sniffed in her sleep, opened her eyes, and bit into the rice cake as she woke up. Honestly, I wanted to say, "Are you a dog lured by food or something?" To be fair, she has always been a little dog-like in some ways. The weather's nice today, but it's still freezing, Izumi muttered, her earlier excitement fading as she hugged herself against the cold. Despite the clear skies, it was midwinter, and the mountains were nearby. The temperature was a chilly 7 degrees Celsius. We'd be heading even deeper into the mountains, where the temperature reportedly dropped well below freezing at night. That kind of cold was so far beyond what we were used to that it was hard to even imagine. Still, we all made it here without any issues, so let's keep the energy up, Izumi said brightly. By without any issues, Izumi meant that we had all managed to avoid failing our finals. If any of us had failed, we'd have been stuck attending makeup classes instead of going on this trip. Aoi-san had been especially anxious, studying like crazy, but her efforts paid off. She passed all her subjects with flying colors. Thanks to that, we were finally able to enjoy the trip we'd all been looking forward to. It's about time. Let's head to the bus stop, Eiji said, taking the lead like a responsible guide. Yeah, let's go, I replied. Following Eiji, the rest of us grabbed our luggage and moved toward the bus stop. The bus arrived soon after. We boarded and took seats at the very back, sitting in a row of 4. As the bus rumbled along, we chatted quietly, mindful of the other passengers. At first, the bus was fairly crowded, but as we left the city behind, more people got off than on. By the time half an hour had passed, only a handful of passengers remained besides us. The road gradually became steeper, and another 30 minutes of bumpy travel brought us deep into the mountains. That's when it happened. Akira-kun, look. Pchem. What is it? Aoi-san's voice was quiet but filled with excitement. Following her gaze, I turned to look out the window and immediately noticed it. Whoa, snow. We had climbed high enough that the peaks in the distance were covered in snow. The hot spring town we're headed to is right around there, Eiji said, pointing toward the snow-dusted mountains. It's been so long since I've seen snow. Aoi-san said, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Snow was a rare sight where we lived. Our area was in the flatlands, and it hardly ever snowed. Even during unusually cold winters, it only snowed enough to leave a thin layer that melted by noon. Coming to a place like this, where snow blanketed the landscape, was exciting for all of us. When we get there, we'll be able to see the snow festival near the hot spring town. Judging by how much snow there is, we definitely don't need to worry about it being cancelled, Izumi said, her face lighting up with relief. A snow festival. Sounds fun, I said. It's from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Once we check into the inn, let's soak in the hot springs, have dinner, and relax a bit before heading over. Does that work for everyone? Yeah, that sounds perfect. It felt as though we had stepped back in time. The inn had a classic charm that seemed almost frozen in another era. Aoi-san's composed voice betrayed her excitement, her sparkling eyes reflecting her growing anticipation. Let's head in, Eiji said. Unlike me, who felt a bit nervous at visiting such a traditional inn for the first time, Eiji strode in confidently, clearly at ease. Following him inside, we were greeted by a beautifully maintained traditional Japanese interior that stood in contrast to the inn's quaint exterior. It seemed that while the outside had been preserved for its historical appeal, the interior had undergone a full renovation. The lobby featured a high ceiling with exposed beams that gave the space an open, airy feeling. The floors were entirely tatami, exuding the unique and refreshing scent of freshly woven rush grass. Thank you for coming all this way, a staff member greeted us politely, bowing deeply. We handed over our luggage as instructed and were led to a seating area next to the reception desk. After a brief wait, another staff member brought us matcha and traditional Japanese sweets. As I sipped the freshly brewed matcha, its warm aroma seemed to seep into my body, chasing away the chill that had settled in. The sense of relaxation was so profound that I couldn't help but let out a small sigh of contentment. This matcha is amazing. Yeah. I wonder what brand it is. Let's ask the staff later. Since the school festival, Aoi-san had become a huge fan of matcha. She and Izumi were soon engrossed in a conversation about it. The accompanying sweets were just the right level of sweetness to melt away the fatigue of our long journey. Did you know there's a reason why inns at hot spring resorts serve drinks and sweets upon arrival, aside from simply refreshing guests and helping them recover from the trip? Apparently, in the past, many visitors fainted after entering hot springs with low blood sugar or dehydration. Offering sweets and tea before bathing helps prevent that. It makes sense, most people probably head straight to the hot springs after checking in. It's a thoughtful and practical gesture. How do I know this? I was so excited about this trip that I ended up reading a ton of articles about hot springs. Just as we finished savoring the matcha and sweets, a male staff member appeared, seemingly having waited for us to settle in. Eiji, clearly familiar with the process, handled the check-in smoothly. A staff member then guided us to our rooms. We walked down tatami-covered hallways, climbed the stairs, and were shown to 2 adjacent tenmat Japanese-style rooms. Akira and I will take the room at the front. Izumi and Aoi-san, the one in the back, Eiji explained. It seemed arrangements had been made to split the rooms by gender. Not that I had been expecting or hoping to share a room with Aoi-san or anything. Let's drop off our luggage, change, and head to the hot springs, Eiji suggested. Sounds good. Once we've changed, I'll come over with Aoi-san to your room, Izumi added cheerfully. We parted ways in front of the rooms, and I followed Eiji into ours. Wow! The moment I slid open the Fusuma sliding door, I couldn't hold back my amazement. In the center of the tenmat room was a low table surrounded by zabuton cushions. Beyond that stretched a veranda. While the setup was typical for a traditional inn, what caught my attention was the view from the veranda. The snowy white and golden hues we had seen at the bus terminal were framed perfectly by the room's unusually large wall-to-wall window, almost like a work of art. It was a luxurious view that could only be enjoyed by those staying in this room. The scenery is stunning now, but I bet it'll look completely different in the morning or at night, Eiji said. Yeah, with the clear air at this altitude, I bet the night sky will be incredible, I replied, already looking forward to it. Talking about our impressions of the room, we changed into yukata, tying the unfamiliar sash awkwardly before donning hari overcoats to stay warm. Figuring Aoi-san and Izumi would take a little while to get ready, Eiji and I brewed some tea and relaxed while we waited. Before long, a knock came at the door, and Aoi-san and Izumi entered. Sorry to keep you waiting, Izumi said brightly as the sliding door opened. I glanced over, teacup still in hand, and couldn't help but stare. Both of them were wearing yukata, just like us. What caught my attention, though, wasn't the yukata itself. It was Aoi-san's hair neatly tied up, revealing her graceful neckline. It was the same look she'd worn during the summer festival we all went to together. Seeing it again for the first time in 4 months, I found myself captivated. Akira-kun, is something wrong? Ha! Oh, no, nothing. Shall we go? Izumi gave me a curious look, but I brushed it off and stood up. With a towel in hand, I left the room, walking down the hallway toward the hot springs while chatting with Izumi. Aoi-san walked just ahead of me, her elegant neckline catching my eye. I stole glances at her nape, silently praying she wouldn't notice. But, as all good things must end, we soon arrived at the entrance to the changing room. I couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness, like the longing you feel when leaving something beautiful behind, quite fitting, considering I'd been focused on her nape. Dinner starts at 6 p.m., so let's make sure we're back in the room before then, I said. Got it. See you later, Eiji-kun. Akira-kun, see you in a bit, Aoi-san added with a warm smile. Yeah, I replied, watching her and her captivating nape disappear into the changing room. Eiji and I followed shortly after. As I removed my hari and yukata, I couldn't help but recall the last time the 4 of us visited a day-use hot spring. Back then, we had rented a private open-air bath, and I had been ridiculously excited, thinking it was mixed bathing. That excitement, however, was short-lived. Aoi-san and Izumi had shown up wearing special bathing garments called unami-gi, shattering my teenage hopes. Still, that day had been enjoyable in its own way. Disappointed it's not mixed bathing this time? Eiji teased out of nowhere. Don't read my mind without permission, I muttered. I don't need to read your mind. It's written all over your face, Eiji said, smirking. Should I take that as a sign of how well my longtime friend knows me, or should I worry that my thoughts are so transparent? If it's the latter, I'll need to be more careful around Aoi-san. No way. Did she notice me staring at her nape earlier? Let's go, Eiji said, snapping me out of my thoughts. Why yeah, I stammered, following him out of the changing room and into the open-air bath. Whoa. The view took my breath away as we stepped outside. In front of us was a grove of white birch trees, and beyond that, snow-covered mountains stretched into the distance. The rock-constructed open-air bath harmonized perfectly with the scenery, its milky white water steaming and gurgling gently, sending up clouds of mist that mingled with the surrounding air. The mineral deposits encrusted around the edges of the bath hinted at its therapeutic properties. What an incredible view! I had seen photos of this place on the inn's website, but seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. You can admire the view all you want, but let's get in before we freeze, Eiji suggested. Good point, I agreed. The awe of the moment had made me momentarily forget the cold, but Eiji's words brought it back to me. The sun had already dipped behind the mountains, leaving the area dimly lit. Being midwinter in the highlands, the temperature was likely well below freezing. After rinsing off, I slowly eased into the hot spring. The initial heat was intense against my chilled skin, but as my body adjusted, the water felt heavenly. By the time I submerged up to my shoulders, the warmth had fully enveloped me. The best part? There were no other guests, leaving us with the entire bath to ourselves. "This feels amazing," I murmured. "Too bad it's not mixed bathing, right?" Eiji teased again, a playful grin on his face. "You're really laying it on thick today," I shot back. "Am I? Maybe I'm just in high spirits because of the trip," he replied. I had never noticed this teasing side of him before. One Izumi was more than enough for that kind of energy. Having a couple teaming up to tease me felt like overkill. "That aside, there's something I wanted to discuss with you," Eiji said, suddenly adopting a more serious tone. "What's with the change in tone?" I asked, curious. "During this trip, I think it would be best if we split up into pairs, me and Izumi, and you and Aoi-san for most of the activities." "Split up?" I echoed, confused. Before I could ask further, Eiji continued, "Izumi and I want to use this trip as an opportunity for you and Aoi-san to grow closer. Of course, we'll still do some things as a group, but for events like tonight's snow festival and tomorrow's activities, we'll let you two have some time alone. And honestly, isn't that what you want too?" Though his words were phrased as a question, his tone was full of conviction. The reason was obvious. Both Eiji and Izumi were fully aware of my feelings for Aoi-san. This graduation trip wasn't just about making memories, it was also a chance for me to take a step forward in my relationship with her. That didn't necessarily mean confessing or starting to date, just building a stronger emotional connection before our inevitable separation. Even if it was just creating a bond that would carry us toward a future reunion, that would be enough. Unlike the last time I transferred schools, I didn't want to leave things unresolved. Eiji's thoughtfulness genuinely touched me. "Thanks. I'll do my best to live up to your expectations," I said earnestly. "Even if Izumi and I disappear while we're all together, don't worry. Just focus on enjoying your time with Aoi-san. If anything happens, we'll be a call away." "I appreciate it, but make sure you and Izumi have fun too," I replied. "Of course. Let's make this a great trip for all of us," Eiji said with a smile. "Yeah," I agreed. While this was the first time Eiji and I had shared such a candid moment in the bath, it wasn't bad at all. We continued chatting about all kinds of things, soaking in the warmth of the spring. By the time we left, an hour had passed, and the faint smell of sulfur clung to our skin. But hey, that's part of the charm of a hot spring, isn't it? Section. It was around 5:30 p.m. when we returned to our room after the hot spring. I assumed Aoi-san and Izumi would already be back since girls typically take longer with baths and their preparations. However, that wasn't the case. In the end, they returned just 5 minutes before dinner. Apparently, they'd been so immersed, quite literally, in the incredible hot spring that they lost track of time, and they apologized quite sincerely. But there was no need to apologize, we were just as guilty of taking our time. If anything, it meant we were all fully enjoying the start of our trip. "I wonder what's on the menu tonight." With Izumi leading the way, we headed to the dining area, where we were shown to a serene private room. Dinner tonight was kaiseki cuisine. The menu on the table listed items like salt-grilled char, an assortment of mountain delicacies, and shabu-shabu with locally branded beef dishes that highlighted the region's finest ingredients. Just reading the names was enough to make our mouths water. "I've never had kaiseki cuisine before," Aoi-san admitted nervously, echoing my own unfamiliarity. Unsure of how to proceed, I felt a bit restless. Thankfully, Eiji noticed our hesitation. "You don't need to worry too much. The dishes will be brought out one by one, so just enjoy the food," he said reassuringly. He was right. None of us were kaiseki experts, and we were in the company of close friends. Fretting over etiquette would only detract from the experience. Izumi, ever cheerful, casually added, "I've never worried about manners anyway." Classic Izumi. Still, despite her carefree attitude, she naturally carried herself with poise. Having grown up loving traditional Japanese culture and learning tea ceremony and dance from her grandmother, she had a refined demeanor that she displayed effortlessly. As I reflected on that, the first dish was brought to the table. "Well, let's dig in," Eiji said. We all clasped our hands together. "Itadakimasu." With that, We picked up our chopsticks and began savoring the dishes. Every plate was a work of art, stunning in both taste and presentation. Izumi and Aoi-san eagerly snapped photos, their faces lighting up with delight. Even if we didn't fully understand the explanations from the staff, the flavors more than made up for it. Time passed as we enjoyed our first experience with kaiseki cuisine. "Akira-kun, look at this," Aoi-san said, tugging gently at the sleeve of my yukata. "Chem? What is it?" I asked, turning to see her holding up the menu for additional orders. "Is there something you want to try?" "There's a dish I'm curious about," she replied, pointing to a specific item. Izumi, noticing the interaction, leaned in. "What's caught your eye? Something interesting?" Aoi-san held up the menu for Izumi to see, pointing to the dish. "Venison steak." The page featured a selection of Gibeah dishes, including venison steak, boar hot pot, and boar tataki. A note next to the photos explained that the inn's owner hunted the game personally. For maximum freshness, the meat was prepared the same day it was caught, making it a rare treat not available every day. "I'm curious about what it tastes like," Aoi-san said. "Yeah, that's definitely intriguing," Izumi agreed, her eyes sparkling with interest. When Izumi had this kind of excited expression, there was no stopping her. Eiji, knowing better than to resist, pressed the call button to summon a staff member and confirmed whether the venison steak and boar hot pot were available. As expected of her boyfriend, Eiji handled it smoothly, sparing me the need to intervene. Fortunately, both dishes were available, and we ordered them without hesitation. "I can't wait." "Yeah, me neither." Their excitement was infectious. After a short wait, the dishes arrived. 2 ceramic stoves were placed on the table, one holding a small pot with boar meat and vegetables, and the other a hot plate with venison steak. A staff member lit the fuel under each stove, and the aromas soon filled the room. The pot began to bubble, releasing the rich scent of miso, while the venison sizzled enticingly on the hot plate, its juices seeping out. It was the kind of scene that could make anyone's mouth water. Fascinated, we all watched the meat cook, staring intently as though performing some sort of ritual. It was amusing to imagine how we might appear to an outsider. Finally, the food was ready, and the staff helped portion it onto small plates for everyone. "Let's try it," Eiji said. I picked up a piece of the venison steak. Wanting to taste the meat itself, I skipped the condiments and took a bite. "It's delicious," I said, amazed. The flavor was far better than I had imagined. Tender and devoid of any gaminess, it reminded me of high-quality beef. Curious, I tried it with salt, wasabi soy sauce, and the special house-made sauce, each offering a unique taste. "I expected it to have a stronger smell, but it's incredibly clean," I remarked. "Yeah, the texture is similar to beef, but the flavor is distinct," Eiji agreed. "I've had venison a few times before, but this is exceptional. The freshness and careful preparation make a huge difference." It was clear that the inn's dedication and skill had elevated the dish to something extraordinary. But before I got carried away, it was time to try the boar hot pot. "The boar meat is delicious too," Aoi-san said, though she seemed to be mulling something over. "I think I know what you mean," I said, sharing her reaction. "It's tasty, but it has a unique, wild flavor." "Exactly. It's wild, for lack of a better word," she exclaimed. Izumi, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded in agreement. "Totally wild." Our enthusiastic declarations of wild filled the room as we devoured the dishes. Unable to resist, we ordered seconds of both and even added boar tataki and sukiyaki to our meal. By the time we finished, we had eaten a staggering amount, even after sharing among the 4 of us. As usual, Izumi had overindulged and was now sprawled out, groaning in contentment. Shaking my head at her antics, I realized that this, too, would become a cherished memory of our first trip together. To make sure I'd never forget, I quietly tucked the moment away in the album of my mind. Section. After returning to our room and taking a short rest, we decided to head to the snow festival around 7:30 p.m. By now, more than 3 hours had passed since sunset, and the temperature had dropped considerably. I suggested changing into casual clothes for the outing, thinking it would be too cold even with Hari over our yukata. However, Izumi quickly shot me down, saying, "Walking around a hot spring town in casual clothes lacks charm." Strolling through the streets in Yakata and Jita was, indeed, the quintessential hot spring town experience, and I could understand Izumi's dedication to the aesthetic. Even so, I was concerned about the cold. When I pressed the issue, Izumi dismissed my worries with, "Even high school girls wear miniskirts with bare legs in the middle of winter. It's fine." While it's certainly a sight that male high schoolers appreciate, high school girls are on a whole other level of resilience. Curious, I asked why girls insist on going bare-legged in winter. Apparently, it's all about looking stylish and cute. High school girls sure do take their fashion seriously. Ultimately, I convinced them to wear warm inner layers under their yukata, at least to prevent catching a cold. Once everyone was ready, we agreed to meet in the lobby. "Do you think they're ready yet?" I asked. "Girls always take a while to get ready," Eiji replied. Still, it had been 15 minutes since we arrived at the lobby. I started worrying that Izumi might have fallen asleep after eating so much, but it turned out my concerns were unfounded. "Sorry to keep you waiting." We turned at the sound of a cheerful voice to see Aoi-san and Izumi approaching. "Everyone's here. Let's go," Eiji said. "Yeah, let's head out," Izumi added with her usual energy. Just as we were about to leave the inn, a staff member at the front desk called out to us. "Heading out for the evening?" "Yes, we're going to the snow festival," Eiji replied. "In that case, please wait a moment," the staff member said before disappearing into the back. When she returned, she was holding 2 lanterns. The path to the snow lantern village isn't far, but there are few streetlights, so it may be a bit dim. The roads might also be icy in some spots. Please use these lanterns to light your way and watch your step. The lanterns had small LED lights inside instead of candles, maintaining the traditional hot spring town aesthetic while ensuring safety. "Thank you very much," I said as we accepted the lanterns. With the staff seeing us off, we left the inn and made our way toward the festival. Eiji walked with Izumi, while I shared a lantern with Aoi-san as we followed the stone-paved path. "Are you cold, Aoi-san?" I asked. "I'm surprisingly okay. I layered up, so I'm warm enough," she replied. "That's good, but just in case, take this," I said, pulling a hand warmer from my yukata sleeve and handing it to her. "I found this one at home. I wanted to buy more at a convenience store on the way, but we didn't have time with all the train and bus transfers. It's the only one I have, though." "Thank you, but if I take it, you'll be left without one." "I'll be fine," I reassured her. "But still." Aoi-san hesitated, frowning slightly in concern. Then, as if struck by an idea, her expression softened, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. At first, I thought it might just be the glow of the lantern, but its white light made it clear that her embarrassment was real. Before I could ask, I felt a sudden warmth envelop my left hand. I looked down to see Aoi-san gently holding my hand, with the hand warmer nestled between us. "This way, we can both stay warm, right?" "Why yeah, that works." My body temperature spiked from a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Despite the cold, crisp air of the winter night, I felt like I was burning up. Wearing layers to combat the cold only made me feel hotter, and I couldn't believe such a simple moment had me this flustered. At this point, I wasn't sure if I was cold or warm anymore. While I was flustered, I couldn't help thinking, someone might say, "You've held hands and even shared indirect kisses before, so why get embarrassed now?" But this isn't something you just get used to. Still, I couldn't spend my entire life blushing every time we held hands. "It's coming into view." Izumi's excited voice brought me back to the moment. She pointed ahead, where small lights shimmered in the darkness. As we approached, a sign reading Snow Lantern Village came into view at the entrance. "So many people," Aoi-san remarked in surprise. "It must be a really popular tourist spot," I replied. Just as she said, the entrance was bustling with visitors. Groups of students like us, couples, and families with small children, people of all ages filled the area, a testament to the festival's wide appeal. "We'll head in first. You 2 young ones take your time," Izumi chirped before disappearing into the crowd with Eiji. The abruptness left both Aoi-san and me standing there, speechless. AG had suggested earlier that we spend some time alone during the trip, so it was clear they were trying to give us space. Still, Izumi's execution was so blunt and clumsy that I couldn't help but think she was like a meddling neighborhood aunt trying to set up a blind date. Aoi-san seemed to catch on as well, glancing at the ground with a faint blush on her cheeks. "Shall we go in too?" I asked. "Yeah," she replied softly. Taking care not to lose each other in the crowd, I held her hand firmly as we entered the venue. The moment we stepped inside, we couldn't help but exclaim, "It's beautiful." "Yeah. Amazing." The snow corridor stretched before us, lined on both sides with small igloo-like structures acting as markers. Inside each igloo was a glowing purple light, flickering gently like a flame. The soft, dynamic illumination created a dreamlike atmosphere that extended as far as the eye could see. It seemed the main venue was further down the path. As we walked, awestruck, we noticed that the lights gradually changed color. What had been purple earlier shifted to yellow, and then to green. It appeared to be a timed lighting effect, creating a mesmerizing display that felt like a dance of snow and light. Looking around, we saw that the birch trees lining the corridor were also illuminated in Christmas colors, adding to the enchanting scenery. "How many of these little igloos do you think there are?" The pamphlet at the inn said about 1,000. 1,000? That's a lot. But apparently, the main venue is even more impressive. Even more, Aoi-san tilted her head adorably in curiosity. As we chatted, we reached the main venue. "Wow!" Aoi-san let out a gasp of wonder. In front of us were several ice sculptures, all lit up brilliantly. According to the pamphlet, an ice sculpture competition was held every year during the snow festival. Skilled artisans from all over the country gathered to showcase their craft, and their entries were displayed here throughout the festival. Visitors could even vote for their favorite, with the results announced later online. "Let's go see them one by one," I suggested. "Okay." Aoi-san's eyes sparkled with excitement, her expression as carefree as a child at an amusement park. We wandered through the venue, sharing our impressions of the sculptures. There was a swan, its wings spread as if ready to take flight, and a dragon with scales intricately carved in stunning detail. Near a sculpture of Santa Claus and his reindeer, a family took photos, their child's laughter filling the air. "I want a picture too," Aoi-san said. "I'll take one for you," I offered. She joined the line behind the children waiting their turn, and when her moment came, I snapped a picture of her in front of the sculpture. "Did something catch your eye?" I asked as I noticed her watching a couple taking photos together at another sculpture. "Akira-kun. I'd like to take a picture with you too," she said hesitantly, clutching her phone with both hands. "Would that be okay?" I nodded. "Of course. Let's do it." I handed my phone to a nearby visitor and asked them to take our photo. Standing side by side in front of the sculpture, we smiled for the picture. When I handed the phone back to her, Aoi-san looked at the screen with satisfaction. "Did it turn out well?" "Yeah, it's a really nice photo." Though we were both a little embarrassed, the atmosphere of the photo was warm and endearing. "If I set this as my wallpaper, would you mind, Akira-kun?" "Ha! I wouldn't mind, but..." Before I could finish, she changed her wallpaper to the photo right in front of me. "In that case, I'll do the same," I said, a bit flustered. I set the photo as my wallpaper as well, though I silently prayed Izumi would never see it. Hee hee. Ha ha. We both laughed awkwardly to hide our embarrassment. "All right, let's go see more sculptures," I said, breaking the tension. "Yeah." We spent the rest of the evening exploring the venue, taking photos of our favorite ice sculptures and even posing together for a few more. But in the middle of snapping pictures, I let go of her hand, and that's when it happened. Aoi-san. Engrossed in taking photos, I hadn't realized she was no longer beside me. We had gotten separated. She had to be close by after all, we'd been together just moments ago. But with the large crowd and dim lighting, finding her wasn't easy. To make matters worse, many visitors were also in Yakata, making it hard to spot her at a glance. I tucked my phone away and began searching through the crowd, weaving between groups of tourists. "Aoi-san," I called out. Finally, I spotted her standing alone at the edge of the venue. Relief washed over me as I approached her, and she looked up at me. Thank goodness. I found you. Before I could finish, Aoi-san suddenly threw herself into my arms. Aoi-san. Startled, I gently placed a hand on Aoi-san's shoulder. Her small frame trembled faintly beneath my touch. Aoi-san, are you okay? Did something happen? What if I couldn't find you again? Her hands tightened on the fabric of my hari, gripping it as though clinging to something precious. I kept thinking, what if Akira-kun disappeared and I couldn't see you anymore? Her voice was barely audible as she buried her face against my chest. What if I couldn't see you again? It sounded as though she believed I might vanish without warning. While it was understandable that she'd feel shaken after getting separated in an unfamiliar place, we'd only been apart for a few minutes. Yet seeing her this upset, on the verge of tears, filled me with an inexplicable unease. How long did we stay like that? I'm sorry for losing my composure, Aoi-san said softly as she lifted her face. Her eyes were red, even in the dim light of the snow festival. The cheerful smile she had worn just moments ago as we enjoyed the festival together felt like a distant memory. I'm okay now, she added with a small, wavering smile. But her words didn't ring true, and I couldn't accept them at face value. Let's go see the rest, she said. Yeah, I replied. This time, I made sure to hold her hand tightly, vowing not to let go again. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to ask why Aoi-san had been so overwhelmed by sadness. Section. Welcome back. When we returned to the inn, Eiji greeted us in the room. It seemed he had gotten back before us. Did you enjoy the snow festival? Thanks to you, yeah, I replied, trying my best to sound composed. Though you don't look like someone who enjoyed themselves, Eiji observed, easily seeing through me. There was no use trying to hide it from him. For a moment, I hesitated, unsure how much to say, but I ultimately decided to stay quiet for now. I don't mean to worry you. It wasn't that I didn't trust Eiji, I could never lie to him, nor did I want to. But I chose to hold back because I wasn't entirely sure of what I was feeling. Aoi-san's sudden outburst replayed in my mind. Perhaps her emotions were heightened because we were on a trip, or maybe the dark, unfamiliar surroundings made her feel lonely. The smile she quickly regained after that left me unable to figure out what was really going on. Until I could make sense of it myself, I decided to keep my thoughts to myself. But thanks for caring, I added. If something's bothering you, don't hesitate to talk to me. There's no need to hold back now. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Eiji. I was always grateful for the way Eiji handled situations like this. He never pushed too hard but always made it clear he was there to help if needed. It was the complete opposite of Izumi, who couldn't leave anyone in trouble and often jumped in recklessly to offer her help, scattering her efforts everywhere. It was probably why the two of them balanced each other so well. Is Izumi in the other room? Yeah. I think she got tired from all the excitement. She went straight to bed as soon as we got back. Got it. Aoi-san also said she was going to rest in her room. What about us? What should we do? I'll join you in whatever you want to do. In that case, let's hit the hot spring one more time before bed. Sounds good. Let's go. Eiji was probably tired too, but he still agreed to join me. It was his way of being considerate. A good friend is truly invaluable. Knowing we only had 3 more months together before graduating, I decided not to hold back and take him up on his kindness. We grabbed our towels and left the room, heading to the open-air bath. When we returned to the room after our soak, it was already past 11 p.m. Eiji fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay in bed, flipping through a pamphlet about the hot spring town. Tomorrow would be December 24th, Christmas Eve. Izumi had plans for the evening, so I left that to her. But during the day, Aoi-san and I would have free time to explore together. I racked my brain, trying to think of where to take her. I hope Aoi-san feels better tomorrow. And if she didn't, I wanted to cheer her up and bring back her smile. With that thought in mind, I continued searching for places to visit until I eventually drifted off to sleep. Chapter 4: The second day of the graduation trip. The next morning, just as the clock's hands passed 6:30 a.m., I, who had woken up earlier than Eiji, found myself standing in front of the girls' room. Why was I awake so early? because breakfast was scheduled for 7:30. It might seem a bit excessive, but Izumi's terrible mood upon waking up was a well-known fact. I vividly remembered how much trouble it was to wake her up every single day during the summer vacation when we stayed at Eiji's family villa. Back then, I could have waited until she decided to get up on her own, but this time, breakfast was at a fixed time. It wouldn't be fair for Izumi to miss out on breakfast, so since I had already finished getting ready ahead of schedule, I was here to wake the two of them up. Though, honestly, I'm still pretty sleepy myself. Hey, you two awake? Stifling a yawn, I knocked on the door and tried to get a sense of what was happening inside. At first, there was no response, but after waiting a little longer, I heard the sound of footsteps. The door unlocked with a faint click, and then it slowly opened. Akira-kun, good morning. Ah, good morning, whoa. The sight of Aoi-san standing before me, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, instantly banished my drowsiness. Her yukata was draped just loosely enough to be dangerously captivating. She must have just woken up, completely unaware of how disheveled her clothing had become. The parted fabric revealed a glimpse of her ample curves, forming a valley far grander than the gorges of the mountains surrounding this hot spring town. Her skin, meanwhile, was fairer and more radiant than freshly fallen snow blanketing those peaks. Unaware of her disheveled state, Aoi-san stood there with a sleepy, dazed expression. The combination of her natural cuteness and an added layer of allure was far too much stimulation for the morning. Was this an early Christmas present from the god of temptation? Is something wrong? Something wrong? Not with me, definitely with her. But, of course, I couldn't say that. What should I do? Pointing it out would embarrass her, but pretending not to notice would mean she'd eventually realize and feel even more mortified. Well, caught in this dilemma, I selfishly decided to take just one more look. But that was my mistake. Aoi-san noticed my wandering gaze. Tilting her head curiously, she slowly followed my line of sight to her chest. The next moment, her face turned bright red as she crossed her arms to cover herself. Sorry about that. Enno, I'm the one who should apologize for showing you something strange. It's not strange at all. It's amazing. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. What the hell am I saying? Am I still half asleep? The awkwardness was unbearable. This morning had turned into a mortifying disaster for both of us. Well, it's almost time for breakfast. Could you wake Izumi? I'll wait in my room until I'm ready. If you can't get her up, feel free to call me. Yeah, sure. Carefully, I shut the door and left the girls' room. In the 6 months we'd been living together, this was the first time anything like this had happened. You might think, come on, living under the same roof, something like this must have happened at least once or twice, but I swear it hadn't. Sure, there was that time early on when I accidentally caught a glimpse of her underwear while trying to help with the laundry. But underwear and the real thing are worlds apart. Surely, anyone can understand that. Even now, I couldn't stop replaying the image of her in my mind, those perfect curves, burned into my memory. As some ancient sage once said, a woman's chest has drowned more men than the sea god's wrath. I couldn't agree more. What's with that goofy grin? Staring at the ceiling like that. Whoa. Eiji's voice startled me out of my thoughts as he suddenly appeared in the hallway. I'm not grinning. I hurriedly switched off my thoughts of temptation mode and tried to play it cool. Really? You look like someone who just had an unintentional adrenaline rush this morning. I absolutely did not, probably. I swear, Eiji has a knack for reading my mind, and it's deeply unsettling. So, are they up? Aoi-san is, but Izumi is, well, her usual self. Figures. I told Aoi-san to wake her, but if she couldn't, she'd come get us. Then let's wait with some tea while Aoi-san inevitably comes to ask for help. Eiji was already assuming Izumi wouldn't wake up on her own. As expected, Izumi stayed fast asleep, forcing a flustered Aoi-san to come for assistance. Eiji ended up piggybacking a groggy Izumi to the dining area. At this point, it was practically caregiving. Nothing beats miso soup for breakfast in Japan. Once we reached the dining area, the aroma of miso soup finally roused Izumi. She sat up, sipping her soup with a contented look that made her seem like a completely different person. Watching her enjoy her miso, I reflected on the takeaways from this graduation trip. Aside from the memory of Aoi-san's disheveled yukata, the most valuable lesson was figuring out how to wake Izumi, lure her with the smell of food. She was really leaning into her dog-like tendencies. But jokes aside. So, we're splitting up until dinner today. What's the plan for you two? I asked while enjoying a quintessentially Japanese breakfast of grilled salmon, soft-boiled egg, natto, tofu, and an assortment of pickled vegetables. We're planning to do a hot spring tour, Eiji replied. Hot spring tour, huh? That sounds nice. As the name suggests, a hot spring tour involves visiting multiple bathhouses. This town offered a special pass for 1,000 yen that granted unlimited access to all the local baths, making it a paradise for hot spring enthusiasts. The pamphlet even mentioned that some people made day trips just for the tour. Our goal is to visit every single bathhouse. We're starting first thing this morning, Izumi said, her eyes sparkling with excitement now that her blood sugar was fully restored. What about us, Akira-kun? What should we do? Don't worry, I've got something planned. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. Aoi-san's usual smile eased my nerves. After the snow festival last night, I'd been worried, but she seemed like her normal self this morning. It looked like my concerns had been unnecessary. Relieved, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Today was the middle of our trip, and I decided to forget about the time and enjoy every moment to the fullest. Section. After finishing breakfast, Aoi-san and I left the inn slightly ahead of Eiji and Izumi. The weather was lovely again today, and the forecast predicted that temperatures would rise somewhat during the day. Still, this was a mountainous region in winter, so it was much colder than in the lowlands. As much as I'd have liked to walk around the hot spring town in a yukata like last night, doing so for an entire day instead of just a short stroll was out of the question. Regretfully, I gave up on the idea and opted for casual clothes as we leisurely strolled through the town. Akira-kun, where are we going first? I was thinking we'd visit the Yunomoto wetlands. Yunomoto wetlands? Yeah. It's the spot where the hot spring water for this town originates. Apparently, you can see the hot springs bubbling up directly from the ground. It's a rare sight. It's a popular tourist attraction, and a lot of hot spring enthusiasts travel from far away to see it. Directly from the ground. That sounds really interesting. Aoi-san's eyes sparkled with excitement. But it's still a bit chilly this morning. I was just thinking it would feel warmer once the sun rose a little higher when... Akira-kun, let me see your hand. My hand? Like this? When I extended my hand, she pulled a pocket warmer from her pocket and, just like last night, clasped my hand with hers, sandwiching the warmer between us. There. Isn't this nice and warm? Aoi-san smiled shyly, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Wait, is this the one from last night? No, probably not. Where'd you get it? I saw it in a souvenir shop and bought it. It's definitely warm, but wouldn't it have been better to buy two? That way, we wouldn't need to share. I wasn't suggesting it out of anything but curiosity, but... well. Aoi-san averted her gaze, her face turning even redder. If I bought two, I wouldn't have an excuse to hold your hand. What? No way. I never imagined she'd purposely buy just one so she'd have a reason to hold my hand. That explanation alone was enough to make me feel guilty for inadvertently putting her in such an embarrassing situation. Honestly, watching Aoi-san blush like that wasn't something I disliked. If anything, I might even be starting to enjoy it. But I felt a twinge of guilt for letting things get to this point. Ever since this graduation trip started, Aoi-san had been unusually bold. Whether it was the excitement of the trip or just traveler's high, she seemed 20% more daring than usual. Sorry. I guess I should have bought two. Aoi-san gave me an apologetic smile, looking just a bit sheepish. Seeing her take the blame made me feel even worse. If I tried to say, that's not what I meant, it would sound too forced. So instead, well, if we had two, then tomorrow I'd still have an excuse to hold your hand. Akira-kun. Even I thought that was over the top corny. But at least this way, I didn't dismiss her feelings. And hey, if it meant making plans to hold hands again tomorrow, I'd say it was a win. So, when we head back, let's grab another one for tomorrow. Yeah, let's do that. As we walked hand in hand, I couldn't help but think on this trip, I didn't want to see Aoi-san looking sad or troubled anymore. Even if it meant saying something out of character for me, I'd do what I could to keep her smiling. Just then, Aoi-san stopped and lifted her face to the breeze. Akira-kun, do you smell that? Yeah. Carried on the wind was a strong sulfuric scent. It was the distinct smell of hot springs, far stronger than what we'd experienced while bathing yesterday. The moment I realized we were getting close to the source, the narrow streets of the hot spring town suddenly opened up, revealing a wide expanse of wetlands before us. This must be it. Before us lay a sprawling marshland, shrouded in mist rising from the warm water. Patches of water scattered across the wetlands had a whitish tint and were steaming, undoubtedly hot springs bubbling to the surface. As I peered closer, I could see tiny bubbles rising from some of the pools. I hadn't expected to see hot springs bubbling directly out of the ground like this. Pathways made of wooden planks crisscrossed the wetlands, allowing visitors to explore the area. Akira-kun, what are those? Aoi-san asked, pointing to several small huts scattered across the wetlands. The low structures, topped with snow-covered roofs and icicles hanging from the eaves, looked quaint yet practical. Those huts house the sources of the hot springs. Inside, they have equipment to transport the water to the inns. They're built to protect the sources from exposure to the elements. Each hut is managed by a specific inn, and they hang nameplates outside to identify which inn they belong to. So one of those huts is for the inn we're staying at? Let's go find it. Yeah. We carefully made our way through the wetlands, the wooden planks creaking slightly under our weight. The gaps between the planks made the footing a bit tricky, so I held Aoi-san's hand tightly to keep her steady. Be careful, Aoi-san. Thanks. I will. As we checked the nameplates on each hut, it didn't take long to find the one for our inn. Here it is, Aoi-san. This is where the water for our baths comes from. I'd never really thought about where hot spring water originated, so it felt a bit surreal. Oh, and nearby there's a footbath where they sell boiled hot spring eggs made with this water. Want to check it out? Yeah, I'd love to try that. Then let's head there next. After exploring the wetlands, we left for the footbath area. It was located closer to the center of town and only a 5-minute walk from the wetlands. The footbath facility wasn't just free to use, it was also famous for its hot spring eggs, making it a must-visit spot for tourists. The place was already bustling with people, even though it was still morning. Akira-kun, is that the line for the hot spring eggs? Looking toward the small shop next to the entrance, I saw a long line of people waiting. Looks like it. Let's get in line too. We joined the queue, waiting our turn. Judging by the number of people, these eggs had to be delicious. Next to me, Aoi-san swayed slightly, unable to hide her anticipation. Her childlike eagerness was so endearing that I couldn't help but smile. She reminded me of a little girl waiting in line for a ride at an amusement park. Akira-kun, you look like you're having fun. I couldn't exactly tell her it was because of how cute she looked. Yeah, I'm just excited about the eggs. Me too. I briefly considered teasing her with a remark, but knowing Aoi-san, she'd just cover her face with both hands and get embarrassed like always. Instead, I decided to stay quiet and enjoy the moment discreetly. After waiting for 10 minutes, it was finally our turn. Sorry, we only have one left, the shop clerk said apologetically. What? We had planned to buy one each, but it turned out there was only one left. Aoi-san visibly deflated, her shoulders dropping in disappointment. Well, we'll take the last one. Aoi-san, you go ahead and eat it. But what about you, Akira-kun? Don't worry about me. I could tell Aoi-san wouldn't stop worrying no matter what I said, but it wasn't worth arguing over. I bought the last egg and led Aoi-san to the footbath facility. At the entrance, we removed our shoes and socks, placing them in the provided lockers. We walked deeper inside, where the place was bustling with tourists. We managed to find a quiet corner, sat down, rolled up our pants, and slowly dipped our feet into the warm water. Whoa! It's pretty hot. The initial touch sent a sharp heat through my chilled feet, but as I got used to the temperature, it felt just right, soothing, even. Aoi-san, are you okay? Not too hot? I'm fine. Both of us sighed in contentment at the comforting warmth of the foot bath. Once we'd settled, I handed the hot spring egg to Aoi-san. She took the cup and spoon but hesitated, clearly uneasy about eating it by herself. Before I could say anything, a spark of realization lit her face. Aoi-san scooped some of the egg with her spoon, brought it to her mouth, and let out a blissful sigh. Is it good? Yes. It's so delicious. Her gentle smile softened, radiating warmth. Seeing her reaction, I finally felt relieved. Here, she said, suddenly offering me a bite of the egg on her spoon. Are you sure? Of course. Let's share it. It would technically be an indirect kiss, but at this point, who cares? We'd been through enough together that shying away now would just feel awkward. All right. Thanks. I took the bite she offered, and the smooth texture melted in my mouth. The subtle aroma of the hot spring water complemented its rich flavor perfectly. Still savoring the egg, I couldn't speak, so I nodded enthusiastically at her. Aoi-san chuckled and nodded back, mirroring my gestures. It's good, isn't it? Yeah. Honestly, it's amazing. After swallowing, I finally responded. It's a shame there was only one left. If there were more, I would have bought some for Eiji and Izumi too. Then let's come back tomorrow before we leave and buy more. Good idea. After splitting the hot spring egg, we spent some more time soaking in the foot bath, chatting about the snow festival, last night's dinner, and the charm of hot springs in general. I wasn't sure how long we'd been talking when Aoi-san suddenly leaned her head against my shoulder. Aoi-san? Peering at her face, I saw her eyes closed, her breathing soft and steady. She'd fallen asleep. So you dozed off. It made sense. The warm water and the relaxing atmosphere were enough to make anyone sleepy. Plus, she'd had a long day yesterday with all the travel and excitement. Aoi-san might not realize it, but for someone usually so reserved, all that energy she'd spent was bound to catch up with her. Honestly, I was feeling a bit sleepy myself, the combination of warmth and mild fatigue lulling me. I didn't have the heart to wake her, so I let her rest, keeping my shoulder steady for her. As I sat there, watching the peaceful rhythm of her breathing, a thought crossed my mind. How fortunate I am to have moments like this. But moments like these only have 3 months left. It wasn't pessimism, just a fact I'd come to accept. The issues Aoi-san had been dealing with were resolved, and with my upcoming transfer, there was no longer any need to worry about her or the relationships we shared with Eiji and Izumi. I was confident that this goodbye would be different from the ones I'd faced in the past, ones where I had no choice but to let go of everything. This time, it wouldn't be like that. I knew that much for certain. Still, if I'd managed to find peace within myself, it was only because of Aoi-san. She often said, "It's all thanks to you, Akira-kun," but I felt the same about her. My calm, my happiness, all of it stemmed from the day we met in that park on a rainy afternoon. I realized again, it wasn't just me helping Aoi-san, I was being saved by her too. There was nothing left to fear. All I wanted was to spend the remaining time together peacefully and, if possible, take our relationship a step further. At least, that's what I thought. But last night's memory of Aoi-san's tears still lingered in the back of my mind. I'd seen her cry before at the shrine after Eiji and Izumi had wished for her happiness, during her tearful reunion with her grandmother, and the night she broke ties with her mother over pudding and a long conversation. But the way she broke down last night, sobbing uncontrollably, was unlike anything I'd ever witnessed. It left a small, nagging doubt, like a splinter in my heart. Why can't I shake this unease? Maybe it was because I still felt a lingering need to protect her. That parental-like instinct made me want to shield her, even when there might be no real reason to worry. Perhaps it was time for me to let go of that part of myself. Lost in thought, I felt Aoi-san stir. Looks like I fell asleep, she mumbled groggily, still leaning against my shoulder. We've been buried in test prep recently, and yesterday's travel and activities must have worn you out. How long was I asleep? About 30 minutes. Sorry for falling asleep during our trip. You could have woken me up. There's nothing to apologize for. Thanks to you, I got to enjoy the footbath and relax. Thank you. But as I looked at her smile, my earlier worries began to feel baseless. I'm sure everything's fine, I reassured myself silently. Shall we grab some lunch? Yeah, but before that. Aoi-san pulled out her smartphone and held it up in front of us. This is a special memory too. I want to capture it. After snapping a photo together, we left the footbath facility. Before I realized it, we were walking hand in hand again without either of us saying a word. Section. Afterward, we had lunch at a lakeside rest house. The view of the lake from our windowside seats was breathtaking. Due to the high altitude and cold night temperatures, more than half of the lake's surface was frozen. On the ice, waterfowl rested their wings, while ducks floated on the unfrozen areas, patiently hunting for fish. Enjoying such a magical view while having a meal felt like the height of luxury. After lunch, we wandered around the hot spring town without any particular destination in mind. By the time we realized it, evening had arrived. As the surroundings began to darken, we spotted a lone yokan, sweet bean jelly, shop along the street. A yokan shop in a hot spring town. That's an unusual combination. Yeah, it's not just a souvenir shop, it's a specialty store. Curious, I looked it up on my phone and discovered that this yokan shop was quite famous in the area. Apparently, it had a dedicated following, with fans traveling from far away just to buy its yokan. For these fans, the yokan was the main attraction, and the hot springs were just a bonus. The most popular item was their salted yokan, praised for its perfect balance of sweetness and saltiness. Now I really want to try it. Yeah. Plus, wouldn't it make a great souvenir for Hiyori-chan? You're right. She'd probably love it. With that, the decision was made. Let's check it out. Yeah, let's. When we opened the door, we saw several tables and chairs inside. It seemed the shop wasn't just for takeout, they also served customers on the premises. As we looked around for the salted yokan we'd heard so much about. Apologies, a store clerk said as they approached us from the back, bowing slightly before even greeting us. I'm afraid we just sold out of today's batch. Seriously? So, there's absolutely none left. That's correct. The only ones remaining are for pre-orders. I exchanged glances with Aoi-san. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it is. It seemed this shop was as popular as we'd heard. Plus, we had come quite late in the day. Thinking we might as well pre-order for tomorrow, we asked, only to learn that the shop would be closed for their regular day off. It was disappointing, but we decided to find something else for Hiyori's souvenir. Just as we were about to leave. Ha! You two came here too? A familiar voice called out from behind us. Turning around, we saw Izumi and Eiji standing there. What are you two doing here? What do you mean? We're here to buy salted yokan, of course. We happened to pass by and thought it'd make a great souvenir for Hiyori, but it seems they're only taking care of pre-orders now. Oh, that's fine. I already have a reservation. What? Aoi-san and I exclaimed in unison. Izumi, realizing what was going on, flashed us a smug smile. Did you really think I'd miss out on this famous salted yokan? I called a week before the trip to reserve enough for all of us, including Hiyori-chan. I even knew the shop would be closed tomorrow. I couldn't help but be impressed. Izumi had gone so far as to research local specialties as souvenirs. It was just like her, with her love of traditional Japanese sweets trumping even meals. Okay, I'll admit it. This time, you've really outdone yourself. Fufu. Feel free to shower me with more praise. Izumi looked especially pleased with herself, her confidence on full display. Today, I decided to let her bask in it. After dinner, let's all enjoy it together, she said cheerfully. After paying for the pre-order, we collected the yokan and left the shop. A quick check of my phone showed it was just after 4 p.m. While it wasn't quite dinner time yet, the sun had almost completely set. We decided to head back to the inn a little early so we could relax in the hot springs before dinner. As we walked back, Izumi, who was trailing behind, suddenly called out with a teasing tone. Oh my. What's up? Nothing much. I just noticed how cozy you two look, holding hands like that. The moment Izumi pointed it out, both Aoi-san and I instinctively started to let go of each other's hands, but I stopped myself. Since the snow festival last night, holding hands had become so natural that we'd completely forgotten we weren't alone. But if I pulled away now, Aoi-san might think I didn't want to hold her hand anymore, and I didn't want her to misunderstand. So, instead, I tightened my grip on her hand. What's wrong with holding hands? Akira-kun. Aoi-san looked up at me, surprised, before softly squeezing my hand in return. Izumi watched us with a warm smile. Of course. Don't let us stop you, keep being lovey-dovey all you want. That way, Eiji-kun and I won't feel bad about being affectionate in front of you too. Have you ever held back on that, Izumi? Izumi had never refrained from being openly affectionate, whether it was in front of us or even our classmates. Haha. Fair enough. Though I felt a bit embarrassed at first, I realized there was no need to hold back anymore. Up until now, even holding hands made me nervous. But being able to do so naturally, without worrying about others, made me feel like this trip had fulfilled its purpose of taking our relationship a step forward. The warmth of Aoi-san's hand in mine was proof of that. Section. How do I look? That night, shortly after 9 p.m., I found myself face to face with a mini-skirted Santa Claus in bare legs and a cropped top. It looks great on you. Why was I in this situation? Well, it's because we were in the middle of a Christmas party. After we returned to the inn, we had a soak in the hot springs, enjoyed dinner, and gathered in the boys' room to relax. Out of nowhere, Izumi and Aoi-san started acting fidgety and then disappeared back to the girls' room. It wasn't hard to guess that Izumi was up to something. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, the two returned dressed as Santa Claus, bursting into the room with cakes and party supplies. They shouted Merry Christmas as they fired off party poppers one after another. The visual and auditory assault was so overwhelming I thought my heart might stop. Aoi-san gets all the compliments. What about me? Eiji-kun, how do I look? Of course, Izumi, you look fantastic. Thanks. As expected of my kind boyfriend. I love you. I love you too. Whether at school or on vacation, those two had no qualms about shouting their love for each other in the center of the room. It was par for the course with them. Still, Aoi-san, that outfit is a bit bold. Why you think so too? Aoi-san blushed furiously, covering her face with her hands. I thought it was a little too revealing as well, but Izumi-san told me that it's a rule for high school girls wearing Santa costumes to show their belly buttons. I was embarrassed, but I gave it my best. Hiding her face when embarrassed was a typical Aoi-san habit, but apparently, she didn't think to hide her belly button. More importantly, Izumi had filled her head with nonsense again. When I turned to look at her, she wasn't apologetic in the slightest. Instead, she had a smug expression that practically screamed for gratitude. A rule that high school girls wearing Santa costumes must show their belly buttons? What kind of cultural nonsense was that? I wanted to give her an earful, but Aoi-san's adorable belly button earned Izumi a free pass. Not to mention the neckline of the outfit was quite revealing. Honestly, I felt more like thanking her, as I silently expressed my gratitude. So, why exactly am I wearing a reindeer costume? Unlike the girls' Santa outfits, Eiji and I were dressed as reindeer in full-body costumes. Well, it'd look weird to have Santa without reindeer, don't you think? Fair point, but that's not really what I'm asking. No matter how I phrased it, it felt like we were having two separate conversations. Come on, it's not so bad. Sometimes it's fun to dress up, Eiji said cheerfully, the red pom-pom on his nose bouncing as he spoke. That annoyingly androgynous good looks of his could pull off any outfit. Even a reindeer costume somehow suited him. Meanwhile, I couldn't help but feel like the gap in potential between Eiji and me was glaringly obvious. It stung a little. Aoi-san, don't forget to share your thoughts about Akira-kun's reindeer look. I doubted she had much to say about it, but I like teddy bears, but I also like deer. Can I take a picture with you? Clutching her phone in both hands, Aoi-san's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now that I thought about it, she had mentioned hoping to see a bear in the forest during this trip. Although, reindeer and deer are different animals. But whatever. Then I'll take the photo for you, Izumi offered. Handing her phone to Izumi, Aoi-san sat beside me, close enough that I could feel her warmth. Wait, no, that's not right, Izumi said, turning her attention to me. Akira-kun, get on all fours. Why? Just do it. I had a bad feeling about this, but Izumi wasn't one to back down once she got an idea in her head. With a sigh, I complied. Okay, Aoi-san, now sit on Akira-kun's back. Of course that's what you meant, I interjected before she could finish the thought. But Santa always rides on the reindeer's back, Izumi declared as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That's not how it works. For starters, Santa rides a sleigh, not a reindeer's back. What kind of weird roleplay did she have in mind? Akira-kun, is it okay if I sit on you? Aoi-san, ever trusting and naive, believed Izumi's nonsense and prepared to climb onto my back. It was starting to feel like I was the unreasonable one for objecting. Fine. Go ahead. Okay. Excuse me. With graceful elegance, Aoi-san settled onto my back, sitting sideways. Ooh. The moment she sat down, I felt the soft warmth of her weight, and an involuntary sound escaped my lips. Her light weight, the softness of her touch, and her warmth all mingled together. It was oddly comforting. Akira-kun, am I too heavy? I must be. No, not at all. You're perfectly fine. In fact, if anything, a bit more weight might help me better appreciate the sensation of her presence. Though I'd been skeptical about this at first, the experience turned out so enjoyable that I'd gladly play reindeer for her every Christmas. Honestly, I'd be happy to dedicate my life to being Aoi-san's personal reindeer. Maybe in a past life, I was a reindeer. Wait, am I opening the door to an entirely new world here? Akira-kun, I know you said that cosplay means getting into character, but you don't need to recreate the facial expression of an overeager reindeer. I wasn't recreating anything. Okay, let's take the photo. Say cheese. And with that, another memory was captured, a picture of me and Aoi-san to commemorate this bizarre moment. Satisfied, Aoi-san admired the photo and shared it with the group. The picture's composition was slightly surreal, featuring me as a reindeer and Aoi-san in her mini-skirted Santa outfit with bare legs and a visible belly button. Just like the swimsuit photo Izumi sent me of Aoi-san during summer break, this one was destined to become a family heirloom of the Akamori household. It would be passed down for generations to come. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Well then, shall we all have some cake? And with that, our Christmas-exclusive reindeer roleplay came to an end. Izumi took the cake out of the box and, with Aoi-san's help, carefully divided it into 4 equal portions. Once everyone had their share, we held our drinks in hand, and the Christmas party officially began. As we chatted and enjoyed the relaxed atmosphere, I realized something. This might be the first time we've just talked freely, without any particular purpose or goal in mind. Whenever the 4 of us had gathered before, it was almost always about Aoi-san's issues. Of course, that didn't mean we never talked about anything else, but our group conversations tended to revolve around practical matters, like Aoi-san's concerns or planning for the school festival. This was the first time we could simply enjoy spending time together. And it made me genuinely happy. They say time flies when you're having fun, and this was no exception. By the time we'd finished the cake and snacks, the clock hands had already passed midnight. Oh, it's the 25th now, Izumi exclaimed, rummaging through her bag. She pulled out a cute, ribbon-wrapped bag that I recognized instantly and handed it to Aoi-san. Here, Aoi-san. Merry Christmas. For me. Aoi-san took the bag with a surprised expression, and I froze. It was, without a doubt, the underwear I had chosen with Izumi earlier. Knowing what was inside, I couldn't believe she was handing it over in front of everyone. Still, I figured it wouldn't be a problem as long as Aoi-san didn't open it. Thank you. Mind if I open it? Of course. Go ahead, open it. You're letting her open it. I couldn't stop her now. As Aoi-san untied the ribbon, I held my breath. Stopping her would only draw attention and might even expose my involvement. It was better to feign ignorance and hope for the best. Let sleeping gods and underwear lie. The moment Aoi-san peeked inside, her face turned bright red, and she hugged the bag tightly to her chest. Izumi-san, this is... Aoi-san clearly realized it was underwear and was thoroughly embarrassed, but she didn't seem upset. I thought I could remain uninvolved, but that hope was short-lived. Oh, Akira-kun picked that out for you. What? My strangled scream echoed through the room. Wait, what? That's not what we agreed on. I couldn't even form coherent sentences. Ha! What? Ha! Aoi-san's face alternated between embarrassment, confusion, and utter bewilderment as she tried to process the situation. What do I do now? With my over-the-top reaction, there was no escaping responsibility. Denying it now would only make things worse. Besides, lying to Aoi-san wasn't an option. Before explaining to Aoi-san, I turned to Izumi with a glare. Izumi, we agreed you wouldn't tell her. Did we? Oops, my bad. Izumi's innocent expression gave me déjà vu. Actually, this was a recurring issue with her. Foo-foo. Suddenly, Aoi-san giggled softly. Akira-kun, you shouldn't bother asking Izumi-san to keep secrets. Aoi-san seemed to have figured everything out. Blushing, she smiled with amusement. I've asked her not to tell people things before, but she always ends up spilling the beans. She wasn't wrong. I'd seen Aoi-san in similar situations countless times before. I never thought I'd experience it myself, but now I completely understood how she felt. During summer break, for instance, when Aoi-san asked Izumi and Hiyori to help her get closer to me, they took it too far. Not only did they meddle excessively, but Izumi eventually let everything slip. I could clearly picture Aoi-san's mortified expression from back then. Yeah, I'm probably wearing the same expression right now. Wait a minute. Izumi suddenly raised her voice in mock protest. That makes it sound like I can't keep a secret at all. Sound like? That's exactly what it is. I immediately retorted, and Izumi puffed out her cheeks in playful defiance. Hey, I can tell the difference between secrets I can and can't share. What kind of ridiculous claim was that? I wanted to tell her to look up the definition of secret. Well, anyway, let's hear Akira-kun's thoughts on the gift he chose, Izumi said, smoothly redirecting the conversation. Aoi-san peeked into the bag a few more times, clearly flustered. Finally, after a moment, she blushed furiously and murmured, Thank you. I think the hydrangea design is really cute. Why Yuri welcome. Both of our faces were burning so much, it felt like steam might rise at any moment. Izumi and Eiji watched us with smiles, clearly enjoying the scene. Afterward, we exchanged the rest of our gifts. Izumi and Eiji had prepared something for me too. Inside the bag they gave me was a pair of high-end boxer briefs. They'd given underwear to both Aoi-san and me. What exactly was the message here? It felt like there was some hidden meaning, but I decided not to dwell on it. As for me and Aoi-san, we gifted the two of them matching handkerchiefs. We had chosen them together the night we went shopping for presents. They seemed happy since, despite being longtime friends, they didn't own anything matching before. After the lively gift exchange, Izumi, worn out from all the excitement, fell asleep on the floor. I'll take Izumi back to her room, Eiji offered. Yeah, that's probably best. Eiji carried Izumi to the girls' room. It's getting late. Let's call it a night after Eiji gets back. Yeah, sounds good. While waiting for his return, Aoi-san and I cleaned up the empty cans and snack wrappers. Even after tidying up and changing out of our reindeer and Santa costumes into yukatas, Eiji still hadn't returned. This is taking too long. I'll go check. Okay. I headed to the girls' room and knocked on the door, but there was no response. Feeling worried that something might have happened, I tried to open the door. No matter how much I turned the knob, the door wouldn't budge. Don't tell me. A bad feeling crept into my mind. No, this wasn't just a random thought. It's exactly what it looks like. The moment I realized, my heart thumped loudly in my chest. What now? If things stayed this way, I'd end up spending the night in the same room with Aoi-san. Even though we've been living together, the rooms were separate. There was only one time we ever slept in the same space. That was during the first term, just a few days before the end of term ceremony. Back then, Aoi-san almost gave herself to me. I could vividly recall the warmth of Aoi-san's body in bed that night. Wait, why am I remembering that now? My innocent yet impure thoughts were on the verge of exploding. Calm down. I need to explain the situation to Aoi-san first. Standing outside the room, I took several deep breaths, forcing my chaotic emotions into submission. With a strong resolve, I entered a state of inner calm before stepping into the room. How was it? The door's locked, and no one's answering. Ha! Aoi-san quickly grasped the situation. It seemed the others had gone out of their way to set this up for us. In the small room, the silence between two young adults was so palpable, we could hear the ticking of the clock. Spending the night alone together in this room would be awkward, to say the least. But no, it's not like we're sharing the same futon. I just need to stay calm. Well, there's no helping it. Aoi-san, you should sleep here tonight. Yeah, that's probably best. For some reason, Aoi-san nodded firmly, her expression showing a strange sense of determination. Was it just my imagination? Either way, the best course of action was to sleep before overthinking things. I opened the closet to grab some futons, but the sight before me made me freeze. You've got to be kidding me. Inside the closet, there was only one futon. This morning, there were definitely two, one for me and one for Eiji. What happened? The answer was obvious. This was also part of their plan. Aoi-san, is something, huh? Aoi-san peeked into the closet and quickly realized what was going on. Do you think the front desk is still open at this hour? As much as I wanted to avoid sharing the same futon, Aoi-san made a surprising suggestion. If there's only one, we can just share it, right? There it was, that strange determination again. Are you sure? Only if you don't mind, Akira-kun. I don't mind at all. And just like that, we ended up sharing the futon. Even after setting it up and getting ready for bed, I couldn't bring myself to lie down. If I got into the futon feeling like this, I'd be too nervous and excited to sleep. Maybe it'd be better to talk about something to help us both relax. Oh, right. This was a good opportunity. There's something I want to give you, Aoi-san. Something to give me? I pulled out a small, ribbon-wrapped box from my bag. I was too embarrassed to give it to you in front of Izumi and Eiji, so I wasn't sure when to hand it over. But here, this is your Christmas present. As I handed it over, Aoi-san covered her mouth in surprise. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to get you, so last Saturday, Izumi helped me pick it out. I know it's weird since I picked out the underwear Izumi gave you earlier, but that's because I helped her in exchange. To avoid any misunderstandings about the earlier situation, I added a quick explanation. It might have sounded a bit like an excuse, though. Can I open it? Of course. Aoi-san untied the ribbon and opened the box. Inside was a necklace with a hydrangea motif. She gently picked it up, her breath hitching as she examined it. I hope you like it. But Aoi-san just stared at the necklace, her expression a mix of surprise and something else. Did she not like it? Just as that thought crossed my mind. This is actually my Christmas present for you. Aoi-san reached for her bag and pulled out something completely unexpected. It was the exact same box. The size, color, and even the Christmas-themed ribbon with red and green stitching matched perfectly. Go ahead, open it. With a growing sense of disbelief, I untied the ribbon and opened the box. The moment I saw what was inside, I froze. How? Inside was the men's version of the necklace I'd just given Aoi-san. The necklace I'd chosen for Aoi-san was originally part of a pair. Izumi had suggested I buy the matching set, but I was too embarrassed and only bought the women's version. But now, this surprised me too, Aoi-san said softly, as if she understood everything. Last Saturday, you went shopping with Izumi-san to pick out my present, right? Yeah. Well, on Sunday, Izumi-san took me shopping to pick out a present for you. Wait, what? In that instant, everything fell into place. On Saturday, Izumi-san said, let's look for a present for Akira-kun tomorrow. When we got to the store, she strongly recommended this necklace. I thought it was odd how insistent she was, but now I understand why. I suddenly remembered when I was at the jewelry shop with Izumi, she had spoken with the salesperson before stepping outside to make a phone call. I hadn't thought much of it at the time, but now it was obvious. Izumi had arranged for the necklaces to be set aside and returned the next day with Aoi-san to buy the matching one. She must have known I'd be too embarrassed to go for the pair on my own. To think they went through all this trouble to prepare such a surprise. I had been a little annoyed about having my involvement with the underwear revealed, but with this kind of thoughtful setup, there's no way I could hold a grudge. If anything, all I felt now was gratitude. Akira-kun, is it okay if I put it on now? Of course. I think I'll wear mine too. We decided to wear the necklaces we'd exchanged. While I was able to put mine on quickly, Aoi-san fumbled with hers, struggling to fasten it properly. Want me to help? Yes, please. Handing the necklace to me, Aoi-san turned her back and gently held up her hair, exposing the nape of her neck. The first time I'd seen her nape was when she tied her hair into a ponytail at the pool. Then there was the summer festival, when she wore her yukata with her hair pinned up, and again when she changed into her yukata at the inn. Every time, I'd only been able to admire it secretly from afar. And now, here I was, seeing it up close without any restraint. Akira-kun, is something wrong? Ah, no. Sorry. Lost in awe. I must have been staring too long because Aoi-san looked back at me with concern. I cleared my throat to hide my embarrassment and carefully looped the necklace around her neck, fastening the clasp. When she turned to face me again, her expression was a mix of shyness and excitement. How does it look? Resting just above the collar of her yukata, the sapphire-adorned hydrangea necklace sparkled beautifully. From the moment the shop attendant had modeled it for us, I was convinced it would suit her. But now, seeing it on her, it far exceeded my expectations. It looks amazing on you. Thank you. Yours looks great too, Akira-kun. As Aoi-san smiled brightly, I couldn't help but think, I hope this necklace adds one more happy memory to her connection with hydrangeas. Even if the painful memories of her past can't be erased, I want to create as many moments as possible where seeing hydrangeas brings her joy. That's the kind of future I want to give her. Hey, Akira-kun, should we take a photo together? Yeah, let's do it. We leaned in close and snapped a photo, then checked it together. In the picture, the hydrangea on my necklace shimmered in violet, while the one on Aoi-san's glowed in blue. Surely, this photo will become one of those unforgettable, precious memories. Shall we get some sleep? Yeah, let's. We carefully removed our necklaces, placed them back in their boxes, and turned off the lights before slipping under the futon. Thanks to the peaceful time we had spent together, I felt much calmer compared to earlier. Good night. Good night. I thought I'd be able to sleep without overthinking it. But that turned out to be wishful thinking. The futon was meant for one person, so the two of us were inevitably close, practically pressed together. With my vision lost to the darkness, my senses of hearing and smell seemed heightened. I could hear Aoi-san's soft breathing, and every slight movement caused the faint aroma of hot springs mixed with her scent to waft through the futon. The result? The innocent yet impure thoughts I had worked so hard to suppress began bubbling up again, completely out of control. Frozen in place, unable to move, I had no idea how much time had passed. Aoi-san let out a soft murmur in her sleep, shifting closer until she clung to my arm. I nearly let out an odd sound, barely managing to hold it in. I turned my head slightly to check on her, and there it was, the moonlight streaming through the curtains illuminated her face, now mere inches away from mine. Her lips, so close they seemed within reach, were dangerously inviting. She's asleep, right? For a moment, my rationality wavered, and the devil-named temptation began whispering in my mind. In this situation, even if you kissed her, you could pass it off as an accident. Actually, doesn't this setup kind of imply that everything's okay? Wouldn't it be more disrespectful not to act on it? It made a convincing argument, but the angel of reason countered firmly. The fact that Aoi-san is sleeping so peacefully shows how much she trusts you. Even if it goes unnoticed, giving in to fleeting desires would mean you'd never be able to look her in the eye again. The angel concluded with a question. Are you really okay with that? I inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling so as not to make a sound. There's no way I can let a fleeting desire ruin this moment or hurt Aoi-san. Good night. I gently pulled the futon up to cover her shoulders, making sure she was warm, and then closed my eyes. Whether this choice was right or wrong, I didn't know. But the battle raging in my mind, a no-holds-barred war between the angel of reason and the devil of temptation, ended with the angel claiming a narrow victory. Not that there's any guarantee the angel will win next time. Chapter 5: The third day of the graduation trip. The next morning. Morning already. The dazzling sunlight streaming through the gap in the curtains woke me up. Still groggy, I reached for my smartphone by the pillow to check the time. It was 6 in the morning. I had plenty of time before breakfast, and the alarm was already set, so there was no risk of oversleeping. Deciding to catch a bit more sleep, I rolled over. What? The sight before me instantly banished all traces of drowsiness. I nearly let out a yelp but managed to stifle it by clamping a hand over my mouth. Why? Because right in front of me was Aoi-san, sound asleep, breathing softly with a peaceful expression. Her yukata had slipped open, revealing a generous view of her chest. While the most critical areas were still covered, the pale, soft-looking skin that lay just beneath my gaze sent blood rushing to my head and elsewhere. It's a weird way to put it, but every guy out there would understand. To spell it out, let's just say my morning situation felt about 30% stronger than usual. Why am I being blessed with this, ambushed like this, first thing in the morning? The moment I thought that, memories from last night flooded back. Last night, the four of us had hosted a Christmas party, complete with cosplay. Aoi-san had worn a miniskirt Santa outfit that showed off her bare legs and midriff. While admiring her figure, I discovered a newfound appreciation for exposed navels, marking a new chapter in my ever-expanding collection of preferences. After the party, Izumi had fallen asleep, and Eiji carried her back to the girls' room but never returned. As a result, Aoi-san and I ended up sharing the guys' room. And now, for the second morning in a row, I was face to face with an unexpected incident. This had to be some kind of reward from the god of desires. Thinking about how hard I've worked these past 6 months, maybe I deserved this. Well then, no sense in holding back. Time to fully enjoy the moment. As my gaze drifted toward the inviting depths of her cleavage, I suddenly noticed something odd. Aoi-san's face, still turned toward me, looked unusually red. Not only that, her lips were trembling slightly, pressed into a thin line as if she was holding something back. Aoi-san, are you awake? I whispered softly. At my words, her shoulders flinched in surprise. Slowly, almost apologetically, she opened her eyes. Sorry for pretending to sleep. It's just, you looked so happy, happier than I've ever seen you, and I thought maybe I shouldn't interrupt. She said it delicately, like wrapping her words in 10 layers of cushioning, but the meaning was clear. I must have had my mouth hanging open like some lovesick fool. I couldn't even deny it. Her catching me in the act left no room for excuses. Sorry about that. It's okay. You're a guy, after all. Izumi-san said it's natural. Whatever Izumi had told her, I owed her one. Aoi-san's understanding attitude, even after catching me red-handed staring at her cleavage, was nothing short of miraculous. Maybe I should have been thanking Izumi, not blaming her for passing out last night. Come to think of it, everything that happened, sharing a futon with Aoi-san, getting to marvel at her cleavage 2 days in a row, all of it was thanks to Izumi. I should thank her properly. Maybe I'll give her my dessert at breakfast. Akira-kun, can I fix this now? Aoi-san's voice, tinged with desperation, brought me back to the present. Tears glistened in her eyes, and her embarrassment was palpable. Why yeah. Thank you. Hurriedly, Aoi-san adjusted the loose yukata to cover herself up. It was my fault, but, now what? How was I supposed to salvage this awkward atmosphere? I'll go wake up the others. Aoi-san, you can get ready and wait for us. Okay. Thanks. I leapt out of the futon and left the room. As I went to wake up the others, I silently offered a prayer of thanks to the god of desires for blessing me with yet another unforgettable morning. After that, we all sat down to eat breakfast together. Hey, can I ask you something? Izumi, holding her chopsticks and bowl, glanced back and forth between Aoi-san and me. What is it? Why have you and Aoi-san been acting so distant with each other since earlier? A weird sound escaped from the back of my throat before I could stop it. The reason was as clear as day, but there was no way I could tell her. Aoi-san and I froze, unable to find the words to respond. Our chopsticks paused mid-air as we both looked down. "Oh, I see how it is." Izumi, clearly having pieced something together, gave a knowing laugh. But let me say this, whatever she's imagining didn't happen. Not even close. Compared to whatever ridiculous fantasy she's concocting, what actually happened was so insignificant it's almost cute. Though, yeah, I admit it's a little disappointing. That said, it's a complicated situation because I can't outright deny it either. Well, I'll leave that topic alone. By the way, Aoi-san, that necklace looks great on you. Wait, what? I glanced over at Aoi-san and saw the hydrangea necklace I gave her last night resting against her collarbone. She must have put it on while I was off waking the others. Since it's a gift, I wanted to wear it as much as possible. Yeah, totally. That's how it should be. As Izumi spoke, she shot a pointed look at me. And compared to that, Akira-kun, honestly. Once again, that weird sound slipped out of my throat. Akira-kun, you've never given a girl a present before, received one from a girl, or bought matching items with one, so I get it. But seriously, this is where you need to step it up. She had a point. I had no comeback. Aoi-san, I'm really glad you like it. I'll make sure to wear mine too so we can match. Yeah. Thank you. As Aoi-san and I exchanged smiles, Izumi watched us with a satisfied nod. Even though she was teasing me, she'd pointed out something important. For someone like me, who had zero experience in relationships, it was the kind of thing I wouldn't have noticed on my own. Guys, in general, don't pay much attention to things like accessories, so having Izumi point it out was helpful. Izumi, here, take this. Without saying much, I handed her my dessert as a token of appreciation. What? Really? Thanks. Thanks to Izumi, I'd had 2 incredible mornings in a row, and now I had the chance to wear matching necklaces with Aoi-san. Even if a homemade yogurt dessert didn't feel like enough to show my gratitude, it was the best I could offer. As I watched Izumi happily munching on her yogurt, I made up my mind. I'd make sure to wear the necklace as often as possible in the time we had left together. And the moment I returned to my room, I immediately put it on. Section. The final day of our 3-day, 2-night graduation trip had arrived. After checking out and thanking the staff at the inn, we left for the day. We stopped by the hot spring foot bath facility Aoi-san and I had visited the day before and bought some onsen eggs as a snack before heading to the bus terminal. By a little past 11, we were on a bus heading to the nearest train station. Soon, the bus began to move, signaling not just the journey home but also the end of our graduation trip. The thought of it ending suddenly left me feeling a pang of loneliness. Everything has an end, of course, but there's something unsettling about watching the remaining time slip away moment by moment. Maybe it's similar to how I'll feel as the day of my transfer draws nearer. It wasn't just me feeling the weight of the trip's end. Aoi-san and Eiji both sat silently, gazing out the window with complicated expressions. Well, you know what they say, the trip's not over until you get home. Let's keep our spirits up. This trip was something they'd planned for my sake, after all. Even though I was the one saying it, I wanted to try and lighten the mood, even if just a little. Akira-kun, that's the field trip's not over until you get home, isn't it? Izumi quipped with her usual teasing tone. It's not like I was wrong, but of course, Izumi was the only one still her usual high-energy self. I've always thought so, but Izumi's cheerfulness in moments like this is truly a blessing. And just as I was thinking that, well then, let's head to today's destination. Today's destination? The 3 of us, in perfect unison, repeated her words, dumbfounded. Wait, aren't we just heading home today? What? Of course not. Izumi tilted her head, looking genuinely puzzled, as if the question itself was strange. If anyone should be confused, it's us. Seeming to recall something, Izumi clapped her hands. Oh, did I forget to tell you guys today's plan? Her words finally clued us in on the situation. I knew it, something like this was bound to happen. This is the first I'm hearing about any plans. It turned out Izumi had completely forgotten to tell us about it. I thought about giving her a piece of my mind, but honestly, this kind of thing was nothing new. If I listed every time something like this happened, we'd be here all day. For Izumi, this was just business as usual. I couldn't help but recall the time during the school festival when she forgot to choose the committee members until the day of the meeting. Back then, Aoi-san and Eiji had been informed in advance, leaving me as the only one in the dark. But this time, judging by their reactions, it seemed neither of them knew either. Which made this even worse. So, we're making a stop before heading back. Yep. It'd be a waste to spend the last day just going home, right? I guess, but we don't want to get back too late. It's winter break. None of us have plans tomorrow, and no one's going to be bothered if we get back late or even in the middle of the night. This is our graduation trip. We should make the most of it until the very end. Izumi's enthusiasm practically filled the bus, though thankfully there were no other passengers yet. As much as I hated to admit it, she wasn't wrong. So, where are we going? In response, Izumi sent a URL to our group chat. Opening the link, I found myself on the website of a certain farm. The homepage featured an image of some delicious-looking strawberries. Like it says, we're going strawberry picking. Strawberry picking. Aoi-san, sitting beside me, lit up immediately, her excitement filling the bus. This farm started offering strawberry picking just last week. It's all you can eat for an hour, and you even get a box of strawberries to take home as a souvenir. Plus, they sell strawberry-themed treats and jams. As Izumi happily explained the wonders of strawberry picking, Aoi-san eagerly listened. Just moments ago, she'd been sitting quietly, looking forlorn, but now she was practically glowing as they chatted about strawberries. This kind of thing was typical of Izumi, forgetting to share plans until the last minute. But honestly, I was grateful. She'd completely lifted the heavy mood that had settled over us. Before long, other passengers began boarding the bus, and a few minutes later, we were on our way. And just like that, we were headed to a popular winter event, strawberry picking. Section. An hour and a half later, after leaving the mountain hot springs town, we returned to the nearest station. From there, we transferred to another bus, bouncing along a rural road for 30 minutes. After getting off at a stop, we walked for another 15 minutes before finally arriving at the strawberry farm. The farm was surrounded by fields, with rows of vinyl greenhouses stretching as far as the eye could see. So this is it. Lines of people headed toward the greenhouses, and shadows of others moved inside. Surrounding the area were numerous banners fluttering in the wind, all announcing, "Strawberry picking in progress." It was clear that the picking was taking place inside the greenhouses. This is going to be fun. Yeah, it looks great. Aoi-san's excitement was palpable. She had been brimming with anticipation ever since we were on the bus. First, let's check in. Right. Near the greenhouses stood a single, rustic log house. Judging by the families and groups entering it, it seemed to be the reception area. Following Eiji's lead, we stepped inside. Near the entrance was a souvenir corner, showcasing a variety of strawberry-based products, and beside it was a cozy eat-in area. At the back of the room, a counter served as the check-in point for strawberry picking. Eiji and I will handle the check-in. You two can browse the souvenirs while we wait. Okay. Thanks. While Aoi-san and Izumi were captivated by the souvenir section, Eiji and I got in line at the counter to check in for the four of us. As we waited, I glanced at an informational board mounted nearby. Once the check-in process was complete, a staff member led us to one of the vinyl greenhouses outside. Inside, two couples were already enjoying their strawberry picking experience. So this is what the inside of a greenhouse looks like. Aoi-san looked around in wonder, her voice full of awe. Near the entrance, tables and chairs served as a rest area and storage space for bags. Beyond that, 4 rows of strawberry plants stretched about 20 meters into the distance, with countless red, ripe berries hanging from the bushes. What surprised us the most, however, was the temperature inside the greenhouse. It's so warm in here, it doesn't feel like winter at all. Aoi-san removed her coat as she spoke, basking in the sunlight streaming through the transparent roof. While it had been cold enough outside to require layers, the greenhouse was warm, almost uncomfortably so. Wearing a coat in here was out of the question. It felt like it was nearly 20 degrees Celsius inside. After setting down our belongings and taking off our coats, a female staff member approached us. She carefully explained the rules and guidelines for the strawberry picking session. The session lasts 1 hour and is all you can eat. Condiments such as condensed milk and honey are provided and can be used as much as desired. We were allowed to pick strawberries from the first and second rows on the left. To avoid disputes among guests, each group was assigned a specific row of strawberries. Even if we saw delicious-looking strawberries in another row, we were instructed to resist the temptation and pick only from our designated area. This was my first time strawberry picking, and apparently, this was how it worked. With the rules explained, the all-you-can-eat session finally began. Izumi and I will take the second row. You two can have the first row. Got it. Aoi-san, let's get ready to. I turned to call her, only to stop mid-sentence. Akira-kun, let's start eating already. Aoi-san, her eyes sparkling with excitement, stood ready with condensed milk and honey in her hands. She handed me the honey and, with her skirt swaying, eagerly hurried toward the strawberries. In truth, during the staff's explanation earlier, Aoi-san had been clutching the condensed milk and honey as if they were treasures. She'd been fidgeting impatiently, swaying slightly as if unable to contain herself. She must have been waiting for this moment the entire time. Smiling at her childlike enthusiasm, I followed her. When I caught up, I found her intently staring at 2 ripe strawberries as if locked in a serious debate. Akira-kun, which one do you think will taste better? Aoi-san looked at me with a conflicted expression. I felt bad interrupting her serious deliberation, but it's all you can eat, so why not try both? Oh, you're right. Of course. She awkwardly brushed her hair back to cover her embarrassment. She must have been so focused on wanting the best strawberry that she'd completely forgotten about the all-you-can-eat nature of the session. That little absent-mindedness was quite endearing. Okay, I'll take the one on the right. You can have the one on the left. Thanks. Then I'll gladly accept. We each picked a strawberry. It was firm and glossy, almost glowing under the sunlight streaming into the greenhouse. For our first taste, we decided to enjoy the strawberries as they were, without any condiments. Bon appetit! We brought the strawberries to our mouths at the same time. The moment I bit into it, the sweetness of the strawberry spread across my mouth, and a rich aroma filled my senses. The juice was so abundant it threatened to spill out, and the flavor was leagues beyond the store-bought strawberries I was used to. Sweet, fresh, and unbelievably delicious. So this is what freshly picked strawberries taste like. How is it, Aoi-san? Expecting her to share my amazement, I turned to find her holding up her strawberry like an offering to the heavens. I feel like I was born just to eat this strawberry. Okay, that's definitely an exaggeration. Ever since the school festival, Aoi-san's passion for food has been something else. Not that I'm complaining, it's proof of how amazing these strawberries are. These taste so different from the strawberries I've had before. I'm shocked. They say freshly picked is best, and this proves it. Seeing is believing, or maybe in this case, tasting is believing. Would tasting is knowing be the right phrase here? What should I do? I don't think I'll be able to stop today. That's fine. Eat as much as you want. Okay. Knowing Aoi-san, she wouldn't overdo it like Izumi might. Armed with trash bags for the stems, condensed milk, and honey, we continued eating. After about 20 to 30 strawberries each, we were both full. Although we still had time left, we decided to take a break. Akira-kun. Suddenly, Aoi-san called out to me in a panicked voice. What's wrong? Thinking something had happened, I quickly turned to her. Aoi-san stood frozen, her hand outstretched toward a strawberry. Aoi-san. There's a bee on my hand. A bee. I stepped closer, and sure enough, a small honeybee rested on the back of her hand. Ah, so this was what the informational board had mentioned earlier. Aoi-san, it's fine. Don't swat at it or panic. But It's just resting on your hand because it's tired from flying. Resting. Her fear gave way to curiosity as she tilted her head in wonder. These bees are raised here inside the greenhouse. Aoi-san glanced around. Squinting, she noticed the honeybees flying around the greenhouse, busily collecting nectar and pollen from the strawberry flowers. Why do they raise bees in the greenhouse? Her earlier fear now replaced by fascination, she asked with genuine interest. Flowers and fruits, including strawberries, are pollinated when insects carry pollen while collecting nectar. But in a greenhouse environment, there aren't any insects, so pollination can't occur naturally. If humans were to do it manually, it would be a lot of work. That's why they keep honeybees to assist with pollination. Of course, not all strawberry farms operate this way. Some still handle pollination by hand, even though it's quite labor-intensive. You know a lot about this, Akira-kun. It was written on the informational board next to the reception desk. Looking around the greenhouse again, I noticed several stacked boxes that appeared to be beehives. Countless honeybees were busily flying in and out of them. Honeybees are said to be gentle by nature. Since they're raised in environments like this, they're accustomed to humans and won't sting unless provoked. If you look closely, they're actually kind of cute. Hearing that, Aoi-san stared intently at the honeybee resting on her hand. I see. Thanks to these bees working so hard, we get to enjoy delicious strawberries. We should let them rest for a little while, shouldn't we? Her gentle gaze softened as she spoke to the bee. But it's also a little sad. Sad? These bees should be free to live in nature, where they can roam as they please. Instead, they're confined to a greenhouse to work for us. Aoi-san's expression darkened slightly as she shared her thoughts. That's true. It was a typically kind-hearted sentiment from Aoi-san. Even though using bees for strawberry cultivation is practical, her words weren't wrong. But, Aoi-san, maybe you can think about it this way. I crouched down beside her, focusing on the bee as I continued. Honeybees have a lot of natural enemies, and some colonies get completely wiped out by predators. While they may not have the same freedom here as they do in the wild, humans create a safe environment for them. They don't have to worry about predators, and they get as much nectar and pollen as they want. They can even raise their young without fear. It's like living in a luxury apartment, and in return, they help with pollination as rent. In a way, you could say there's a sweet relationship between the honeybees collecting nectar, the farmers working with the bees to grow strawberries, and the guests paying to enjoy strawberry picking. After my explanation, Aoi-san's expression brightened with understanding. I see, that's another way to look at it. For the record, everything I just said was lifted directly from the informational board. Relieved, Aoi-san smiled warmly before pulling out her smartphone and aiming it at the honeybee. This is a memory worth keeping. As soon as she pressed the shutter button, the bee flew off. Aoi-san watched it disappear, looking a little disappointed. I'm going to take a break. Feel free to keep enjoying yourself. Okay. Thanks, Akira-kun. After giving her a quick word, I returned to the rest area and sat down on a chair. I took a bottle of tea from my bag and quenched my thirst, watching from afar as Aoi-san, Izumi, and Eiji immersed themselves in the strawberry picking experience. A little while later, Eiji joined me in the rest area. Did you overdo it? It's hard not to when it's this good. Well, let's just relax until the girls are satisfied. Sounds like a plan. Though there was still plenty of time left in the session, I figured the girls would return before the hour was up. Or so I thought. Contrary to our expectations, neither of them showed any signs of coming back. In fact, as the remaining time dwindled, their eating pace seemed to increase. Was it my imagination? No, it was clear they were eating faster than before. It had become a race against time. Would the clock run out first, or would their stomachs? Watching them gorge themselves on strawberries was like witnessing an unrelenting battle between sweet treats and the endless appetite of two determined young women. And so, 60 minutes passed, with their hands never stopping. In the end, time lost to the unyielding might of their stomachs. Section. Afterward, we stopped by the souvenir corner, bought a few things, and started our journey home. I feel like I ate a year's worth of strawberries, but I still kind of want more. Yeah, but But at least we got a pack to take home as a souvenir. Let's be content with that, okay? Eiji and I couldn't help but exchange wry smiles. On the bus ride back to the station, watching the two of them still looking unsatisfied was, frankly, a little terrifying. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, The Wish I Made That Day to the Gods. Akira-kun, I've finished cleaning the bathroom and the washroom. Thanks. I'm almost done with the kitchen. It was the afternoon of December 30th, a week after our graduation trip. Since morning, we had been splitting tasks for our year-end tradition, deep cleaning the house. Today was special because Hiyori was coming home to spend New Year's with us. I wanted to finish everything early because, knowing her, she would insist on helping if the cleaning wasn't done yet. She'd traveled all this way, and having her help clean would defeat the purpose of her visit. To be honest, we had started the cleaning the day before, and the plan was to finish it then. However, once we got going, it became clear that one day wasn't nearly enough. We'd underestimated the task, and here we were, on day 2. All that's left is the living room. We'll finish before Hiyori-chan gets here. Aoi-san clenched her fists with determination, her cute pose brimming with enthusiasm. Seeing her like this was a relief. During the graduation trip, Aoi-san had shown moments of emotional instability. But ever since we returned, it was as if those moments had never happened. If anything, she seemed even more cheerful than before. Perhaps my own lingering protectiveness toward her or my own anxiety about my impending transfer had clouded my perception, making her seem less lively than she actually was. It might even be that I was the one emotionally unstable. Yeah, let's push through the last bit. Okay. With that, Aoi-san and I tackled the living room together, entering the final stretch of our cleaning. After about an hour of teamwork, we finished cleaning the entire house. Just as we wrapped up, the doorbell rang right on cue. Looks like she's here. I'll go greet her. Okay. I'll take care of tidying up. Thanks. Leaving Aoi-san to put away the cleaning supplies, I headed to the entrance. The doorbell rang repeatedly, almost insistently. If it had been a stranger, it would have felt like harassment, but knowing Hiyori, this was just her usual impatience. Suppressing a laugh, I opened the door. You're late. There she was, my sister Hiyori, standing with bags in both hands and her usual deadpan expression, grumbling at me. It was a strange yet familiar comfort, one I'd felt countless times before. Welcome home. That's quite a lot of luggage you've got there. Mom sent this. It's a box of osechi for everyone to enjoy. Hiyori handed me the bags, and I accepted them with both hands. Thanks. I'll be sure to thank Mom later. You should. She's been saying how she's sad you haven't contacted her lately. Ah. Now that you mention it, I haven't been in touch at all. Between midterms, the school festival, finals, and everything else, I'd completely forgotten to reach out. It wasn't a good excuse, but it was the truth. Mom was one of the few adults who knew about Aoi-san's situation. While Hiyori had been keeping her updated, I knew I should explain Aoi-san's plans post-transfer myself at some point. I'll call her as part of my New Year's greetings. You should. By the way, where's Aoi-san? She's helping tidy up the living room. We've been cleaning all day. Hiyori headed toward the living room, her pace slightly faster than usual. Aoi-san, I'm back. Welcome home, Hiyori-chan. Aoi-san greeted her with a radiant smile. She stopped tidying up and ran over to Hiyori, her footsteps light and eager. It's been a month and a half. Have you been well? Yeah. I'm surprised at how energetic you look, though, Aoi-san. Really? Maybe it's because I was looking forward to seeing you, Hiyori-chan. Aoi-san blushed slightly, her modest smile as charming as ever. Hiyori seemed to notice it too. Aoi-san looked even livelier than usual. It wasn't just my imagination. Aoi-san's cheerful demeanor was genuine. That night, after an early dinner and bath, we spent the final hours of the year relaxing. We reminisced about the school festival, shared stories from our graduation trip, and enjoyed the salted yokan souvenir we had brought back for Hiyori. As we recapped the year's events, the end-of-year excitement gave our conversations a lively energy. Even though Aoi-san and Hiyori weren't typically very talkative, the discussion flowed seamlessly tonight. I sat quietly nearby, listening to them talk without interrupting. Before we knew it, the clock had passed 9 p.m. Though it was a bit early, we decided to call it a night. I would have liked to stay up longer, but with Eiji and Izumi coming over tomorrow evening, and a trip to the local shrine for Hatsumode, New Year's shrine visit, planned for after midnight, staying up late tonight would make tomorrow exhausting. Still, it feels way too early to fall asleep. I lay in bed, scrolling through photos from the trip to pass the time. There were pictures of the ice sculptures from the snow festival, a shot of Aoi-san and me at the foot bath, the necklace exchange, and even the treasure photo of Aoi-san in the Santa costume. She had also shared nearly 100 other photos, including ones from the school festival and even some of us at the pool. We've built up quite a collection of memories. As I reflected on the moments captured in those photos, a voice called out from behind my door. "Akira, are you awake?" "Yeah, I'm up," I replied, sitting up in bed. Hiyori opened the door and stepped inside. "Can't sleep?" "Yeah, that's part of it, but there's also something I wanted to ask you." "Ask me." Hiyori nodded slightly and sat on the edge of my bed. Then, she said something that caught me completely off guard. "Did something happen with Aoi-san?" "What?" My heart skipped a beat, and I felt my breath hitch. "Why do you ask?" She seems so much brighter now, like she's a completely different person. Hiyori had mentioned something similar earlier when she'd first arrived. Her observation mirrored what I'd been feeling about Aoi-san recently. Even though I saw her every day, her sudden liveliness was undeniable. For Hiyori, who hadn't seen her in over a month, the change must have been even more striking. Hiyori, in particular, had a knack for noticing subtle changes in people. Her words brought back a faint sense of unease that had been lingering in my mind. I wasn't around to see what happened, but from watching her, it feels like she's forcing herself to act cheerful, like there's something fragile beneath it. Fragile. That single word hit me like a realization I'd been avoiding. "It seems like you've noticed it too," Hiyori said, her tone gentle. "Yeah. I've felt the same way. I'm glad you're aware of it. I don't know the details, but when someone over-expresses their emotions, it often means they're feeling the opposite inside." The opposite. In other words, Aoi-san's overly cheerful demeanor might be a mask for her underlying sadness. It made sense, and I couldn't deny it. There were too many signs pointing to that conclusion. The only reason I hadn't fully acknowledged it was because I didn't want it to be true. "Make sure you face Aoi-san properly." Hiyori's words felt like a gentle push forward. If I wanted to deepen my relationship with Aoi-san, this was something I couldn't avoid. "Thanks, Hiyori." Hiyori shook her head slightly. "There's less than 3 months left. Do your best." "Yeah." With those final words, she left the room. Hiyori probably understood Aoi-san's feelings even more deeply than I did. Not only was she more perceptive, but perhaps as a fellow girl, she had her own perspective on the matter. Even so, she chose not to say too much and returned to her room. It was her way of showing that this was something for me and Aoi-san to work through on our own. By not giving me a direct answer, she was encouraging me to figure it out for myself. Hiyori's advice always had a reason behind it. Her restraint wasn't indifference, it was trust. I recalled something Hiyori had said once: "I want to stay close to Aoi-san moving forward." It was rare for her to share her true feelings so openly. I hadn't forgotten my promise to create more opportunities for them to spend time together. But for that to happen, I needed to face Aoi-san's feelings head-on and help her return to her natural self. Not just for Hiyori, but for me and most importantly, for Aoi-san herself. There wasn't much time left. Less than 3 months. Even though I already knew that, hearing it said out loud made it feel all the more real. Coming from Hiyori, who had experienced a transfer herself, it carried extra weight. Lying back in bed, I reflected on the situation and replayed Aoi-san's words in my mind. "As long as Akira-kun is by my side, I'll be fine. What if we can't see each other anymore?" Piecing together everything she had said, the source of her unease was painfully obvious. It might seem arrogant to assume, but I was sure Aoi-san was dreading the end of this life we'd shared. She feared our eventual parting, and I felt the same way. What I could do for her now was clear: create as many memories as possible. Memories we could both look back on when we missed each other. Memories that would bring her comfort and peace. That was the best I could do for her in the time we had left. Section. The next day, New Year's Eve. In the evening, Eiji and Izumi came over to my house, and for the first time in a while, all 5 of us were together again. Alright, let's get started. Izumi placed the large tote bag she had brought onto the kitchen counter and raised her voice enthusiastically. Her ability to take action before explaining anything was a hallmark of her personality, but this time, I needed some clarification. Staying full of energy even at the year's end is great and all, but what exactly are we starting? What's the one thing every household does for New Year's Eve? She shot back a question in return. I could already guess, considering she was heading for the kitchen. So, with that said, we're going to make toshikoshi soba, New Year's Eve noodles, together from scratch. From scratch? Just as I thought I'd guessed correctly, she completely blindsided me. I couldn't help but blurt out at her unexpected declaration. Wait, are you saying we're making soba noodles starting with the buckwheat flour? Of course. Izumi gave her usual triumphant grin, sticking her thumb out confidently. I was originally planning to make osechi, traditional New Year's dishes, but Hiyori told me her mom was already handling it. So I figured, why not go with toshikoshi soba instead? Just boiling store-bought noodles felt too plain, and I thought making it from scratch would make for a more memorable experience. It definitely sounded like an unforgettable memory in the making. And when I thought about it like that, this could become one of those cherished moments with Aoi-san. How did you plan to get the buckwheat flour? Don't tell me you're planning to grind it yourself. Don't worry, I already got pre-ground flour. My grandma's friend runs a soba shop, so I asked the owner to share some with me. He was even kind enough to lend me the tools we'd need. Izumi pulled out the soba-making tools from the tote bag. There was a large mixing bowl, a rolling pin for flattening the dough, and a fine mesh sifter for the flour, among other items. I had been curious about what she was carrying in that oversized bag. Now it all made sense. Well, it's great that we have the tools and ingredients, but do you even know how to make soba? Yesterday, I gave it a trial run and made enough for my family. It didn't look like something you'd find at a restaurant, but it was good enough to eat. If a beginner can make something edible, I'd call that a success. Plus, Eiji added, if there's anything Izumi doesn't know, we can just look it up on video. He played a soba-making tutorial on his smartphone. True enough, there were probably plenty of examples online to follow. Alright then, let's split up the tasks and get started. And with that, the soba-making session began. Since making soba turned out to be more of a physical task than I expected, Eiji and I took on the noodle making while Izumi and Aoi-san helped us. Meanwhile, Hiyori was put in charge of preparing the soba dipping sauce. Hiyori was skilled at baking, but when it came to cooking with vague instructions like a pinch or a dash, she wasn't as confident. I was a bit worried about leaving it to her, but Izumi had prepared a detailed recipe note, carefully written with the guidance of her grandmother. With that in hand, Hiyori confidently got to work. As expected of Izumi, she truly understood Hiyori, given how close they were. Watching Hiyori, Eiji, and the others start their tasks, I turned to Aoi-san. Shall we get started? Let's do our best. Aoi-san and I began our work at the dining table. Here's the method Izumi had learned from the soba shop owner. First, measure the soba flour and the wheat flour used as a binder in an 8:2 ratio. For the 3 of us, Aoi-san, Hiyori, and me, we needed 200 grams of soba flour, 50 grams of wheat flour, and approximately 110 milliliters of water. The soba and wheat flour were sifted through a fine mesh sieve and mixed evenly in a bowl. Then, 2/3 of the water was gradually added while mixing by hand to ensure it was distributed evenly throughout the flour. Apparently, this step helps the water bind the soba flour together properly. But this is nerve-wracking. It feels like I'll mess it up for sure. I hesitated, unable to move my hands, thinking about how adding water would make it irreversible. With a recipe note and a soba-making tutorial video on the side, I tried to mimic the steps, but my anxiety only grew. If we mess up, we'll just try again. In contrast to my apprehension, Aoi-san smiled warmly and reassured me. Izumi-san brought plenty of soba flour, so don't worry. You're right. Encouraged by Aoi-san, I refocused and resumed the task. While Aoi-san poured the water, I quickly mixed it into the flour with my fingertips, ensuring it was evenly distributed. The key here, apparently, was to mix quickly without kneading the dough or creating uneven spots. After mixing for a while, the flour began forming small granules. At this point, the remaining water was added, and the mixture was stirred until the granules grew larger. Finally, it was gathered into a single lump, and only then did the kneading begin. I continued kneading until the dough became smooth and glossy, a sign the dough was ready. Well, I think it's passable. It looks good to me too. The next step was rolling the dough out using a rolling pin, a process often seen in soba making videos, and it looked like the hardest part. After sprinkling flour to prevent sticking, we began rolling out the dough. But no matter how much I tried, it just wouldn't stretch evenly. The video showed a perfect circle being flattened and then stretched into a neat square by working the edges skillfully. No matter what I did, though, it refused to become anything close to a square. Despite the struggle, we managed to shape it somehow. I folded the dough as demonstrated in the video and finally cut it into even strips about 1 millimeter wide using a knife. And with that, the soba was complete, sort of. Staring at the finished soba before us, Aoi-san and I felt conflicted. The reason? The soba's appearance was, to put it kindly, less than stellar. The color looked right, and since we'd measured the ingredients carefully, it resembled soba in some aspects. But the thickness of the noodles was all over the place, making it clear just from looking that the texture would be inconsistent. The issue was obvious. During the rolling process, we couldn't keep the dough's thickness uniform. On top of that, when cutting the dough, the widths were uneven, and the spacing was inconsistent. While it wasn't as thick as udon, it was far from the slenderness one expects from soba. The one redeeming quality, the noodles seemed to have a lot of firmness. How's it going over here? Just as I was wondering what to do, Izumi peeked over at our soba. There was no point in hiding it, so we showed her the unfortunate results as they were. Wow. Looks great. Ha! Aoi-san and I unintentionally voiced our doubts in unison. Come on, there's no way this could be considered good. Even as flattery, it felt far-fetched. For a first attempt at making soba, this is amazing. I think you did really well. Really? It definitely looks better than the batch I made yesterday. Aoi-san and I exchanged glances, letting out a small sigh of relief. Hearing that made all the effort we'd put in feel worthwhile. By the way, what was the batch you made yesterday like? My family said it was basically kishimen, flat noodles, with the color and taste of soba. Well, that's a very vivid description. Thanks for that. Honestly, though, I wouldn't mind trying it myself. Are you guys finished over there? Yep. Though Eiji-kun did most of the work on his own. Curious about their results, Aoi-san and I went to check on the soba Eiji had made. This time, Aoi-san and I were speechless for an entirely different reason. Eiji's soba was leagues better than ours. It wasn't even close. This is your first time making soba too, right? Yeah. It's surprisingly tricky. With a faint sheen of sweat on his forehead, Eiji gave his usual refreshingly handsome smile. Even the sweat on his face after making soba looked effortlessly cool. I think this every time, but with his good looks, sharp mind, kind personality, and now dexterous hands, it's like God made Eiji to be the ultimate high-spec guy. Just how much virtue must one accumulate in a past life to be reincarnated as someone like Eiji? Izumi, the soba dipping sauce is ready. Want to taste it? Got it. Let's see. Izumi scooped some into a small dish with a ladle and took a sip. Perfect. It's delicious. With that, all the preparations for our toshikoshi soba were complete. All that was left was to relax and boil the noodles before midnight. Later, as we sat around the table, we reflected on the past year. Starting with entering high school, meeting Aoi-san, spending summer vacation together, and all of us making memories at the school festival, it was far too much to sum up in a single night. Of course, We all knew the year hadn't been full of only good memories. But at the year's end, with everyone smiling together, it felt like there was plenty to be happy about. Soba's ready. By the time the soba was finished, it was already past 11 at night. With less than an hour left in the year. Finally. I've been waiting for this. Clear the table first. Izumi and Hiyori hurriedly tossed their half-empty bag of potato chips into the trash. Aoi-san and I carefully carried the 5 bowls of toshikoshi soba to the now spotless table. The freshly made soba was topped with simple ingredients, green onions and slices of kamaboko fish cake. The aroma of the soba dipping sauce, combined with the fact that we'd held off on dinner until now, made the dish all the more enticing. The TV was airing the usual end-of-year music program in the background as everyone joined hands together. All right, let's eat. Wait a second. Just as we were about to dig in, Aoi-san clasped her hands to her chest as though she'd just remembered something. She picked up her phone, opened the camera, and pointed it at the soba. This is an important memory. I'll take one too. Izumi, always quick to follow suit, grabbed her phone as well. Aoi-san adjusted the camera settings, fiddling with the angle and lighting until she was satisfied. Finally, she took several shots and, with a contented smile, set her phone down. Sorry for the wait. I shook my head with a small smile. If it meant creating a cherished memory for Aoi-san, I didn't mind waiting at all. Once Izumi finished taking her photos, we all joined hands again. Itadakimasu. Hunger spurred everyone into action, and we all picked up our chopsticks in unison. After watching everyone else start eating, I finally took up my chopsticks and brought the soba to my mouth. While I wouldn't dare call the appearance flattering, I wondered how it would taste. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, I took a bite. It's delicious. Aoi-san voiced exactly what I was thinking before I could say it myself. Despite the uneven thickness making the noodles' texture inconsistent, the soba had the rich flavor you'd expect. Whether it was the quality of the soba flour or the fact that it was handmade, every bite released a fragrant aroma that filled my mouth. Hiyori's dipping sauce, made strictly by the recipe, was also perfect. Yeah, it's really good. Izumi chimed in with a smile, and beside her, Hiyori nodded enthusiastically. Everyone seemed to agree it was undeniably delicious. It's so good that it's almost a shame the noodle thickness is all over the place. Next time, we'll do even better. Age's words were confident and reassuring. Next time, we would improve. Is it too much to hope for perfection from amateurs? In that case, let's all make soba together again next year. It was Aoi-san who suggested it. Usually, ideas like this came from Izumi. Yeah, let's do it. Next year, we'll gather again and make soba. Sounds like a plan. Let's do it. Of course, Eiji and Hiyori were quick to agree. Not long ago, I would have shied away from any talk about the future. That's because, for me, partings had always been inevitable. After experiencing countless farewells, I had learned to accept them as part of life. To avoid facing the ticking clock, I would avoid any conversations about the future. But now, after meeting Eiji, Izumi, and, most importantly, Aoi-san, I've learned that partings aren't just sad, they can lead to something more. Now, the act of speaking about the future feels like a source of hope. It's comforting to know that there's something to look forward to beyond sadness. The fact that I can genuinely anticipate the next year is thanks to everyone here tonight. Even more than the taste of the soba, I couldn't help but savor the memories we were creating. Alright, the new year is almost here. Before we knew it, the clock had crept closer to midnight. We finished our soba, set our chopsticks down, and turned to the TV. As the countdown began on screen, we joined our voices together. And when the year came to an end and the new one began, Happy New Year! As always, Izumi was the first to shout, pulling Hiyori into a tight hug. Watching them from the corner of my eye, I turned to Aoi-san beside me. Happy New Year! Let's make it a good one. Happy New Year! I'm looking forward to it, too. The soft smile on her face almost made me mistake her emotions again. But I knew better now. Aoi-san wasn't forcing herself to act cheerful out of a fear of parting ways. That radiant smile of hers was proof that she'd found genuine happiness in this moment. So I'll keep building memories for her, memories she won't have to be sad about. The moments we share today will surely contribute to that. Alright, now that we've finished eating, let's head to the shrine for the first visit of the year. Don't forget to bundle up. It's cold out there. With that, we put on our coats, our breath visible in the chilly air as we stepped outside. Beneath the clear winter sky, glittering with stars, we set off together for our first shrine visit of the year. Section. Our destination was a shrine near the city center, close to the station. It was on the opposite side of the station from my house, in an area lined with office buildings and shopping centers. Nestled in the middle of this urban sprawl, the shrine sat atop a small hill, a rarity for a city like this. The fact that the hill remained undeveloped and the shrine still stood there might seem unusual. The reason? The shrine had been there far longer than the city itself. Its origins dated back 1,600 years, when a small settlement existed long before the town took shape. The shrine was built then, and the city's history has been intertwined with it ever since. For the residents, the shrine was deeply familiar, a place passed down through generations. Wow, it's really crowded. Even though it's this late at night. As we approached the shrine, the streets were already overflowing with people. Isn't it freezing? I started to question why anyone would come out so early in the new year but stopped short, realizing we were no different. The excitement of the first shrine visit of the year was something everyone could relate to. For a small rural city like this, New Year's was one of the few occasions where people of all ages could come together and celebrate. Couples, families, and even elderly couples were all part of the crowd. Aoi-san. I extended my right hand toward her. My gloves will keep your hand warm. She probably thought I wanted to hold hands to keep warm, like during our graduation trip. Ignoring her hesitation, I gently took her left hand in mine. It's warm, but I was thinking more about how we might get separated in this crowd. Okay. Eiji and Izumi could see us holding hands, but at this point, there was no reason to feel embarrassed. We'd held hands countless times before, after all. Or so I thought until I heard a quiet murmur. You're holding hands. Hiyori was staring at our hands, her voice barely above a whisper. Come to think of it, I'd never held hands with Aoi-san in front of Hiyori before. I hadn't forgotten she was there, but having my little sister witness this did feel a bit awkward. Not fair. Before I could respond, Hiyori moved to Aoi-san's right side and gently took her other hand. There are so many people. I'll hold hands with Aoi-san too, so you don't get separated. Hiyori-chan. Aoi-san looked at her with a mix of surprise and warmth, a soft smile spreading across her face. Hiyori rarely expressed her emotions openly, whether in words or actions. This led many to mistake her for a cold or aloof person. However, those who truly understood her knew she had a deeply caring side. She wasn't the type to cling to others, not even our parents, yet here she was, using my excuse to grow closer to Aoi-san. Seeing this unexpected side of Hiyori left me momentarily stunned. I recalled the time when Aoi-san returned to her mother's home, and Hiyori uncharacteristically voiced her feelings. I want to keep getting along with Aoi-san. It seemed Hiyori cared about Aoi-san even more than I had realized. Hair. What? Unable to contain my smile, I let out a small laugh. Noticing this, Hiyori turned toward me, her ears reddening as she shot me a glare. Nothing. I was just thinking that with this setup, there's no way any of us could get lost. Thank you, Hiyori-chan. Aoi-san must have understood Hiyori's feelings, her gaze as tender as one directed toward a little sister. And so, the three of us held hands and joined the line of people heading toward the shrine. When we finally arrived, the area was packed with visitors. A massive, illuminated torii gate over 10 meters tall marked the entrance. Beyond it lay a stone staircase with over 100 steps, leading to the shrine's main hall, steeped in historical significance. Vendors lined the path to the stairs, selling crepes and other snacks. We climbed the steps, moving with the crowd, and reached the top out of breath. The area around the main hall was so packed that it took 15 minutes of shuffling to reach the front. Finally, we stood before the offering box. Tossing in coins, we rang the bell above us and pressed our hands together in prayer. There was only one wish in my heart. Please, Let me create as many memories with Aoi-san as possible in the time we have left. But this wasn't something to ask of a deity. It was my responsibility to make sure Aoi-san didn't feel sadness when this chapter of her life ended. Her unease and occasional sadness were reflections of the anxiety and melancholy tied to the end of this peaceful period she had come to cherish. When I thought back on the past 6 months, I knew this was inevitable. That's why I wanted to fill her life with enough memories to outshine any sadness. Even if I couldn't erase her sorrow, I wanted to leave behind memories so joyful they'd outweigh it. This wasn't a prayer to a god, it was my personal resolve. But just as I finished my prayer and opened my eyes, I froze. Aoi-san, standing beside me with her hands pressed together, had tears trailing down her cheek. Her lips trembled as she prayed, her expression laced with sorrow. In that moment, a chilling thought struck me. Maybe I've completely misunderstood Aoi-san's feelings. Seeing those tears at the start of the new year left me with an unsettling heaviness in my chest. It's always the same. My bad premonitions have never been wrong. Not even once. Section. After returning home from our shrine visit, well past 3 a.m. when everyone else was fast asleep, I sat alone on the windowsill in the unlit living room, staring out at the garden. My breath was faintly illuminated by the moonlight, forming pale, misty clouds in the darkness. It was a cold midwinter night. Ordinarily, I'd feel the biting chill on my skin. But tonight, my thoughts were running so hot that I didn't feel the cold at all. I kept thinking about Aoi-san's tears during the shrine visit. It felt like I was missing something critical, like I'd made a fatal misjudgment. The anxiety gnawed at me, refusing to let me sleep. The moon's beautiful tonight, isn't it? A familiar voice broke the silence of the living room. Eiji. I turned to find Eiji standing there, wearing his usual gentle smile. He walked over and sat beside me on the windowsill. Sorry. I'm always making you worry. Don't mention it. It wasn't a coincidence that Eiji had shown up. Looking back, every time I struggled, Eiji had been there to offer support. Like during the study camp in our first semester, when Izumi wanted snacks and Eiji accompanied me to the convenience store. Or after the summer festival, when I was troubled by Aoi-san's father. Even now, he'd noticed something was wrong and came to check on me. If I were a girl, I'd have definitely fallen for him by now. At the shrine earlier, Aoi-san was crying. Leaning on Eiji's kindness, I began to speak. He listened silently, taking in everything I said. The first time I saw Aoi-san cry was during the graduation trip, at the snow festival. We got separated, and when I found her, she was completely distraught. I thought she was emotionally unstable because she was sad about parting ways. That's why I've been trying to create memories for her so she wouldn't feel lonely. I thought if I could do that, Aoi-san would never have to cry again. At least, that's what I believed. But now, I'm starting to think I might have been fundamentally mistaken. What makes you think that? I answered his question. No matter how much time we spend together or how many memories we create, it feels like I'm not alleviating her anxiety or sadness. It's like I'm missing something important. I worried that this vague confession would put him on the spot. I'm glad you've noticed the changes in Aoi-san. Eiji nodded, his words filled with a sense of relief. It was as though he was confirming my doubts. What do you mean? I asked for an explanation. For a moment, Eiji hesitated, his eyes wandering as if choosing his words carefully. Eventually, he seemed to come to a decision and looked back at me. If you've noticed this much, then maybe it's time I told you. As if speaking to himself, he murmured quietly before continuing. I think what's troubling Aoi-san right now is her dependence on you. Dependence. The word caught me off guard. Izumi was the first to notice Aoi-san's change. Izumi. After summer break, when Aoi-san started making an effort to create memories with you, Izumi thought her excessive enthusiasm was a sign of anxiety. I suddenly recalled shopping for a gift with Izumi. Back then, she'd said, "It doesn't seem like you have much to worry about." Looking back, her words likely implied the opposite about Aoi-san. Hiyori and I also noticed something was off. We thought she was forcing herself to act cheerful because of her anxiety over parting ways. But dependence, her. It had been obvious to everyone that Aoi-san was pushing herself too hard. However, the cause Izumi and I perceived was fundamentally different. As Eiji put it into words, I realized how much Aoi-san's behavior could indeed be linked to dependence. As long as you're by my side, that's all I need. What if I can't see you anymore? Countless moments like these replayed in my mind. I think, for Aoi-san, her mother was the person she depended on until now. That sounds right. I agreed. Her inability to leave her mother wasn't just because they were family, it was also due to dependence. Even after everything her mother had done, she couldn't walk away. To Aoi-san, her mother was both an irreplaceable family member and her emotional anchor. 15 years of living together had nurtured that dependence more than any familial bond. But then you extended a hand to her, and her dependency shifted from her mother to you. Considering everything you've done for her, it's no surprise. In fact, anyone in her position would have become dependent on you. It would have been stranger if she hadn't. As I listened, a question began to form in my mind. You once said, Aoi-san doesn't need my help anymore. I think you were half right and half wrong. It's true that her environment has improved. But at the same time, she's grown to see you as an indispensable part of her life. That's likely the root of the problem. So that means, I thought I was helping Aoi-san become independent by solving her problems. But instead, I made her dependent on me. My protective instincts probably hindered her independence and strengthened her dependence. So, in the end, it's all my fault. That's not true. Before I could finish, Eiji cut me off firmly. Let me make one thing clear. Eiji's tone became unusually firm as he continued. Dependence and protective instincts aren't inherently bad. They're not bad. Both have their positives and negatives. They're forms of affection, feelings that naturally exist in romantic or familial relationships to some degree. A healthy level of dependence or protectiveness can even strengthen those bonds. It's the same in my relationship with Izumi. What matters most is how the people involved handle it. Hearing that Eiji and Izumi had a degree of dependence in their relationship surprised me. Eiji always seemed to maintain a perfect balance, and Izumi's carefree nature made her seem far removed from any sort of dependency. There's no need to overthink it. Wanting to rely on someone you care about, or wanting to protect someone you love, are perfectly natural emotions. The problem only arises when those feelings become excessive. His words sank deep into me. If that's the case, then Aoi-san and I must have crossed that line. You've faced your own partings and gradually come to terms with them, haven't you? Yeah. But Aoi-san is the opposite. The closer she's grown to you, the harder it's become for her to accept. With your views on separation at odds, parting as things are now would be harmful to both of you. I couldn't argue with that. Even if dependence isn't inherently bad, what would happen if we parted like this? If the root cause of her sadness is dependence and my protective instincts have only intensified it, then creating more memories won't solve anything. If anything, those memories might end up reminding her of the sadness instead. The problem isn't there. It's complicated. My mind felt like it was overheating. What should I do? Do you remember what I said to you after we had tea at the cafe for the first time? Eiji's gentle voice broke through my thoughts, offering an unexpected sense of calm. Of course. I'd never forgotten. Those words had guided me through the past 6 months. People fundamentally can't understand each other. Without words, mutual understanding is impossible. That's why it's important to put your feelings into words. Those words had saved me time and time again. And now, once again, they resonated deeply. Thinking things through alone and trying to find an answer out of care for someone else is a kind gesture, without a doubt. But the truth is, in a romantic relationship, kindness alone isn't enough to bridge the gap. Right now, what you and Aoi-san need most is communication. You're right. I'd believed that through conversations and shared moments, Aoi-san and I had grown close enough to understand each other without words. But now I realized that, after all, we couldn't move forward without communication. A thought crossed my mind. If someone wants to stay together with another person, this process probably repeats itself endlessly. I couldn't agree more. Dialogue is the means by which we try to understand one another. And the moment we think we fully understand, everything begins to unravel. Never forgetting that we are different individuals, never imposing excessive expectations, and never ceasing the effort to understand the other, that's what sustains relationships, whether familial or romantic. When dialogue ends, people lose what's most precious to them. And they only realize it after it's gone, always too late. That said, this is a delicate matter. Forcing Aoi-san to open up wouldn't be right. It might be better to wait for her to confide in you naturally or for you to find the right moment to start the conversation. Of course, with the time limit looming, you can't afford to wait too long. I get it. I can't rush things. I didn't have the skill to coax Aoi-san into opening her heart without causing her pain. If I could do that, I wouldn't still be struggling like this. For now, the best thing I could do was prepare myself to truly understand what was troubling her, and to be ready to listen and accept her feelings whenever she chose to share them. There's one more thing I'd like to apologize for. Eiji turned to face me and bowed his head. Aoi-san's growing dependence on you, and the way your protective instincts toward her have persisted, Izumi and I both noticed. We realized the two of you were slipping into an unhealthy codependent relationship, yet we chose to stay silent. As a friend, I feel truly sorry for that. Please, don't bow your head. I wanted to say that, but Eiji's sincerity left me unable to respond. If Izumi and I had pointed it out and somehow improved your relationship, it likely would have only been a temporary fix. A surface-level solution wouldn't have addressed the root issue, and the same problems would have reappeared later. That's why I wanted you to notice it on your own. Yeah, I understand that now. I had no intention of telling you, even if you never figured it out. Even if it meant the two of you wouldn't end up together. That's why I'm so relieved that you noticed the changes in Aoi-san yourself. It's okay. I fully understood Eiji's intentions. Because this wasn't about a temporary fix, it was about real change. If they had told me earlier, it would have been like putting a band-aid on a wound after it was already inflicted. What Aoi-san and I needed was to figure out how to prevent the wound in the first place. If we couldn't do that, and instead relied on others, we'd only repeat the same mistakes. The fact that I hadn't realized this until now was my failure. And now, I finally understood why I hadn't noticed sooner. I think I was scared to face Aoi-san's feelings. Scared. I think, after falling for her, I stopped being able to approach her feelings as directly as I used to. I worried about what would happen if she didn't feel the same way, or if I was being selfish in assuming she did. It wasn't like before, when I would reach out to her without hesitation, no matter the circumstances. If I'd still had that same recklessness, things might have turned out differently by now. That might be true. But honestly, hearing that is a relief. A relief. It shows me that you're just a normal high school boy. For once, Eiji allowed himself a teasing smile. You're always calling Izumi a meddler or the caretaker of the group, but from my perspective, you're far more of a busybody than she is. The fact that even someone like you gets nervous around the girl you like is surprisingly endearing. Knock it off. No one wants to hear guys gossiping about love. Really? I don't particularly mind. Well, let's save it for after I've worked everything out. Fair enough. I'll look forward to the day when we can talk about your love life freely. Eiji rose smoothly to his feet. This is as far as I can go. Izumi and I don't have the answers for how you and Aoi-san should reconcile her dependence and your protective instincts. Unfortunately, from here on out, it's up to you. Yeah. Just listening to me was more than enough. But I have no doubt you'll figure it out. After all, I've never once handed you a solution, and yet you've always managed to face Aoi-san and resolve things on your own. His words were a testament to his unwavering trust in me. Izumi and I will watch over the rest of your love story during the time you have left. I'll do my best to meet your expectations. With those parting words, Eiji left the living room. Alone once more, I gazed at the moon outside. For the first time, I became aware of the biting cold that surrounded me. My mind, however, felt remarkably clear. Eiji's words, coupled with the icy winter air, seemed to have cooled the heat that had been clouding my thoughts. The moon really is beautiful tonight. The time we have left is now less than 3 months. At the dawn of this new year, I finally felt like I understood what I needed to do. Chapter 7: Valentine's Night. The afternoon of the first Wednesday of the 3rd semester, after winter break had ended. As the final long homeroom session of the day was about to wrap up, Izumi, our class representative, spoke from the teacher's podium. Akira-kun has something he'd like to share with everyone, so please give him your attention. As she said this, she turned her gaze toward me. Given my history with Izumi, it might seem like she'd sprung another sudden request on me. But today was different. I had specifically asked her to give me some time at the end of the homeroom session. Standing up from my seat, I made my way to the front of the classroom. Izumi stepped down from the podium, giving me the floor, and as we passed, she patted me on the chest in encouragement. Sorry for taking up your time at the end of homeroom. Standing at the podium, I glanced over my classmates. The last time I'd stood here was during the school festival preparations, when Aoi-san had returned to her mother's home. I'd stood here then to let everyone know she wouldn't be coming to school for a while. That memory felt vivid, even though more than 2 months had passed since then. Time moves way too fast. And once I said what I had to say, it was bound to feel even faster. While most of my classmates looked puzzled, wondering what this was about, Eiji watched me with a calm, supportive expression, and Izumi's gaze was firm and encouraging. Only Aoi-san looked at me with a trace of worry in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, I began to speak. I know this is sudden, but I'll be transferring schools after the 3rd semester ends. The abrupt announcement silenced the room. Then, almost immediately, voices erupted in reaction. But they quickly quieted down, waiting for me to explain further. The reason is a family matter. If you'd like more details, I can explain privately, but I'll keep it brief here. To be honest, this transfer has been decided since before I started high school. It was already planned before I even enrolled. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. That said, I'd like to spend these remaining 2 months with all of you as normally as possible. It wasn't as though I didn't regret not telling them sooner. At the start of the school year, I'd been resigned to the idea of parting ways and had given up before anything even began. And once I started wishing I didn't have to transfer, I became too afraid to say anything. It would have made the separation feel all too real. It was only thanks to the 3 of them that I could now face this parting and speak these words. Without them, I probably wouldn't have said anything until just before transferring, leaving everything behind as I had during previous moves. So, even though the timing was late, there was meaning in being able to tell them now. And that's that. So, please take care of him until the end. Izumi wrapped things up with her usual bright tone just as the final chime of the day rang out. Almost immediately, my classmates stood and surrounded me. Some expressed sadness about my leaving, others voiced their anger at me for keeping it a secret. Despite their varied reactions, I could feel their kindness and sincerity, and for that, I was grateful. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a group of girls approaching Aoi-san, speaking to her. Since the school festival, everyone knew how close Aoi-san and I were. It was clear they were worried about how my transfer might affect her. Now, Aoi-san had friends who cared for her and showed concern. Watching this scene, I felt reassured. What I'd done up to now hadn't been wrong after all. Section. Time passed without me getting the chance to talk to Aoi-san. I knew I needed to bring it up soon, considering how little time was left before my transfer. But as Eiji had pointed out, this was an extremely delicate topic for both of us. If Aoi-san's previous struggles had been tied to external factors, this one went far deeper. It touched the innermost parts of her heart. That made it all the more critical to prioritize her feelings above everything else. The key wasn't to rush but to ensure both of us were emotionally ready and that the timing was right. There was another reason I hadn't spoken to her yet. Lately, Aoi-san had been acting completely normal. Unlike during the graduation trip or our shrine visit, when her emotions had seemed unstable, she now appeared calm and composed at both school and home. In fact, she seemed more like herself than ever before, so much so that it almost felt as though she'd already come to terms with everything. Of course, I knew better. She was likely hiding her feelings to keep me from worrying. No matter how much she tried to act composed, The fact that she could appear this normal wasn't normal at all. Even so, finding the right moment to bring up her inner struggles felt nearly impossible. And now, tomorrow's Valentine's Day, isn't it? It was February 13th, a Sunday evening, nearly a month since my announcement. I was spending the evening alone at home. It's been a while since I've had this much time to myself. Aoi-san had been staying over at Izumi's place since yesterday. Izumi had invited her for a 2-night, 3-day sleepover, and tomorrow she'd be heading to school directly from Izumi's house. It wasn't hard to imagine what they were doing together, but I avoided dwelling on it. If my assumptions were wrong, I'd just seem like an overthinking and troublesome guy, and I didn't want that. Still, having this time alone was convenient. No matter how difficult the topic was to bring up, I couldn't keep avoiding it forever. Luckily, I now had plenty of time to think things through. Lying on the sofa, I tried to figure out how to broach the subject. But before I knew it, drowsiness crept in, and I fell asleep without even realizing it. How long had I been asleep? Suddenly, I felt a warm sensation enveloping me, stirring me awake. Ha! I slowly opened my heavy eyelids. In the dimly lit room, I saw a figure that made me question what I was seeing. Aoi-san. Sorry. Did I wake you? In front of me stood Aoi-san, who was supposed to be staying over at Izumi's house. She was still wearing her coat, as if she had just returned. Noticing I was asleep, she hadn't turned on the living room lights. The only light came from the dining area, casting her face in shadows as she crouched in front of the sofa. In the faint light, her slightly flushed cheeks seemed noticeable, or maybe it was just my imagination. As she covered her mouth with one hand, she tucked her long hair, which had fallen over her shoulders, behind her ear in a gesture that felt oddly elegant. I thought you were staying over at Izumi's. I came back. I sat up and glanced at the wall clock. The hands showed that it was just past midnight. At this hour. Did something urgent come up? Urgent? Yeah, I guess so. There was something I really wanted to give you. Aoi-san answered with a small smile. Then she reached into the bag she had set down and pulled out a neatly wrapped box. I was planning to give this to you tomorrow. But, giving it to you at school in front of everyone felt a little embarrassing, and waiting until after school would have been too late. I just wanted to give it to you as soon as I could. Can I open it? Of course. I unwrapped the package and opened the lid to find small, bite-sized chocolates inside. Each piece was unique in shape, color, and decoration, 8 in total. They looked absolutely delicious. These are Valentine's chocolates. Aoi-san blushed, her smile shy but sincere. I stayed over at Izumi-san's house to make these. Actually, Hiyori-chan came too, and the two of them taught me how to make chocolates. A flood of indescribable emotions washed over me, and I felt a warmth rising behind my eyes. When Aoi-san mentioned her stay at Izumi's, I had a hunch this might be the reason. I never imagined that Hiyori would be involved, but part of me had secretly hoped she might be making Valentine's chocolates for me. Given the timing, it wasn't surprising. But never in my wildest dreams did I think she'd cut her stay short and return home so late at night just to give them to me as soon as possible. Thank you. Even though Aoi-san must be carrying complicated emotions of her own, knowing that she went to such lengths just for me made me so happy that it hurt. I sniffled quietly, making sure Aoi-san wouldn't notice. I was genuinely relieved the lights weren't on. Can I try one? Of course. But it's my first time making chocolates, so I can't promise they'll taste good. Aoi-san looked nervous as she spoke. I picked up one of the chocolates and popped it into my mouth. It melted almost instantly, spreading a bittersweet flavor that filled my senses. How is it? It's delicious. Really? If you'd like, why don't you try one too? I held up another piece and offered it to her. But these chocolates are meant for you. I want to share them with you, Aoi-san. At first, she hesitated, but after a moment, she opened her mouth slightly, like a baby bird waiting for food. I gently brought the chocolate to her lips, and she took a small bite. She chewed slowly, as if evaluating the flavor. Phew. It's actually good. Yeah, better than store-bought chocolates. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Aoi-san let out a relieved smile. This is the first time I've ever received handmade chocolates. It's my first time giving chocolates to a boy, so I'm really glad you liked them. Her first time. What an incredibly precious gift I've received. And, even in the dim light, I could tell her cheeks were flushed. They're not, just out of obligation. What? Her words made my heart skip a beat. You've helped me so much, and I've always wanted to do something to repay you. But there's not much I can do for you, or give you. Honestly, even making chocolates doesn't feel like enough. But at the very least, I wanted to show my gratitude. Aoi-san continued softly, that's why I wanted them to be handmade. Thank you. It really means a lot to me. Seeing her shy, happy expression, I couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that Aoi-san isn't struggling or hurting anymore? Could we have been mistaken all along? No, I knew that wasn't the case. But precisely because I knew, I couldn't help but wish it were true. Afterward, we both took our baths and went to bed. As I lay on my bed, I found myself revisiting the thoughts I'd been grappling with earlier in the day. While I was genuinely happy that Aoi-san had given me handmade chocolates, the fact that we still hadn't discussed the future loomed large in my mind, weighing heavily on my heart. There's only 1 month left. Saying it out loud made the urgency hit even harder. I knew I needed to create an opportunity to talk with her soon. Yet, when I saw her happy expression earlier, I hesitated, thinking it wasn't the right moment. That said, I can't keep putting it off. Even if it felt abrupt, I had to face Aoi-san and have the conversation. Nobody understood the limited time better than I did, being the one preparing to transfer. As I kept thinking about it, drowsiness began to creep in, and my consciousness gradually faded. Even as I drifted into the comfort of sleep, a sense of responsibility kept me clinging to the edge of wakefulness. Suddenly, I felt an odd warmth against my back. Confused, I fought off my sleepiness and opened my eyes slightly. As I stirred and glanced behind me, what I saw made me freeze. What? In the darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight slipping through the curtains, I couldn't make out her expression. But lying beside me, clinging to my back, was Aoi-san. Aoi-san. I stopped mid-sentence. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. I recalled the time shortly before the end of the first semester, when Aoi-san had slipped into my bed the same way. Her expression back then, filled with sadness and desperate resolve, flashed through my mind. This situation alone told me that Aoi-san must be acting under a similar heavy resolve now. I turned over in the futon to face her. What's wrong? I spoke gently, trying to calm her, or maybe myself. Aoi-san clung to my chest, hiding her face as she murmured softly, "It's not just the chocolate I wanted to give you. Not just the chocolate." She nodded silently, her grip on me tightening as if to convey the depth of her feelings. "What I really wanted to give you is myself." I wasn't surprised, I already knew. Whenever Aoi-san tried to offer me something like this, it was never out of recklessness. It always came after deep deliberation, a choice made with careful consideration. Because of that, not even a trace of ulterior motives surfaced in my heart. If you want to give me something, just the thought alone makes me happy. That's not it. She shook her head, her voice resolute. I want to give myself to you. The conviction in her words was far stronger than before. That means a lot to me. But, oh why? Memories aren't enough. Her voice wavered as if she was on the verge of tears. I've been trying to help you create lots of memories, planning everything with Izuma-san's help. But the truth is, it wasn't for you. It was for me. I wanted those memories for myself. Aoi-san, you're the one who has to say goodbye to everyone, so it's harder for you. But all I've been thinking about is myself. I hate myself for being so selfish, but I couldn't stop these feelings. Those feelings were something I understood better than anyone. It was because her struggles mirrored what I felt when her father reappeared in her life. Back then, even though I knew living with her father was the best choice for Aoi-san, I couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her. I made him out to be the villain in my mind and tried to push him away. No matter how much your head understands, your heart doesn't always follow. Aoi-san's turmoil was likely no different from what I had felt back then. But no matter how many memories I tried to make or how many photos I took, it wasn't enough. Aoi-san's voice trembled as she poured her feelings out. Whenever I think about you leaving, I don't know what to do. I know, deep down, that when you transfer, I'll have to stand on my own, and I can't keep depending on you like this. But if you would just take me as yours, maybe this loneliness would be a little easier to bear. Her voice broke as she forced the words out. That's all I could think of. The word anguish wasn't enough to capture it. Even knowing there might not be a solution, she couldn't help but cling to me. Before we even had a chance to talk, Aoi-san had already been confronting her inner struggles. She had worked to create memories with me, hoping they'd ease the loneliness, only to realize that wasn't enough. While I hesitated, unsure how to address our situation, Aoi-san had already made her decision. She was prepared to give herself to me to fill the void in her heart. Aoi-san raised her tear-filled eyes to meet mine. I love you, Akira-kun. It was the first time a girl had ever confessed her love to me, but her words carried too much pain to feel like a simple confession. Yet, I don't even know if these feelings are love or just dependence anymore. Aoi-san. I couldn't stop myself from pulling her into my arms as she began to sob like a child. She was offering herself to me to soothe her aching heart. I hated myself for not realizing how deeply troubled she had been. Nothing felt fair. Not her situation, not mine, not anything. Meeting Aoi-san had made it impossible for me to accept farewells anymore. Just when I thought I'd come to terms with parting, now it was Aoi-san who couldn't. When I became aware of my feelings for her, she lost sight of her own. The frustration was unbearable, leaving me wanting to claw at my chest. As our separation loomed closer, our feelings seemed to move in opposite directions. Aoi-san, thank you. The first words that left my mouth after hearing her confession were words of gratitude. I decided to respond with my own feelings, honestly. I love you too, Aoi-san. It was the first confession I had ever made. Really? Instead of answering verbally, I tightened my arms around her ever so slightly. To be honest, my feelings for you weren't always romantic. This was something I had only shared with Eiji and Izumi before. It was a truth I had only realized recently. From the moment I met you in that rainy park and brought you home, my feelings for you were more about wanting to protect you than about love. I was aware of you as a girl, but my desire to keep you safe was far stronger. And I knew why I had felt that way. At first, you reminded me of my first love. When I was a child, I had done nothing to help that lonely girl, and I regretted it deeply. When I saw another girl in a similar situation, I felt compelled to make up for it by being there for you. Faced with the many challenges you carried, I had no room for other emotions. But then, when you faced your mother and resolved those issues on your own, I realized you didn't need me to protect you anymore. That's when I finally saw you as a girl and understood that I loved you. This was the emotional shift that brought me to fall in love with the same person twice. But there was more I had to say. I can't say for certain that all of my protective instincts are gone. Just as Aoi-san struggled with her dependence, I was still wrestling with my need to protect her. Just like you're unsure if your feelings are love or dependence, I think my feelings for you are still a mix of love and protective instinct. Aoi-san looked at me with tearful eyes but unwavering resolve. Even so, I'm happy you love me. And even so, I'm happy you said you love me. Though our feelings for each other might have other emotions mixed in, the fact that we genuinely cared for each other was undeniable. For the first time in my life, I experienced the joy of having my feelings reciprocated. It might sound exaggerated, but I felt like I'd found the very reason I was born. And that's exactly why I think our relationship right now is far too unbalanced. Yeah, you're right. Aoi-san's gaze dropped in sadness. But what I wanted to say went beyond that. It was a hope that became clear once I had put my feelings into words. That's why I want to use this parting as a chance for us to confront our feelings. A chance to confront our feelings. Aoi-san looked up at me with uncertainty. Without breaking eye contact, I continued. I think we both need time to reflect on our feelings. To figure out if your love for me is more than dependence, and if my love for you is more than just protective instinct. If we continue our relationship with these doubts, we'll only regret it later. Was I expressing myself well enough? I carefully chose my words to make sure I wasn't misunderstood. Being apart will be lonely, but it's also an opportunity for us to grow. If we work hard in our new environments, become a little more independent, and still care for each other when we meet again, then I think those feelings will be real. I didn't know how much of this reached her. But doesn't that make this parting feel like a hopeful one? I thought I saw a hint of color returning to her eyes, which had seemed so lifeless before. Even if my words were clumsy, I believed my feelings had reached her. And if they hadn't, I was willing to say them as many times as it took. As if to confirm my hope, Aoi-san nodded several times, her expression resolute. Yeah, I understand. She lifted her head and gave me her usual, adorable smile. I'll do my best. Her expression was as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. So that even without you, Akira-kun, I can walk on my own 2 feet. So I can stand tall by myself without needing your support. When we meet again, I want you to see how much I've changed. I've got to step up too. After all, if I show up unchanged while you've grown into an amazing woman, I might end up being the one you lose interest in. A goodbye that helps us grow a little. Thinking about it that way, it feels more hopeful, doesn't it? Yeah, exactly. Seeing her smile, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. It seemed like my words had gotten through. But, Akira-kun, Chem, what's wrong? I asked, thinking I might have left some doubt in her mind. Aoi-san turned her gaze away, her flushed cheeks visible even in the dim light. Are you really okay with this? With what? You know, not doing anything. Dear, that's. I didn't need to ask what she meant. I hesitated over how to respond, but there was no point in hiding how I truly felt at this stage. To be honest, it feels like I'm wasting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. From the perspective of a teenage boy, this was the pinnacle of restraint. Turning down an opportunity like this for the second time? It was almost criminal. When it comes to someone I love, of course I have those kinds of feelings. Part of me thinks I should just be honest and go for it. But if I let myself be swept away by the moment or my desires, I'm certain I'd regret it later. I see. Aoi-san looked slightly disappointed. But you know, I'm wearing the underwear you picked out for me. Wait, what? She casually dropped a bombshell. I couldn't stop myself from blurting out a shocked response. I thought you'd be happier if I wore the ones you chose. So, I decided to save them for a moment like this, and tonight's the first time I've worn them. What the? My regret just skyrocketed tenfold. Well, let's say that's something to look forward to when we meet again. That was pure bravado. I was holding back tears as I clung to the hope that third time's the charm. But what should I do? Wait, what do you mean? No way, am I out of chances? Well, who knows if I'll feel the same way when we meet again? And you've already rejected me 3 times, Akira-kun. Wait, 3 times? Something didn't add up. As far as I could recall, I turned her down twice, once before the end of the first semester and the second time just now. If there was a third instance, it had to have happened in between. Wait. Don't tell me. One memory came to mind. If you're counting, could it be Christmas Eve during the graduation trip? Aoi-san's face turned crimson all the way to her ears as she mumbled incoherently. Her lack of denial said everything. Wait, but you didn't say anything about that back then. Well, I thought you'd pick up on it. Seriously? What a disaster. My inability to pick up on hints from girls was truly hopeless. No wonder I'd never had a girlfriend. Ah, I'm sorry. Too late. Aoi-san teased me in a tone reminiscent of Izumi, laughing playfully. Once she'd had her fun, she nestled her face against my chest. Hey, Akira-kun. I don't need you to do anything. Can I just stay like this with you until morning? Of course. Thank you. And so, for the first time, we fell asleep together in the same bed. We had shared countless conversations before this night, but it was on this night that I felt, for the first time, like we truly understood each other. Chapter 8. Until the day we meet again. From then on, the days flew by, just as I'd expected. I spent my remaining time at school cherishing each moment and creating memories with Aoi-san. At the same time, I couldn't neglect my primary duty as a student, so we still held our usual study group sessions for exams. In short, the peaceful, everyday life we'd always known continued to pass us by. As for Aoi-san, after that conversation, she returned to her usual self. No, calling it her usual self might not be entirely accurate. After we had shared our thoughts and feelings, after we had reframed our farewell as something hopeful, a prelude to a reunion rather than a tragic parting, our relationship grew even stronger than it had ever been before. The saying adversity strengthens the foundation fit perfectly here. Izumi and Eiji seemed to have noticed the shift as well. They didn't press us for details but quietly supported us from the sidelines. Section. Late March arrived. Akira, I've finished packing up most of the kitchen area. Oh, thanks a lot. Eiji, assembling another cardboard box, continued, I left out the glasses since you might still use them. If not, go ahead and pack those too. Got it. You're a lifesaver. It was the evening before the closing ceremony, and the usual group had gathered at my place. As for what we were doing, well, as you can see, we were packing for my move. Good thing I asked you about your packing progress, Akira. I had no idea it was this far behind. My bad. I always thought you were the type to handle this stuff better. That stung more than I cared to admit. I figured I could handle it on my own. But honestly, I underestimated it. Whenever we moved before, Mom handled most of it, so I didn't realize how much time goes into arranging transfer paperwork, dealing with moving companies, and all the little things. There's just never enough time. Sure, if someone had told me to prepare better, I wouldn't have had much of a defense, but there was another reason things were dragging. In truth, there was just way too much stuff in the house. I only needed enough to live alone, but when my family moved out first, we decided to leave most of the furniture and appliances here since they planned to visit frequently. Well, decided might not be the right word. According to Hiyori, Mom just wanted an excuse to buy new furniture for the new house. In hindsight, though, it worked out well. Aoi-san got to use Hiyori's old room, and during our study sessions, Eiji and Izumi could stay over comfortably. Still, while I was the only one moving out, it felt like I was packing for 4 people. No wonder I wasn't making progress. That was obvious from the start. You're just bad at organizing, Hiyori said with a cold tone. Ooh. That was my sister for you, no punches pulled. By the way, Hiyori had recently passed the entrance exams for a prestigious all-girls high school in the city where we were moving. Not that I'd forgotten, but her transfer had been delayed due to her studies. Despite that, she'd gone above and beyond to help out over the past year, helping Aoi-san search for her grandmother's house over summer break, teaching us how to make tea cakes for the school festival, and assisting Aoi and Izumi with Valentine's chocolates. And then she passed the entrance exam. Honestly, she was incredible. When I congratulated her and asked if balancing everything had been tough, she just smiled confidently and said, I planned my study schedule well, so it wasn't a problem at all. So yeah, when Hiyori called me out for poor planning, I had zero room to argue. Akira-kun, I'm free now. Can I help with something here? Feeling a bit guilty, I was glad to hear Aoi-san's voice as she walked into the living room. You finished packing your room already? Yeah. Since it was originally Hiyori-chan's room, I didn't have that much stuff there to begin with. Got it. Could you help Hiyori with packing up the living room, then? Sure. Walking over to Hiyori, Aoi-san started helping her with a smile, and Hiyori seemed genuinely happy. Although Hiyori was incredibly responsible for her age, I'd worried about her at times. But since meeting Aoi-san, she'd begun showing her emotions more openly. Even though she was about to graduate from junior high, seeing her acting her age and enjoying herself was a relief. Honestly, if anyone had changed the most since Aoi-san came into our lives, it might have been Hiyori. I'll start packing up the bathroom, then, Eiji said as he headed out of the living room. Thanks. Appreciate it. As I watched him leave, I felt a renewed sense of determination. After we finished packing, we planned to celebrate Hiyori's acceptance into high school tonight. The last thing I wanted was for packing to drag on and eat into our evening. Just as I was about to tackle my parents' room, Izumi popped into the living room. Akira, I finished packing up your room. Oh, thanks. No problem, she said with her usual cheerful tone. True to her word, Izumi had been tasked with packing my room. I would have done it myself, but she'd insisted. If you pack your own room, you'll get distracted reminiscing over stuff you find, and it'll take forever, she'd explained. She had a point, so I let her handle it. And now, she was back surprisingly quickly, but something seemed off. She was looking at me with an expression that clearly said she had something to say. What's up? What's up? Seriously, how do I even begin? Izumi let out an exaggerated sigh, then pulled something out from behind her. Wait, where did you find that? Izumi was holding up a very specific item, a certain rubber product for couples, gifted to me by her a long time ago. I'd stashed it in the back of my closet and promptly forgotten about it, including where I'd hidden it. It was the classic embarrassment scenario, like hiding adult magazines as a teenager only to forget about them until they were unearthed by family years later, a true time capsule of shame. But I digress. The point is, I never expected this to resurface now. Hold on. Did you volunteer to pack my room just to look for that? They say forewarned is forearmed, but it's been 8 months since I gave this to you. Not a single sign it's ever been used. Izumi let out a sigh so deep it could rival the Mariana Trench. Hey now, it's not that I didn't have the opportunity to use it. There were at least 3 occasions, but I couldn't exactly explain that here and now. Looks like Akira-kun doesn't plan on using it anytime soon, so I'll just wait, what? Izumi's declaration was cut short as Aoi-san suddenly rushed over, snatched the box out of her hands, and hugged it tightly against her chest. The unexpected turn of events left Izumi, Hiyori, and me utterly speechless. Aoi-san, her face as red as a boiled lobster, mumbled something incomprehensible like an incantation under her breath before stammering out. It's not that there's no chance of it being used. Her words, though soft, were like a meteor impact in the room. She then added, her voice barely above a whisper, that's why. I'll hold on to it for now. And with that, she fled the living room like a startled deer. None of us dared to break the silence that followed. Who could have imagined Aoi-san would actually step in to retrieve it? The tension in the air was thick, but we collectively decided to ignore the incident and resumed packing. A few minutes later, Aoi-san returned, her face still beet red, and quietly got back to work. She didn't make eye contact with anyone, and the rest of us pretended nothing had happened. Still, I couldn't shake the guilt. It wasn't fair to drag her into something like this. I'll make sure to apologize to her later. After somehow managing to finish the packing, we kicked off Hiyori's celebration party. We ordered pizza and sushi, grabbed snacks and drinks from the nearby convenience store, and went all out. This might be the last time the 5 of us could gather like this for a while, but none of us let that show. Each of us likely held on to the feeling of wanting to make the most of this time together, but no one let even a hint of sadness slip through. That's because we all knew this wasn't the end. We would have another day to come together like this, so there was no need to feel sorrow. That night, we reveled in endless conversation, cherishing every moment until sleep finally claimed us. Section. The next day, after the uneventful closing ceremony, after saying goodbye to my classmates during the final homeroom, I stayed behind at school, alone. Watching everyone head home, delighted for the start of spring break tomorrow, I aimlessly wandered the school grounds. It was probably because, deep down, I felt more reluctant to part ways than I had expected. Still, everyone seemed pretty nonchalant about it, even though it's our last day. I wasn't expecting some emotional, tear-filled goodbye like you'd see in a drama. Even so, I couldn't deny a lingering sense of loneliness. Compared to the past, where I had perfected the art of giving up and didn't even let myself feel lonely during transfers, this tightening feeling in my chest might actually be something to be thankful for. After all, it's proof that my time at this school was truly precious to me. As if collecting pieces of memories, I wandered through the school. This view. I won't be seeing it again. Eventually, I found myself on the rooftop. When I stepped out onto the terrace, the spring weather greeted me with a bright, cloudless sky. Leaning against the railing, I gazed down at the students heading home. The cherry blossoms planted around the campus were in full bloom, their beauty even more captivating when viewed from above. In the end, this spot holds the most memories for me. It was here that Izumi suggested a study camp to help me improve my grades and leave a better impression on Aoi-san. It was also here that I told Eiji and Izumi about Aoi-san's decision to return to her mother. After the school festival, it was under the fireworks on this rooftop that I fell in love with Aoi-san all over again. Sitting down on the bench where I had often rested, I looked up at the sky and let out an honest thought. I didn't want to transfer schools. I've already come to terms with it. There's no lie in those words, nor is it a display of false bravado. But coming to terms with something doesn't necessarily mean you've accepted it. Of course, I know this farewell is necessary for both Aoi-san's and my growth. I genuinely want to make this goodbye a positive one. Even so, if I didn't have to transfer, there could have been other paths for my relationship with Aoi-san. Recognizing each other's weaknesses and fragility, yet continuing forward together, there might have been a future we could only imagine because we were by each other's side. People often say, what-ifs are pointless. They speak as if discussing possibilities after the fact is inherently bad. But sometimes, talking about what-ifs can bring comfort or even fulfillment. So, just for now, let me indulge in my wishes. I should head back. I wasn't sure how long I had been gazing at the sky. By the time the warmth of the spring breeze began to intensify, I left the rooftop. I couldn't keep Aoi-san waiting forever. Even though the move was tomorrow, I intended to spend all the remaining time with her. Switching my mindset, I made my way back to the classroom. That's when I saw it. Aoi-san. There she was, standing alone by the window. The way her hair swayed in the breeze as she gazed outside was so picturesque that I found myself entranced. When she noticed me, she turned and smiled softly. "Are you ready to go? I thought you'd gone home already." "I came back. I wanted to walk home with you one last time." "Thank you." Grabbing my bag, I left the classroom with Aoi-san. As we passed through the door, I turned back to glance at the classroom one last time. A lot happened here. Yeah, a lot did happen. We bid farewell to the classroom we'd never return to. Memories came rushing back like a montage from a drama. Starting a new life, filled with hopes for high school and anxiety about living alone. The day I met Aoi-san in a park adorned with hydrangeas blooming beautifully in the rain. Summer break, the school festival, and all the memories tied to those events. Every moment leading up to today replayed in my mind. Not just the memories but the feelings I had at those times resurfaced, pouring out from deep within my chest. Joy, anger, sadness, fun, and tenderness, every conceivable emotion coursed through me. It was almost enough to make tears spill out if I let my guard down. Aoi-san. Sensing my emotions, Aoi-san gently squeezed my hand. "Let's go home." "Yeah." I held her hand in return as we left the classroom. Though I had no regrets, I decided to leave a small piece of my heart behind. After all, this wasn't goodbye forever. Section. After leaving the school, Aoi-san and I headed to the cafe where she worked part-time. I'd planned to stop by tomorrow before leaving town to thank the manager for all they'd done for us, but since Aoi-san apparently had some urgent business, we decided to go today instead. Something about her needing to discuss an urgent matter, probably related to her future shifts. With her commute getting longer after moving to her grandmother's house, her working hours would inevitably be limited. That was my assumption as we arrived at the cafe. Closed for a private event. A piece of paper with that message was taped to the door. Just as I was wondering what to do, the door opened, and the manager stepped out. "Welcome. Please, come inside. But it says it's reserved." Before I could finish, Aoi-san gave me a gentle push from behind, urging me inside. The next moment, I couldn't help but voice my confusion. What's going on? I couldn't make sense of the scene before me. The cafe was filled with all of my classmates, who greeted me with resounding applause. The interior was lavishly decorated, as if a party was about to start at any moment. "All right, now that the star of the show is here, let's get started." Izumi's voice rang out after the applause subsided. As usual, she tried to move things along without any explanation. Izumi, as always, could you kindly explain what's going on? This time, you don't even need an explanation, it's obvious, isn't it? Izumi gave a mischievous smirk and pointed to the wall. There, in paper letters, was the word farewell party. You've got to be kidding me. When did you even have time to set this up? Yesterday, came the answer from Eiji, who stood beside Izumi. While we were helping you pack at your house, the rest of the class worked on decorating the cafe. It was a tight schedule, but thanks to everyone's effort, we pulled it off. As Eiji explained, Izumi stood next to him, nodding smugly. I see. Now it makes sense. Yesterday, Izumi and Eiji had volunteered to help me pack. At the time, I didn't realize it, but thinking back, it was probably their way of making sure I didn't accidentally stumble upon the cafe. If anything came up, the three of them were ready to stall me. Did Aoi-san plan all this? No, not this time. Then, Izumi or Eiji? Aoi-san shook her head again. The class came to me and said they wanted to throw you a farewell party. They asked if they could rent the cafe, like during the school festival, so I talked to the manager and got their permission. For a moment, I was at a loss for words. To stop my emotions from welling up, I bit my lip and held back. After the homeroom earlier, I had thought it was strange how quickly everyone left. I had felt a little disappointed, thinking there wasn't much of a farewell, not that I expected some grand emotional send-off, but still. And now, to learn it was all for this. What a surprise. All right, everyone, grab a glass for the toast. Everyone took a drink prepared on the table. Once Izumi saw that everyone was ready, she stood in front of me. Akira-kun, thank you for everything this past year. Her voice and gaze were unusually serious, not the typical Izumi I knew. I'm glad you were a part of this class. Without you, I don't think we would have come together as closely as we did. Seeing how hard you worked for Aoi-san taught us the importance of caring deeply for someone. I believe that lesson will stay with all of us, even when we graduate and move on with our lives. Thank you, truly. That's just unfair. It might be harder to get everyone together like this again, but even after you transfer, we'll still be your classmates. This bond isn't something that a transfer can break. So if anything happens, don't hesitate to reach out, okay? Hearing Izumi, who was always joking around, speak like this hit me hard. Alright, one last thing before I finish, Izumi added, a sly grin returning to her face. Chem? What is it? Her tone immediately shifted back to her usual playful self. Akira-kun, you've always called me nosy or meddlesome, but honestly, I think you're way nosier than I am. What do you all think? When Izumi asked the question, voices of agreement rose from the class. Seriously? Everyone thinks that too? Well, I guess I've started to realize it lately. Sorry about that. As long as you're aware of it, that's fine by me, Izumi said with a satisfied smile as she raised her glass. Following her lead, everyone else raised their glasses as well. To Akira-kun's success at his new school, cheers. With that unified shout, my farewell party officially began. The farewell party finally came to an end sometime after 6 in the evening. Considering it had started around noon, we had been making noise for quite a while. Yet, strangely, it felt far too short. Perhaps that was because I had been enjoying myself so much, all the while dreading the farewell. Fun and limited time moments often feel fleeting, after all. Honestly, I wished I could have talked with everyone a little longer. It's over. The only ones left in the cafe were the manager, who was cleaning up in the back, and the usual 4 of us. None of us made a move to leave. It wasn't that we couldn't, it was more like none of us wanted to. But we couldn't stay forever. Everything has to end eventually. We should wrap it up too, I said, standing up and starting to pack my things. It felt like it should be me to break the silence. Yeah, Eiji replied, following suit. Aoi-san and, finally, Izumi began gathering their belongings as well. As everyone packed up, I went over to the manager to say goodbye since I had finished first. The manager noticed me and stopped what they were doing to face me. Thank you for everything, I said, bowing deeply. No, thank you. Good luck at your new school. Thank you, I replied as the manager extended a hand. Please, continue looking after Aoi-san, I added, clasping their hand firmly. Even though her issues have been resolved, there aren't many adults Aoi-san can rely on. If she ever finds herself in trouble, I'd be grateful if you could lend her a hand. Of course. Leave it to me, the manager replied, their grip firm with reassurance. It was more than words, it was a promise I could trust. Well, time to head out. We bid farewell to the manager and left the cafe. Akira, Eiji called out, stopping in front of the cafe and extending a hand toward me. As I had with the manager, I clasped his hand firmly. I guess this is goodbye for Izumi and me. We won't be seeing you off tomorrow. It was their way of being considerate, I realized. Got it. Thanks for everything. Likewise. I'm looking forward to meeting you again someday. Eiji's farewell was brief, just like him. We'd had countless conversations in the past, so there wasn't much left to say. Izumi. I turned to her next, intending to say my goodbye, but Izumi was hiding behind Eiji, staring off in another direction. I already said my goodbye at the start of the party. There's nothing else I need to say, okay? She tried to sound nonchalant, but the slight quiver in her voice gave her away. Eiji caught my gaze and gave me a nod, as if to say, be gentle with her. That's right. Izumi might always seem full of energy, but she has moments like this too. I remembered how she cried her heart out when she learned about Aoi-san's situation for the first time at the shopping mall, or when she suggested recreating Aoi-san's father's matcha pudding during the school festival. Every time, she clung to Aoi-san, sobbing as if the problems were her own. This time, it was me she was saying goodbye to, so she was probably trying not to let her tears show. I see. But I haven't had the chance to properly thank you yet. Can I say my piece? Izumi sniffled but stayed silent. I guess I'm not just nosy, I'm apparently a bit of a worrier too. And honestly, your energy and positivity saved me countless times. If it weren't for you, Izumi, neither Aoi-san nor I could have reached this point with such peace in our hearts. I meant every word from the bottom of my heart. So, thank you. Eiji gently patted Izumi's head as she sniffled again. Well, we'll be off, he said. Yeah. Take care on your way home. The two of them left without looking back. Aoi-san and I stood there silently, watching them until they disappeared from sight. Shall we head home too? Yeah. Without saying who moved first, we naturally held hands as we walked away from the cafe. By the time we neared my house, the sun had set, and the streets were cloaked in darkness. We both came to a stop at the same time. Our gazes turned toward the park, the place where we first met. Our feet moved of their own accord, leading us to the bench where Aoi-san had been sitting that day. This is where it all started. Yeah. It wasn't just the memories that made the moment so poignant. The hydrangeas blooming in the rain that day were beautiful, but the sight of these cherry blossoms blanketing everything is just as breathtaking. As if to bless the moment, cherry blossoms fluttered down around us as we sat side by side on the bench. Under the full bloom of the cherry blossoms, we shared stories and memories, letting the conversation flow like the petals dancing in the wind. Section. The next morning. After the movers had finished loading my belongings, Aoi-san and I made our way to the station. The Shinkansen I was boarding was set to arrive in 20 minutes. Aoi-san's train, which would take her to her grandmother's house, was scheduled to depart earlier, but when she insisted on seeing me off, I couldn't refuse. I purchased her a platform ticket, and we waited together at the Shinkansen platform. Sitting side by side on the bench, we held each other's hands tightly, as if clinging to every last moment together. Neither of us said much. The ache in our chests was too heavy to allow for words. We had both come to terms with our feelings. We believed that this parting would lead to a brighter future for the both of us. But that didn't mean we wouldn't feel sorrow in this moment. Time passed, and the sound of music and an announcement signaled the arrival of the Shinkansen. Still holding hands, we stood and joined the line of passengers waiting to board. The train slowly pulled into the platform, and when the doors opened, the people ahead of us began stepping inside. Well, I guess this is it, I said. Yeah, Aoi-san replied. Reluctantly, we let go of each other's hands, and I stepped onto the train. From inside the car, I turned to face Aoi-san. Just as the departure bell rang, she clutched the hydrangea necklace hanging from her neck and spoke. "Akira-kun, we'll meet again, won't we?" Seeing her smile as tears rolled down her cheeks, the emotions I had been holding back finally broke free. I had held it together when Aoi-san reunited with her grandmother. I had held it together when she re-established her relationship with her father. I had held it together during the school festival, when everyone in the class had worked so hard for her. Even during the surprise farewell party and while saying goodbye to Izumi, I had managed to restrain my feelings. But the sight of Aoi-san's tears was too much. The sensation of tears streaming down my own cheeks came suddenly, and the pain in my chest felt so overwhelming it was hard to breathe. Gripping the hydrangea necklace hanging from my own neck, I smiled and spoke, as if making a vow. "Yeah, of course." The train doors closed, and the Shinkansen began to move slowly forward. Aoi-san's figure disappeared from sight almost immediately. Overwhelmed by the sudden emptiness, my knees gave out, and I crumpled to the floor of the train car. I knew this wasn't a goodbye filled with nothing but sadness, that much I understood logically. But the hollow feeling in my chest was impossible to ignore. It had been 9 months since I had brought the class loner Gyaru home and helped transform her into the refined beauty she had become. And now, our cohabitation had come to an end, and our second farewell had arrived. Epilogue. The school life at my new school was going smoother than I had expected. Adapting to a new environment had never been particularly difficult for me, but being able to settle in so seamlessly this time was probably because I arrived at the beginning of the school year, before relationships were fully formed. Even so, this transfer felt distinctly different from any of the ones I had experienced before. That difference, I realized, stemmed from a change in my own mindset. Unlike before, I no longer felt the need to brace myself for the inevitable goodbyes, nor did I despair over the idea that moving would reset all my relationships. I no longer saw meeting new people as something to avoid. I owed that change to Eiji, Izumi, and especially Aoi-san. And perhaps even more than that, to my classmates, who taught me that friendships could endure, even across distances. The truth was simple. The fear of saying goodbye had always been my own misconception. It was just a matter of perspective. The way I chose to see things completely altered how I perceived the world around me. This wasn't something limited to this experience alone, it's something that could happen in all sorts of situations and moments in life. Thinking back now, my past transfers felt like a waste, as if I'd been playing life too cautiously. But perhaps those experiences were necessary for me to arrive at this realization. The fact that I could feel this way now itself was probably a sign of happiness. That said, I couldn't deny the lingering loneliness from being apart from everyone. I missed Eiji and Izumi, of course. But more than anything, the ache of not seeing Aoi-san was always there, quietly occupying a corner of my heart. Since that day, even when we kept in touch, I couldn't shake a persistent feeling of loss that followed me like a shadow. Still, the busy days in my new environment helped dull the sting of that loneliness. And perhaps, whether I liked it or not, the pace of my new life forced me to reflect inward. It seemed Aoi-san felt the same. We used to focus too much on how much we cared about each other. But I think the physical distance and the time we've spent alone have gradually softened our emotions, she told me during a recent phone call, her voice calm and composed. Hearing her say that reaffirmed my belief. This separation was necessary for both of us to grow independently. And so, the days passed. Just as I had finally adjusted to my new life, spring came to an end, the rainy season passed, and 4 months slipped by. It was now late July. "Akira, do you have everything?" "Yeah, I think so." It was a morning 1 week into summer break. Having finished getting ready to go, I stood by the front door with my bags in hand, facing Hiyori. "I have plans, so I can't go with you. I'll head over later. Say hi to everyone for me. I'll wait for you there. Take care and come safely." "Yeah. See you later." "See you." With Hiyori seeing me off, I left the house. The sweltering heat was enough to make sweat bead on my forehead and sap my energy, but my steps were light. I had been eagerly awaiting this day for a month now, the day I would reunite with Aoi-san. 4 months. Too short to feel nostalgic. Yet far too long to go without seeing her. Still, It felt like just the right amount of time to reassess my feelings. Pausing for a moment, I pulled out my phone and sent Aoi-san a message. I just left the house. Her reply came almost instantly. Have a safe trip home. Seeing the rare exclamation mark in her message, I felt a sense of relief. It wasn't just me looking forward to this reunion. That thought brought a small, fond smile to my face. Well, time to go. The last time I had seen Aoi-san was on the Shinkansen platform the day we said goodbye. Knowing I'd be seeing her in just a few hours made me smile uncontrollably. I was going to fulfill the promise we made that day to meet again. To show each other how much we had grown and matured. And most importantly, to confirm the feelings we had nurtured during our time apart. If I started listing the reasons why I wanted to see Aoi-san, there'd be no end. There were so many things I wanted to tell her. But right now, above all else, I just wanted to see her. Unable to contain my excitement, I put my phone away and quickened my pace toward the nearest station. This summer felt even hotter than the last, and I had a feeling it would be one I'd never forget. End of Volume 4.